I thought this was just another generic villainous story. Then the kingdom made the biggest mistake imaginable. They publicly humiliate their own genius, throw her into prison over a lie, steal everything she built, and expect her to keep cleaning up their mess. Instead of begging for forgiveness, she quietly decides she's done with all of them. And when someone who practically carried an entire kingdom finally snaps, revenge isn't just a possibility anymore. It's only a matter of time. The story starts in a large, grand ballroom filled with well-dressed noble guests. Sudden tension ripples through the crowd as a voice cuts through the air, loudly calling out for Elizabeth. Crown Prince Fried of the Kingdom of Haldoria stands before the gathering, holding a young woman named Sylvie close to his side. Pointing an accusing finger, Fried aggressively demands to know if Elizabeth's jealousy knows no bounds and asks how she dared to push Sylvie down the stairs, declaring that all of her wicked deeds have now been fully exposed. He firmly states that he can no longer keep forgiving her just because she happens to be his fiancée. Fried delivers a final, crushing blow, shouting Elizabeth's full name and loudly declaring that he hereby severs their engagement. Looking toward the prince with a calm expression, she asks for his pardon and politely but firmly states that she has done no such thing. Looking out across the crowded ballroom, Elizabeth tries to de-escalate the situation by reminding everyone that this is a formal party to celebrate the founding of their kingdom, suggesting they should leave the jokes for another time. However, before she can even finish her sentence, someone suddenly reaches out and roughly grabs her, catching her completely by surprise. A man named Robert forcefully grabs Elizabeth by the arm. Elizabeth looks down in dismay, quietly uttering Robert's name as she is stopped. Fried angrily commands Elizabeth not to play dumb, claiming that Sylvie told him everything. Hearing the name of Lady Sylvia Lockett, Elizabeth quietly reflects on the situation as the pieces begin to fall into place. She reflects on the background of Lady Sylvia, noting that a baron recently took her in. She remembers how the gentlemen of high society have fallen for Sylvia's outspoken nature compared to the other noble ladies, finding her candid behavior to be a breath of fresh air within their strict social constraints, and that Prince Fried fell for her charm as well. Elizabeth recalls an old conversation in a stone hallway, remembering how she viewed the prince taking a second wife as none of her business. However, she had firmly advised Sylvia not to mingle with other men if she intended to maintain a relationship with His Highness. Back in the ballroom, Fried continues his public tirade, claiming that Sylvie is simply too nice and keeps covering for Elizabeth. He aggressively declares that he will not let Elizabeth bully her anymore, while Sylvia looks on from by his side. An escalating uproar echoes through the grand ballroom as the order is given to the guards to take this woman to jail. The commanding voice brands Elizabeth a criminal who tried to kill Sylvie. Forced onto the floor, Elizabeth looks up with shock and disbelief as a guard grips her arm. A guard hesitates, voicing his reluctance to carry out the order against a noblewoman. However, Elizabeth calmly responds that it is all right, recognizing that one cannot disobey a royal command. The guard, accompanied by Robert, looks on with a grim face while offering his sincere apologies to the lady. Meanwhile, back in the center of the room, Fried stands triumphantly with his arm outstretched to call for everyone's attention, keeping Sylvie closely by his side. Under the watchful eye of an armored guard, Elizabeth is escorted out of the grand venue and through a set of double doors. As she is led away into exile, Fried's voice rings out across the ballroom one final time, loudly announcing that his engagement with Elizabeth Leiston is officially void. She looks on with a quiet, solemn expression as she reflects on how the prince used His Majesty's absence to act completely as he pleased, echoing his final declaration that Sylvia Lockett will become his new fiancée. A lingering thought remains about what the prince intends to do next. Outside her cell, a guard's voice speaks through the stone archway, offering his humble apologies to the lady. The guard expresses deep remorse from the other side, lamenting that he has brought her to such a miserable place. Inside the stone walls, Elizabeth remains remarkably composed and reassures the guard that there is no need to fret. She calmly asks if the king and her father have been informed about the situation yet, expressing full confidence that they will fix everything upon returning from their diplomatic meeting. Sitting quietly on a wooden bench inside her dark cell, she convinces herself that they will surely rush back home the absolute moment they hear the news. A full month passes by in the dark cell, marked only by a single lit candle resting beside a thick stack of paperwork. Seated at a wooden desk piled high with heavy books and documents, Elizabeth reviews a sheet of paper with a quill in hand. She notes to herself that the documents contain highly classified information, deeply annoyed that even though the prince threw her in jail, it did not stop him from forcing her to do all of his work. Thoroughly fed up with his complete irresponsibility, she suddenly stops as a realization hits her, hearing an approach from outside and noting that someone has finally arrived. Our girl reaches her arm through the iron bars of the cell door, waving her hand to grab the attention of the armored guard standing down the hall. She politely asks the guard to excuse her and requests that he come closer. Walking over to the cell door, the guard looks toward her attentively, asking what he can do for her. Stepping up to the iron bars, Elizabeth fixes her gaze directly on the guard and uses the word hypnosis. Her voice carries a strange command, causing the guard's eyes to completely glaze over as a swirling pattern spins across his face, instantly placing him under her total control. With the guard completely entranced, Elizabeth commands him to sit over there and forget everything he is about to see. Walking away with a heavy, unstable wobble, the guard mindlessly complies as he voices his agreement. Once the coast is clear, Elizabeth looks toward the shadows of the stone corridor and calls for Mireille to finally come out. Suddenly, a pair of hidden feet appear from the edge of the hallway. Her waiting maid, Mireille, steps out from the darkness of the dungeon hallway, clasping her hands and offering a sincere apology to her lady for the long wait. Elizabeth emphasizes that they have very little time, immediately asking why absolutely no one has done anything to help her. She presses further, asking if her father and the king have at least heard about what happened. Mireille lowers her head with a deeply worried expression, letting out a hesitant sigh as she tries to find the right words. Looking entirely deflated, Mireille delivers the devastating truth, explaining that they only said Elizabeth will figure something out and clean up Fried's mess. She sadly adds that she is afraid they will not be returning anytime soon, leaving Elizabeth standing frozen in total disbelief. Frustration boils over inside the dark cell as Elizabeth grits her teeth. She realizes that her father and the king simply expect her to handle everything on her own yet again. The bad news only continues to pile up. Mireille stands downcast in the stone hallway, reluctantly informing her lady that malicious rumors are actively spreading outside, threatening to completely tarnish Elizabeth's honor. Hearing this, Elizabeth looks over in surprise, asking what rumors she could possibly be talking about. People throughout the kingdom are whispering that Elizabeth tried to murder Lady Sylvia out of pure jealousy, and that she is deliberately getting involved in politics just to seize the prince's power. Elizabeth directly asks Mireille if she managed to learn the true source behind these nasty rumors. Mireille confirms the dark truth, explaining that after investigating, she discovered His Highness used his own people to spread the lies, nearly calling the prince a waste of space before catching herself. A smirking image of Fried looms over the scene as Mireille firmly states that these are undoubtedly nothing but groundless accusations. The maid expresses deep concern, fearing that many people will ultimately believe these rumors to be true. Elizabeth bows her head slightly, closing her eyes as she absorbs the gravity of the situation. Mireille continues her report with a troubled expression, her voice full of hesitation as she turns her attention to Elizabeth's business. She cautiously moves to deliver the next piece of worrying news regarding the lady's firm. She reveals the full extent of the prince's actions. The maid explains that the prince ordered an investigation into the company after officially deeming Elizabeth a traitor to the nation. Furthermore, he is already placing merchants and nobles directly under his control into key positions at the firm, prompting a shocked reaction from Elizabeth. Elizabeth quietly reflects on this, stating that she originally set up the firm strictly for charity work and to provide aid to the poor, leaving her unable to see what His Highness could possibly hope to gain from taking it over. Looking down thoughtfully, Mireille points out that Elizabeth's firm is one of the most well-connected businesses in the entire kingdom, meaning the prince must have a deeper motive. Clenching her hands tightly against her apron out of frustration, Mireille acknowledges that it is not her place to ask, but she directly questions why her lady continues to devote herself so completely to this country. Elizabeth repeats the question back to herself because she is caught completely off guard by Mireille's sudden question. Elizabeth states calmly that she is a noble lady, and that protecting the nation and caring for its citizens are simply her duties. The words cause Mireille to look down with an emotional expression. She speaks softly, saying she respects her lady deeply and reminds her that Elizabeth saved her when her own house fell to ruin. Mireille reflects that without the lady's kindness, she would have ended up as a slave or a beggar, yet Elizabeth chose to make her a trusted confidant instead, prompting Elizabeth to look back at her attentively from inside the cell. The built-up emotion suddenly bursts forth as Mireille screams out that she despises this country. Elizabeth watches in utter shock as her maid passionately explains that the people of this nation treat the lady like a convenient tool they can simply discard whenever they want. Mireille's anger turns toward the rulers, her face contorted with frustration as she declares how much she hates that the masses believe the absolute worst about Elizabeth when all the lady does is help them. She fiercely adds that she deeply despises Duke Leyston and the king for completely ignoring Elizabeth in her most dire moment. Elizabeth stands completely stunned by the intense display of loyalty. Mireille delivers one final emotional statement, asserting that above all else, she loathes the prince for failing to see the lady's true worth. Staring directly into her maid's fiercely dedicated eyes, a profound realization washes over Elizabeth as she quietly observes how much Mireille truly cares. Our girl reflects on her past, remembering how she devoted her life to the nation and Prince Freed as his future wife ever since she came into this world. Standing amidst the silhouetted memories of noble crowds and the prince embracing another woman, she recalls how she tirelessly studied martial arts, magic, and etiquette, never allowing herself to make friends, only to be left questioning why she did it all. Deep in the darkness of her own thoughts, a sudden clarity washes over Elizabeth as she realizes the truth. She asks herself what the point of it all was, finally ready to let go of her past devotion. An explosive force shatters the silence of the dungeon as Elizabeth forcefully slams her fist directly into the solid stone wall of her cell. As dust settles and the thick stone wall begins to crumble away into a giant hole, Mireille watches in open-mouthed astonishment as her lady softly thanks her for her honesty. A confident smile spreads across Elizabeth's face as she looks directly at her maid, declaring that Mireille has finally opened her eyes. With absolute resolve in her gaze, she delivers a bold new plan, inviting her trusted confidant to escape this damned country together. Mireille clasps her hands together, a look of profound relief lighting up her face as she addresses her mistress. Elizabeth extends her hand, channeling her magical abilities as a bright energy glows from her palm. She sets a definitive timeline, stating that they will make their departure in 5 days. Our girl gestures toward a perfectly formed replica of herself appearing in the cell, explaining her plan to leave an ice doll in her stead to maintain the deception. Mireille nods in understanding, her expression turning confident as Elizabeth adds that they will use her own magic spell, illusion, to completely conceal them and ensure their escape. Our girl coordinates the final details through the iron bars, ordering Mireille to arrange a meeting with a specific person before the designated day arrives. Mireille bows her head politely, assuring her lady that she will fulfill the request immediately. The maid directly asks how the firm should be handled under these new circumstances. Elizabeth places a thoughtful hand to her chin, calmly deciding to let the prince go ahead and replace their people for now. Elizabeth outlines her strategy, instructing Mireille to tell their workers to leave the country entirely and wait for further instructions. She confidently adds that once she is firmly established abroad, she will contact them directly so they can all move forward together. She continues detailing her escape plan, requesting that a few of their people remain behind in the capital because they will need them to gather intelligence. She then asks Mireille if she has anything to add to the strategy. Mireille pauses, responding with all due respect before pointing out a glaring oversight. The maid explicitly suggests that her lady do something about the massive hole blown into the cell wall. Elizabeth slowly turns her head, looking back at the shattered masonry. Our girl quickly agrees, realizing she will be in deep trouble if anyone happens to see the broken wall. From the corridor, Mireille reassures her, noting that fixing it will be a complete breeze with the lady's divine artifact, while Elizabeth looks on with focus. Mireille smiles warmly from the hallway, offering a heartfelt blessing for her lady's upcoming journey. Elizabeth looks back at her trusted confidant, quietly offering her sincere thanks. The conversation draws to a close as Mireille prepares to depart, announcing that she will now return with her report. Elizabeth watches her leave from inside the iron cell bars, declaring that everything is absolutely perfect for their plan. Turning back toward the shattered masonry, Elizabeth prepares to act, raising her hand to invoke her powers. She reflects on the fundamental nature of the world, noting that all living beings possess internal mana. The ability to consciously control it using reason and theory is what everyone calls magic. Elizabeth's thoughts drift toward a vintage illustration of a magician's workshop filled with old books, an active cauldron, and alchemical tools. She recalls that a magician's intense training ultimately culminates in a grand achievement, which is the creation of a divine artifact. A divine artifact allows someone to materialize their inner mana into a physical tool. She notes that these creations differ greatly between people, with some taking the shape of swords or spears, as shown by the silhouetted forms of armored warriors. Channeling her own distinct energy, she calls upon her unique tool, ready to reveal what her divine artifact can do. Our girl manifests her unique abilities, which have taken the form of powerful books known as the Seven Grimoires. Holding one of the beautifully detailed covers in her hand, she calls upon the specific power of the grimoire of Beelzebub. Elizabeth reflects on the true nature of her book, noting that the grimoire of Beelzebub specifically lets her record magic spells. She considers the standard rules of magic, noting that theoretically, a person cannot use a spell unless they have a natural affinity for its specific attribute. However, she bypasses this rule completely by recording other people's spells directly into her own grimoire. She points her hand outward to channel her magical powers. She notes to herself that even though she naturally only has an affinity for water spells, using her divine artifact allows her to break standard limitations. Focusing her intent on the broken wall, Elizabeth calls out the word stone wall to trigger her magic. As a glowing magic circle rises from the pages of her open book, a sudden impact sounds through the cell, allowing her to easily cast earth spells and completely restore the broken masonry. She remarks that this recording trait also applies to hypnosis, the dark attribute spell she used to control the prison guard. Standing nearby, she snaps her fingers to break the enchantment. The armored guard suddenly lets out a gasp as the spell lifts, waking up to find himself sitting on the dungeon floor without any memory of what happened. The prison guard looks around in complete confusion, completely unaware that his mind was just under another person's command. He scratches his head and wonders out loud what he was doing just a moment ago. Elizabeth watches the guard's confusion through the bars of her cell. A clever, knowing smile spreads across her face as she quietly notes to herself that it looks like she is going to be very busy ahead. 5 days pass by in the capital, shifting the scene to a quiet room late at night. A young man rubs his tense neck after hours of writing, letting out a tired sigh of relief as he announces that he has finally finished writing his official report. Seated at a wooden desk covered in scattered paperwork, Viscount Lucas Lebrick, the ambassador of the Empire, relaxes back in his chair. He stretches his tired arms and sighs happily that he can finally go home. Reflecting on the chaos he witnessed, Lucas thinks back to how he originally came to celebrate the founding of the Kingdom of Haldoria, unable to believe the shocking events that took place. Lucas stares up at the ceiling with a grim expression. He speaks his thoughts aloud, declaring that the prince's public behavior was disgraceful, to say the absolute least. He continues his train of thought, while looking toward the memory of Prince Fried and Sylvie. He mutters quietly that the citizens of Haldoria will surely suffer under such a foolish future king. Lucas shifts his gaze as he contrasts the prince's foolishness with Elizabeth's remarkable reaction to the accusation. He reflects on how, unlike the hot-headed prince, Lady Elizabeth kept her composure perfectly, just as he had expected from her reputation. In his mind's eye, Lucas pictures the true scale of Elizabeth's hidden power, imagining her standing formidably with her magical book open in front of a battalion of heavily armored soldiers. He notes to himself that she has been the strategic mind behind most of the kingdom's recent advances, recalling that at the tender age of 10, she fiercely led troops into battle and inflicted considerable damage on the empire in the previous war. He remarks that as an imperial subject, he could not be more pleased that Haldoria willingly discarded their ultimate trump card. Suddenly, an anxious voice interrupts his scheming, loudly calling out his title. An attendant pushes open the door to the office, nervously delivering the message that Lucas has an unexpected visitor. Surprised by the timing, Lucas looks up from his desk and questions who could possibly be visiting this late at night. The hesitant attendant looks over toward the entranceway, struggling to explain as a mysterious armored figure stands waiting just outside the threshold. Shock takes hold of the office as the late-night visitor steps through the doorway. Lucas recoils in sheer disbelief, his voice shaking as he calls out the name of King Bulat of Haldoria. Lucas desperately tries to understand the situation, backing away from his desk while questioning how this is possible. He asks the king why he is there, pointing out that he was supposed to have left the country entirely to attend a crucial diplomatic meeting. Up close, a confident grin spreads across the king's bearded face as he prepares to explain. The king offers an apology for tricking the ambassador in this manner. Lucas can only stare forward in complete confusion. The king turns his gaze slightly to the side and calls out to Mireille, who promptly voices her agreement. With a sharp clap of her hands, Mireille activates her magical abilities, causing a brilliant burst of white light to suddenly explode in the middle of the room. Lucas shields his eyes from the blinding flash, completely caught off guard as a soft, familiar voice speaks out through the glowing energy, stating that it is a pleasure to meet him. As the bright illusion completely shatters like shards of broken glass, Elizabeth stands revealed in the doorway, curtsying politely as she introduces herself as Elizabeth from House Leyston. Looking directly at the ambassador, Elizabeth asks Lucas to forgive her for concealing her true identity just to come and see him. Lucas gaps in utter astonishment upon recognizing Lady Elizabeth standing right inside his private quarters. Sweating nervously, the ambassador questions if she is not supposed to be locked away in jail. A subtle smile plays on Elizabeth's lips as she slyly replies that his understanding of her situation will make their conversation go much faster. With complete confidence and warmth, she announces that she would highly appreciate being granted political asylum within the empire. Lucas stammers in hesitation, trying to find a reason to object while noting that he understands her fury with Prince Fried. He attempts to reassure her by adding that the king and her father, the prime minister, will eventually return to handle the mess, so there is absolutely no need for that. But Elizabeth cuts him off seamlessly, addressing him by name. Our girl turns the conversation onto the current state of public opinion, directly asking Lucas if he is fully aware of the dreadful rumors spreading wildly about her. Looking away with an uncomfortable expression, Lucas softly sighs and admits that he is indeed aware of them. Elizabeth lets out a cynical, bright laugh as she details her grievances against the kingdom. She explains that the crown prince was not the only one who trampled over her, as even the regular citizens treated her just as terribly. Looking toward the ambassador, she points out that asking her to simply forget everything and still dedicate herself to this country is asking far too much. She places her hand over her chest, calmly explaining the depth of her political influence. She notes that she was deeply involved in the country's politics and partook in everything from administration to military affairs. Because of this massive role, she recognizes that her sudden disappearance will inevitably cause widespread unrest, and she is certain that many people will suffer because of it. Looking forward with clear conviction, she states plainly that the fate of the nation is simply no longer her problem. Elizabeth points out the complete unfairness of her situation while Mireille stands supportively behind her. She explains that she devoted all of her time and energy to the kingdom and its citizens, yet she received absolutely nothing but contempt in return for her dedication. Lucas directly asks Elizabeth what she intends to do next if he chooses to agree to her request. Looking toward him with a steady profile, Elizabeth's voice carries a chilling certainty as a close-up of her face shows her replying that her plan is really quite simple. Our girl places a hand over her heart. She boldly declares her ultimate goal, stating with absolute resolve that she will take revenge on the kingdom of Haldoria and crush it completely with her own two hands. Inside the private quarters, Lucas' voice shakes as he loudly asks Elizabeth if she truly wants to take revenge. Looking back at the ambassador, Elizabeth directly confirms that her goal is indeed to destroy the country. She placidly points out that while she is fairly strong, she cannot challenge an entire kingdom head-on. Lucas sweats nervously and struggles to comprehend the declaration, asking if that is really what she is implying. Looking out toward her, Lucas asks if she wants military backing from the Empire. Elizabeth details her strategic intent, explaining that since the Empire and her kingdom have always been at odds, she plans to utilize the Empire's strength to achieve her goal. Extending an open hand forward, she acknowledges the political reality by stating she knows he would not help her for free. Elizabeth's gaze turns fiercely intense and focused as she firmly clenches her hand into a tight fist. With complete resolve, she states that she will crush the kingdom and directly offer him the spoils of war. Lucas reflects on the terms of the arrangement, listening intently as Elizabeth adds that the alliance is a fair matter of give and take where they will both benefit from the collaboration. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he processes the magnitude of the deal before closing his eyes and letting out a sigh, formally stating that he accepts the terms. He calmly announces that he will allow her to join their side. Lucas clarifies his immediate terms with a serious look, gesturing forward as he explains the conditions. He states that he cannot immediately send her to the imperial capital. Instead, he mandates that she must remain in his territory on the border until he finishes monitoring her, adding strictly that she will not be free to wander as she pleases. Looking down thoughtfully, Elizabeth receives the conditions. She states smoothly that the arrangement is fine by her, silently reflecting to herself that this temporary setup is more than enough for now. As the final details are settled late at night outside the building, Lucas voices his anticipation for a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, Elizabeth fixes her mind on the long path ahead, silently noting that she just needs to earn the ambassador's trust one step at a time. The scene then transitions to the massive stone walls of the northern gate at the royal capital of the Kingdom of Haldoria, where armed guards stand watch at the open entrance. A horse-drawn carriage rattles loudly along a tree-lined road as it approaches the heavy stone gateway. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes from the side, ordering the carriage to halt immediately. The carriage driver confidently calls out to the guard, stating that he is with the Utyr Empire's ambassador and identifying the vehicle as Lord Lucas's carriage. Recognizing the high-status transport, the guard apologizes for stopping them and bids them to proceed. Inside the carriage, Lucas looks sideways with a bead of sweat on his face, lightly chiding Elizabeth not to jest when she comments that ambassadors surely receive special treatment and notes she would have never made it out of the capital so easily by herself. Lucas looks across the interior of the moving carriage and points out that Elizabeth managed to find her way out of the capital just fine on her own. Sitting comfortably on the opposite bench, Elizabeth offers a pleasant smile. Elizabeth turns her attention to the ambassador and praises his quick decision-making. She confidently states that even he would have struggled to sneak her out if he had hesitated any longer. Lucas looks over at her sideways with a tense, sweating profile, quietly absorbing her words. Lucas questions if it's because of her divine artifact. Elizabeth lets out a light chuckle and acknowledges that even the Empire is well aware of her unique power, as she raises her hand which begins to emit a brilliant, magical glow. Elizabeth proudly presents one of her powerful books, explaining that her grimoire of wisdom records any information she has seen or heard at least once. She admits that while she cannot use it as a weapon in the military sense, its pages hold countless state secrets, adding that her sudden absence will cause widespread unrest in the castle. Lucas watches her in silent amazement, staring at the glowing tome with a serious expression. Lucas shifts uncomfortably and asks Elizabeth if she should really be sharing all of this secret information with him. Elizabeth maintains a calm, composed profile as she firmly replies that since she is seeking refuge in the Empire, she fully intends to provide as much assistance as she possibly can. She silently questions why she would ever mind speaking about a grimoire that does not even exist. Elizabeth reflects internally on the massive web of deception she has spun surrounding her magical powers. She notes that the book she displayed is actually the grimoire of Lucifer, which is one of the 7 grimoires and possesses entirely different capabilities beside the ones she just described. She thinks to herself that she fed the exact same lie to her father and the king, while Mireille stands nearby looking out the window, completely unaware that her lady has only ever revealed 4 of her true grimoires to her. In a chilling tone, she advises that he should absolutely not recommend handing her over to the imperial authorities. Lucas looks forward, letting out a confused exclamation as he struggles to comprehend her warning. Our girl quickly changes her demeanor back to a polite tone, offering her sincere thanks to Lord Lucas. She states that she deeply appreciates him letting her stay in his border territory and promises to fully repay her debt to him. Lucas looks back at her with a tensed face and a bead of sweat, trying to steady his nerves as she declares that she is absolutely sure of herself. Elizabeth continues her quiet warning, stating that she can offer more than the Emperor would if he ever decided to hand her over to the authorities. A few days pass by as the scene shifts to the Lebrick Viscounty, where town buildings line the streets. From the window of a traveling carriage, Elizabeth peers out with interest, observing a diverse crowd that includes animal-faced demi-humans and elves walking through the public paths. Elizabeth notes to the ambassador that she has noticed people of many different races living together in this place. Seated across from her inside the carriage, Lucas gestures warmly and explains that the Utyr Empire is highly diverse. Lucas explains from inside the carriage that many nations are under their rule, and they firmly believe in respecting every culture. As the horse-drawn carriage travels down the stone-paved street past the local citizens, he adds that his viscounty is located on the fringes of the empire, noting that there is also a nearby dungeon that is quite popular with adventurers. Looking out the window, Elizabeth sees young townspeople waving cheerfully and calling out to welcome their lord home. Amused by the warm reception, Elizabeth lets out a soft giggle, prompting a completely surprised and confused expression from Lucas. Elizabeth notes that he is quite popular among his people. Looking out toward the town buildings, Lucas explains that he may not look the part, but he treats his people earnestly. The scene then transitions to the interior of the Grand Lebrick residence. Lucas addresses Elizabeth over a freshly prepared tray of tea, asking if he may inquire about her future plans. Our girl lifts her teacup with a calm expression, stating that she has something else to address before delving into those details. Sitting across from him in the living area, Elizabeth directly tells Lord Lucas that she has 2 requests to make. Lucas listens closely from his position on the opposite couch, bidding her to go right ahead. Elizabeth states her first request, explaining that she would like his official approval to conduct business in this city. Looking down thoughtfully, she notes that after all, she will definitely need money if she is to accomplish anything moving forward. Lucas readily grants his permission, noting that he will allow it since he knows she used to manage a major firm. He adds that a promising business will surely strengthen the local economy. Hearing his compliance, Elizabeth politely offers her sincere thanks to the Lord. Our girl presents her second request with a pleasant smile, politely asking if he would kindly lend her 100 gold coins. Lucas stares back with a highly serious, analyzing expression, resting his chin on his fingers as he notes that she is asking for a truly significant sum. Elizabeth acknowledges his reaction, stating calmly that she can entirely understand his hesitation. She prompts him to take a look at a document she is holding out, prompting Luca to ask if that is a magic contract. Lucas gasps in absolute shock from across the room. Elizabeth gestures toward the signed document, outlining the high stakes of their agreement. She explains that the contract explicitly states she must pay back double the money within a single year, adding that if she fails to do so, she shall legally become his slave. Looking toward the page, she notes that he will either receive his money back or gain an incredibly valuable slave. Lucas panics completely at the dangerous proposition, sweating and shouting out to ask if she has completely lost her mind. Elizabeth remains totally unbothered by his outburst, simply questioning what the problem could possibly be. Gesturing confidently toward the space between them, she firmly declares that 1 year is all the time she will ever need to completely cover the table in gold. A clear sound echoes through the street as a hand opens the cloth pouch, revealing a small cluster of shiny round gold coins resting at the very top. Our girl smiles brightly as she holds a heavy cloth sack in both hands. With an optimistic tone, she announces that they have officially secured their starting capital. Standing in the middle of a stone-paved street, Elizabeth remarks that setting up a firm is highly expensive, warning that they must be careful with how they spend their funds. Looking up at her lady, Mireille listens attentively and firmly agrees with the assessment. Mireille points out the next logistical hurdles, explaining that they will need a building because an address is strictly required to register the new firm. Elizabeth listens thoughtfully, turning her profile to acknowledge the point for their budget. Elizabeth adopts a focused expression as she pinches a single coin between her fingers. Looking ahead, she states that they should simply make do with 1 gold coin. The scene transitions to the exterior of a heavily dilapidated, old house overgrown with thick vines and covered by boarded-up windows. Elizabeth and Mireille stand together on the dirt road outside. Mireille voices her concerns, pointing out that the entire house is completely in ruins. Elizabeth attempts to stay optimistic, reasoning with a nervous smile that nobody truly knows yet and suggesting it might look much better once they step inside. She then reaches her hand out toward the front door. The moment the door opens, a heavy thud echoes through the air as thick clouds of dust erupt from inside the dark building. Mireille panics immediately, frantically stating that this is absolutely no place for her lady, but Elizabeth firmly insists that they simply have no choice in the matter. Looking down at the broken building from the stone-paved street, Elizabeth calmly rationalizes their situation. She explains to her maid that they must make heavy compromises if they want to acquire a building and land for the price of just 1 gold coin. Our girl looks around the messy interior, noting that it is still far too dirty and deciding they should start by cleaning the place up. Mireille waves her hands in a panicked frenzy, begging her mistress to allow her to handle the chores instead. Turning her profile away with a calm look, Elizabeth quietly cuts her off by calling out Mireille's name. Elizabeth explicitly instructs Mireille to stop calling her my lady, explaining that because they are fugitives, they must avoid drawing any unnecessary attention until they have successfully restored their power. Mireille looks back in complete shock and confusion, frantically questioning what she should call her mistress instead. Elizabeth places a thoughtful hand against her chin, calmly deciding that she will go by the name Ellie Lays from now on. Sweating nervously, Mireille asks if the name Miss Ellie is fine, to which Elizabeth pleasantly agrees before directly asking if they shall finally begin cleaning up the property. So, from now on we are going to call her Ellie. Looking out toward the heavily boarded windows of the rundown building, Ellie silently marks the dilapidated house as their official new headquarters and the first true step toward achieving her absolute revenge. 3 days pass by as a hand carefully mounts a new wooden sign onto the exterior of the building. Stepping back as the installation is successfully completed, a voice proudly declares that the job is finally done. Mireille hangs the sign securely in place, which proudly reads Trader Commercial Firm in clear lettering. Turning back with a pleasant smile, she looks toward her mistress and asks how it looks to her. Looking up at the building's exterior from the street, Ellie smiles pleasantly and remarks to herself that Trader Commercial Firm has a very nice ring to it. Standing on the stone-paved street, Ellie ponders their business direction after Mireille asks if they will focus on selling cosmetics like before. Our girl clarifies that they will do so someday, but notes that they currently lack the necessary facilities or personnel for such an operation. Mireille stands by the latter and inquires what they will sell instead. Ellie confidently holds up a solid rectangular bar, presenting it with a bright smile as she declares that this item will serve as their very first product. The maid inspects the item closely and notes that it is quite nice, though she points out the market limitation that one can only sell so much soap. Ellie remains completely unfazed, stating calmly that her observation is perfectly fine because this initial venture is merely a stepping stone for their broader plans. The scene shifts to the interior of a quiet chapel within the Church of Ibris, where rows of empty wooden benches lead toward the altar. Ellie approaches a resident priest standing near a stone statue and offers a polite greeting. Placing a hand over her heart with a warm smile, she introduces herself as Ellie, explaining that she is starting a local business and came to pray for its success before politely asking if he minds if she sits down for a moment. The priest welcomes Ellie warmly, telling her to feel free. Suddenly, a child's voice calling out for their father cuts through the quiet chapel, causing Ellie to turn her head in surprise. A cheerful child runs forward with a bright smile, flashing a peace sign while happily announcing that they earned a lot today. Another smiling young boy follows closely behind him, loudly confirming the success. The priest praises the children for doing well, but gently requests that they tell him all about it later since he is currently busy with a visitor. The boys agree enthusiastically as a nun steps forward to guide them away from the altar area. Ellie listens quietly as the priest explains the situation behind the church's finances. He notes that they run an orphanage right next to the church, explaining that while their liege, Lord Lucas, officially sponsors them, the funding hardly covers all of the operational fees. The priest watches the children leave with the nun, explaining that after the orphans somehow found out about the money troubles, they decided to help by pulling weeds around the barracks and performing all kinds of odd jobs. He sighs that he is deeply ashamed to rely on children for support, but Ellie listens with a soft smile and kindly tells him not to be. Ellie smiles warmly at the priest, reassuring him that she is absolutely certain the children know exactly how much he cares for them. Our girl states that the priest's genuine care was clear at first glance. The priest looks up at her with a touched expression, softly replying that those are such kind words. Ellie places her hand gracefully over her chest and asks the priest to please allow her to offer a small contribution to the church. The priest smiles brightly and begins to express his sincere gratitude, but he suddenly freezes in complete shock as a heavy clink echoes through the room. He stares down at his own trembling hands in sheer disbelief, sweating as he realizes he is holding multiple gold coins. Panicking at the sight of the fortune, he exclaims that he cannot possibly accept such a large amount, but Ellie stands firm with her back turned, gently insisting that he keep it. She turns around with a bright, charming smile to ease the priest's worries. She asks what a merchant would ever be without customers, explaining that she sees future customers in these very children, and confidently adds that supporting them is simply a form of long-term investment to her. The priest watches Ellie leave with a deeply grateful expression, offering a soft murmur of thanks to her. Ellie walks gracefully down the empty stone-paved street of the town. As she passes by the timber-framed buildings, a familiar voice suddenly calls out her chosen name from behind. Mireille walks briskly forward along the path, reporting that she has successfully completed the task that was requested of her. Standing near the building, Ellie turns and directly asks how it went, to which Mireille confidently confirms that everything proceeded completely without a hitch. Mireille details her promotional efforts, explaining that she actively approached maids working for noble houses and provided them with the soap bars. She notes that she specifically told them the items were entirely free samples to generate interest. Walking together along the stone street, Ellie delivers her next instructions, stating that the soap will go on sale tomorrow exactly as planned and mandating that they must tightly control their stock instead of selling to just anyone. She adds that they should mark up their product to be slightly more expensive than the competition, prompting a worried look from Mireille as she hesitatingly asks if her lady is absolutely sure about the strategy. Looking toward her maid, she explains that quality soap like this could easily sell at a higher price. She calls out to Mireille, firmly reminding her that this entire venture is simply a stepping stone for their broader plans. Ellie outlines their strategy further, noting that they are actively aiming for brand recognition and building ties with highly influential people. She emphasizes that she wants people to see a bar of soap and immediately think of Trader, declaring with complete resolve that their true payback officially starts tomorrow. Turning around with a vibrant, cheerful smile, she encourages Mireille to come on, excitedly shouting that they are going to make an absolute killing. Inside the building holding the sign for the Trader commercial firm, Mireille presents the latest financial documents to Ellie, announcing that she has brought the earnings for the month. Looking down attentively, Ellie rustles through the paperwork as she prepares to review the firm's progress. Our girl breaks into a confident, knowing smile as she reflects on their commercial journey, noting internally that exactly 3 months have passed since their very first bars of soap hit the market shelves. Ellie notes that skincare products are bound to captivate noble ladies no matter where they go. She remembers how their clever strategy of distributing free samples to local maids succeeded completely in sparking the curiosity and interest of their high society masters, allowing their overall sales to steadily grow. Ellie inquires from her seat about how their latest face lotion, body milk, and shampoo lines are faring. Standing with her back turned to check their inventory shelves, Mireille reports that absolutely everything has sold out completely and they are already fully booked on customer pre-orders, adding that anyone who catches wind of their products immediately bombards the firm with requests. Ellie looks up from her desk and instructs Mireille to carefully survey all potential customers and only accept a chosen handful of them. Ellie reaches forward with another document to show her. Our girl instructs Mireille to share the usual amount of their earnings between the orphanage and their other regular charities. Mireille readily complies, noting that the resident priest will undoubtedly be as grateful for the support as ever. Looking over her records, Ellie voices her profound satisfaction regarding their strategic alliance, noting that she is genuinely glad they formed good relations with the Church of Ibris. Observing that her mistress has been working hard, Ellie pauses and thoughtfully suggests taking a little break. The maid offers to bring a light meal over to ease the burden of the day's tasks. Ellie declines the offer of a light snack, stating that there is no need since she is absolutely starved. Smiling cheerfully, she instead suggests going out for a proper meal together. Seated at a lively local tavern with plates of sausages and side dishes laid out before them, Ellie observes that Trader has successfully built an impressive reputation and become quite famous. She declares that it is finally time for them to take things up a notch. Mireille firmly agrees with the plan to elevate their business, reminding her mistress that they must act as quickly as possible. She emphasizes that the clock is steadily ticking down on the strict financial contract Ellie signed with Lord Lucas. Hearing the reminder, Ellie shifts the conversation toward their commercial opposition, directly asking how their main competitor is currently doing. Mireille reports on the rival company, explaining that the Gazaru commercial firm has not done anything suspicious or conspicuous just yet. Hearing the update, Ellie sits thoughtfully at the table and tells Mireille to keep a very close eye on them. Our girl thoughtfully places a finger near her lips, reasoning that it must irritate the rival firm to watch them simply walk in and steal their wealthiest customers. She reflects that the competition will undoubtedly try to get even, adding that she heavily doubts they are above using dirty tricks to undermine them. Turning fully toward her maid, she commands Mireille to make absolutely sure of a critical precaution. Ellie demands that they ensure the competition never gets their hands on the secret soap recipe. She explicitly stresses to Mireille that this high-quality product is their ultimate lifeline. Mireille reassures her mistress, stating that she is fully aware of the stakes and confirming that the recipe is securely locked away inside the firm's vault, so there is no need to worry. Ellie replies that this is very good to hear, entirely unaware that a nearby person with wavy hair is quietly listening to their entire conversation in total silence. Inside the grand office of the Gazaru commercial firm, a furious uproar shatters the silence as an object is violently smashed against the floor. Gazaru Jackman, the chair of the firm, shakes his clenched fist in absolute rage while loudly cursing the insufferable brats who are disrupting his business. Slamming his hand down onto his desk, Gazaru aggressively vents his frustration, shouting that Trader keeps taking their valuable customers. Watching the intense outburst with a worried look, his standing assistant raises a hand and frantically begs his superior to please calm down. The assistant tries to rationalize the situation, noting that while their own toiletry line is currently underperforming, the firm itself is still going quite strong. He adds that Trader is merely a small company struggling to fulfill its orders and expand, but Gazaru Jackman immediately cuts him off by harshly branding him a total fool. Turning his head away in sheer anger, he barks out that the rival firm is deliberately hand-picking their customers strictly to spite them. The unexpected revelation leaves his assistant standing behind him in complete shock. Gazaru continues his furious explanation, gritting his teeth as he notes that Trader is actively rejecting unruly customers. Gazaru grits his teeth as he reviews their commercial decline, noting with great annoyance that some of their buyers have openly started complaining about the quality of their own soap. He reflects that these customers used to love their product, but now they are aggressively demanding that the firm stock Trader's superior goods instead. He points out that Trader's carefully selected customers are incredibly influential within high society. He warns that if they choose to target Trader directly, the rival firm will easily wield that elite customer base against them. Suddenly, a sharp knocking sound rings out from the office door, cutting through their discussion. The office door opens slightly to reveal a wavy-haired man named Grants, who nervously steps inside and asks to be excused. Gazaru immediately snaps at the interruption, aggressively demanding to know what he wants and questioning if he has simply come to bother him for money again. He barks that Grants has a lot of nerve showing up considering he never contributes anything, while his assistant looks on as Grants frantically tries to explain that he is misunderstood. Standing with his arms tightly crossed, Gazaru looks super irritated as Grant stammers over his words, completely unable to finish his sentence. Losing the last of his patience, Gazaru lets out a ferocious roar and commands him to spit it out, completely terrifying Grants in the process. Grants frantically panics under the immense pressure, desperately shouting out that he has valuable information regarding the Trader commercial firm. Hearing the sudden revelation, Gazaru instantly shifts his demeanor, narrowing his eyes with a cold gaze, to question if that is truly the case. Losing his patience with the standing assistant, Gazaru bluntly orders him to get out of his sight. The assistant quickly complies and promises to leave at once. Left standing in the room, Grants lowers his head with a look of deep worry and hesitantly confesses that he overheard the girls talking. Grants explains that they explicitly said their secret soap recipe is locked away inside their firm's safe. Gazaru absorbs the strategic revelation, narrowing his eyes with a highly serious look to demand if Grants is absolutely sure about this information. He directly asks exactly where Grants managed to hear such a thing. Grants looks back and clarifies that he personally saw the girls from Trader at a downtown restaurant. Grants details the encounter, explaining how both Ellie and Mireille sat right behind his table completely by chance. He notes that while they were whispering their plans, he knows exactly what he heard. Gazaru places a thoughtful hand to his chin, quietly murmuring that he sees what is going on. He calculates the massive potential of the situation, reflecting internally that he could easily sell the exact same high-quality soap himself if he simply managed to seize their secret recipe. A dark, plotting grin begins to spread across his face as a malicious thought takes firm hold of his mind. Gazaru continues plotting in secret, noting to himself that the Trader brand name is starting to carry serious weight in the local market. He schemes that selling his own manufactured version under their established identity would guarantee far greater financial profits, realizing he can easily pretend that he merely bought a batch of their soap to resell it. He calculates his next financial move, realizing that once the name is yours, he could easily mark up the retail price by several times what trader currently charges. Suddenly, he turns his focus back to the room and loudly calls out Grantz's name, causing the wavy-haired man to let out a startled flinch and frantically respond. With a firm, authoritative tone, Gazaru commands Grantz to forget absolutely everything he just heard regarding the rival firm. As he delivers the instruction, he tosses a jingling pouch of coins across the room, leaving Grantz staring down at the money in complete dismay while questioning the sudden order to stay quiet. Gazaru narrows his eyes into a fierce, intimidating glare, aggressively demanding to know if he has not made himself perfectly clear. Terrified by the intense pressure, Grantz quickly shouts out his compliance before the heavy office door is violently slammed shut behind him. Alone at last, a sinister chuckle escapes Gazaru's lips as his malicious plan falls perfectly into place. Standing alone in the center of his lavish office, he throws his arms out wide and lets out a roar of laughter. Gazaru Jackman a malicious, calculating smirk as he vows to make those insufferable brats wait and see, confidently declaring to himself that he will show them exactly how grown-ups do business. 2 full months pass by in the territory. Adjusting the elegant cravat around her neck, Ellie looks forward into a mirror with a confident expression, quietly murmuring to herself that everything is absolutely perfect. As Ellie enters the main room, Mireille greets her warmly with a cheerful good morning, adding that she is nearly finished preparing their breakfast. Ellie accepts the pleasant update, offering a polite word of thanks. Suddenly, a soft bird call draws Mireille's attention toward the nearby open window. Mireille gently receives a small messenger bird at the window, noting immediately that she has obtained this month's official report directly from the capital. Looking over with focused interest, Ellie directly asks what piece of news the report contains. Mireille delivers the detailed text from the capital, explaining that Lady Sylvia Lockett has officially become His Highness Prince Fried's new fiancée. She nearly utters a harsh insult about the woman before catching her words, while a vibrant image of the smiling prince holding Sylvia close amidst a backdrop of lilies highlights the distant situation. She lets out a sudden gasp of shock as she scans the contents of the newly arrived report. Ellie watches her from across the room and calls out her name, sensing the sudden tension. Clenching the document tightly in her hands, Mireille looks toward her mistress with a deeply troubled expression, struggling to find the words to deliver the rest of the news. She directly reveals the devastating truth from the capital, explaining that Ellie has officially been declared an enemy of the kingdom and is actively wanted for high treason. Narrowing her eyes with a cold, analytical gaze, Ellie quietly observes that this development sounds exactly like the doing of her father, Duke Leyston. Ellie calmly processes the betrayal, noting that her father is throwing her to the wolves by affirming Prince Fried's false claims strictly so he can protect his own position and the royal family's prestige. Hearing this ruthless strategy, Mireille panics completely in the background, shouting out in absolute disbelief that a father could be willing to completely discard his own daughter. Looking away with a serious profile, Ellie reflects deeply on her father's true nature, recognizing that Duke Leyston has only ever been concerned about the state of the kingdom and the royal family. She realizes that her sudden disappearance from the prison cell merely pushed him to defend the prince's honor entirely at her own expense. Mireille reacts with deep disgust, denouncing Duke Leyston as a total monster for abandoning his family. Ellie calmly responds that she is incredibly angry as well, but for the time being, she focuses on the task at hand. Taking the written report into her own hands, she moves decisively to deal with the document. Ellie raises her hand and uses her magic to set the treason document ablaze, calmly stating that she is far too busy to let this setback bother her. As the paperwork crumbles into a bright fire, Ellie declares that her grand revenge is already well underway. She reflects coldly that the flames of her fury will completely devour her enemies in due time. Ellie turns away from the fire, noting with chilling finality that she will not stop until nothing but ashes remain of the kingdom. Watching her mistress deliver the severe warning with absolute resolve, Mireille looks on with a deeply worried expression, softly whispering Ellie's name. The intense atmosphere is suddenly shattered as a loud, aggressive banging echoes from the entrance. Ellie looks up from the main table in surprise, questioning who could possibly be visiting them this early in the morning. Mireille quickly volunteers to answer the door and steps forward to open it. However, the moment she looks out, her face turns pale with shock, frantically yelling out a command to wait as a sudden wave of panic takes hold. Ignoring Mirei's desperate warning, a group of armed guards forcefully burst straight through the entrance with heavy thuds. They stride aggressively into the room, surrounding Ellie and Mirei within their own headquarters. Mirei reacts furiously to the sudden intrusion, shouting out to ask what they think they are doing. A stern-faced official wearing glasses commands her not to move. The glasses-wearing official steps forward to face her target directly, looking straight at Ellie and coldly addressing her as Ellie Lays, chair of the trader commercial firm. With absolute authority, she firmly announces that Ellie is officially under arrest, prompting a fierce, unwavering glare from the young noble lady. Faced with the sudden declaration of arrest, Ellie calmly addresses the intruders, stating that such an action is completely impossible since she does not even know who they are. The glasses-wearing official adjusts her position, asking for forgiveness and noting that she should have introduced herself first. She formally announces that her name is Arte Hilgerty, and she serves as an investigator for the Merchants Guild's legal department. Arte delivers the serious accusation, stating that they heavily suspect the trader commercial firm of manufacturing and selling toxic soap. Hearing the specific charge, Ellie narrows her eyes in disbelief, quietly repeating the words toxic soap back to herself. Arte explains the reasoning behind the investigation, noting that many buyers have officially reported suffering from severe skin burns and painful inflammation shortly after using traders' products. Adjusting her glasses with a gloved hand, Arte delivers her final command, declaring that Ellie and her partner, Mirei Katerina, must immediately accompany them to the guild headquarters for formal questioning. Closing her eyes with a calm expression, Ellie concedes to the investigation, stating that although her firm has done absolutely nothing wrong, they will fully cooperate. The scene shifts to the Merchants Guild HQ. Reviewing the provided documentation, Arte notes that traders' soap-making process does not appear to be toxic or dangerous. Ellie stands nearby, listening to the investigator's assessment with a calm, confident smile. Sitting across the table, Ellie calmly defends her business, pointing out that none of their customers have ever complained about adverse reactions. She firmly adds that she does not recall ever selling anything to the victims in question. Arte looks down at her paperwork with a serious expression, officially declaring that everything checks out and trader is in the clear. However, she wonders aloud where the dangerous soap actually came from, prompting Ellie to politely interrupt and ask if she may make a suggestion. With a cheerful smile and a raised finger, Ellie asks if she could personally examine the toxic soap in question. She explains to the surprised guard standing nearby that she is the original creator of Trader's recipe, making her uniquely qualified to inspect it. Ellie suggests she might indeed figure something out upon seeing it. Arte considers the suggestion, muttering that it stands to reason. Turning slightly, the investigator commands her accompanying guards to bring the soap forward. An armed guard steps up and extends his arm across the table, announcing that here it is. Ellie looks toward the offering. The object is revealed to be a rectangular bar of soap resting inside a piece of paper, stamped with a distinctive crest. Extending her hands to take it, Ellie requests to let her see it as she prepares for a close inspection. Our girl holds the product up to the light, critically observing that the execution is unrefined, but the overall color and appearance match their own. Her gaze turns intensely sharp as a sudden, suspicious thought crosses her mind, leaving her to silently question what this could possibly mean. Looking forward with an intense expression, Ellie presents the bar and shares her working theory, stating that the person who manufactured this product must have stolen a part of their secret recipe. Sweating slightly, Arte looks back in surprise and asks what she means by that. Ellie calmly explains that their soap recipe is so incredibly important that they deliberately separated it into two distinct halves, noting that they keep the first half locked away inside a safe. She holds up a piece of paper, noting that the crucial second half is always kept directly on her person. Ellie explains that using only the first half of the formula results in a toxic product, and one must perform the detailed steps in the second half for it to be completely safe. Arte listens closely, quickly connecting the dots based on this explanation. Seated across the desk from Ellie, Arte concludes that the true culprit must have stolen the formula without realizing it was incomplete, and then proceeded to sell the resulting toxic soap. Ellie remains calm on her side of the table, confirming that this is most likely what occurred. Ellie raises a finger to offer a practical piece of advice, suggesting that the investigator question the victims directly to find the culprits. She adds that the mysterious seller simply disguised themselves as traitor to pull off the scheme, while Arte and her accompanying guard take in her strategic suggestion. Arte states that while the case officially remains open, they have successfully proved Ellie's innocence, adding that traitor appears to be another victim in this plot. She bows down deeply before the desk, offering a sincere apology for putting Ellie through such a stressful ordeal. Ellie gently reassures the investigator by stating that she was only doing her job. Looking forward with clear conviction, she firmly notes that the true culprit behind this entire plot is the one who should apologize, not her. Arte expresses her gratitude to Ellie for her understanding, promising that she will contact them immediately if any new details come to light regarding the case. Ellie responds with a polite smile, stating that she truly appreciates the investigator's thoroughness. Inside the grand building of the Gazaru commercial firm, an enraged shout echoes through the walls. Gazaru stares down at an official document. Sweating heavily, he aggressively demands to know the meaning behind these ridiculous charges, panicking as he realizes that they had copied Trader's recipe word for word. He is left staring in utter disbelief, wondering frantically if they had unknowingly used a fake recipe. He grips his head in sheer panic, recognizing that the situation is incredibly bad. He realizes with horror that if the guild decides to question their customers, they will instantly figure everything out. Suddenly, a firm voice calls out from the doorway to interrupt his frantic thoughts. Arte stands tall in the doorway alongside an armored guard, adjusting her glasses as she introduces them as members of the legal department of the Merchants Guild. Looking directly at the startled businessman, she demands validation by asking if he is indeed Gazaru, the chair of the Gazaru commercial firm. Faced with the guild investigator, Gazaru begins to sweat heavily as Arte delivers her sharp terms. She stares at him with a cold, piercing gaze, declaring that she has serious questions regarding the toxic soap incidents and holds reasons to believe he may be directly involved in a burglary. At the Merchant Guild HQ, Arte leads the investigation forward, strictly requesting that the parties follow her. Sometime later, she speaks directly to Ellie, apologizing sincerely for taking up her time once again. Our girl notes how remarkably fast they managed to track down the true culprit. Arte explains that he did not even attempt to conceal his trail, which made their overall job very simple. Ellie places a thoughtful hand against her chin, reflecting on the sheer boldness of the plot and noting with surprise that the man was quite audacious. The true perpetrator is explicitly revealed as Gazaru Jackman. Arte recounts how the cornered businessman quickly crumbled under the guild's pressure, confessing fully that he had ordered his own subordinates to break in and steal the secret soap recipe. Standing on the grand stairs of the headquarters, Arte outlines the legal consequences, stating firmly that they will officially expel him from the Merchants Guild. Placing a gloved hand over her chest, she notes with regret that the guild lacks the authority to rule over civil cases, advising Ellie that since he has dragged Trader's name through the mud, she should take the matter to the Church of Ibris if she wishes to seek proper reparations. Ellie smiles gently and raises a finger to her face, assuring the guild investigator that she is fully aware of the situation and asks her to please not worry about it. Approaching a set of sturdy iron bars, Ellie greets the man locked inside, introducing herself as Ellie Lays from Trader and noting that it is a pleasure to finally make his acquaintance. Sitting behind the bars, a grim and serious Gazaru stares back at her coldly. Ellie gets straight to the point, calmly declaring that she is here to request reparation for the harm done to her firm. Standing behind the cell gate, Gazaru smirks slightly, admitting that while he was wrong, his compliance ends there. Gazaru narrows his eyes into a sharp, defiant glare and delivers a cold refusal, stating firmly that he will not give her a single thing. Turning his back to the cell gate, Gazaru lets out a mocking laugh, challenging Ellie that if she wants money, she will have to drag him to trial. He confidently adds that he highly doubts the church will even bother with her petty accusations. Unfazed by his arrogance, a knowing smile spreads across Ellie's face as she softly muses to herself that she wonders if that is truly the case. Alongside a smiling Ellie, a highly prominent figure steps directly into view, wearing holy vestments and a distinct cross necklace. Gazaru sweats heavily and stammers in absolute shock, immediately recognizing the man as Bishop Luis. Gazaru grips the cell bars in utter disbelief, loudly questioning how a mere brat like Ellie could possibly have managed to bring someone of such high status to his cell. Bishop Luis immediately cuts him off with a cold, stern tone, commanding the locked-away merchant to watch his words and directly addressing him as a sinner. The holy man declares firmly that Miss Ellie is a deeply devout believer, announcing that God will absolutely not suffer to have her honor or name tarnished by anyone. Extending an authoritative hand forward, Bishop Luis focuses his cold gaze directly on the prisoner, calling out Gazaru by his full name. In a booming, definitive tone, the bishop commands him to atone for his wicked actions in the name of God. Standing behind the cell gates, Ellie steps forward with a knowing smile, calmly noting that the Inquisitor's official approval now entitles her to claim all of his assets. Standing with her hands folded politely before her, our girl delivers the crushing final terms of her reparation. Looking directly at the panicked merchant, she calmly declares that she shall ask for his entire personal fortune as well as his firm, explicitly clarifying that this takeover includes all operating rights, employees, buildings, and raw materials. Ellie calmly notes that seizing everything he owns should perfectly remedy all the commercial damage done to Trader. She looks down toward the cell and delivers her final, crushing judgment, stating softly that she is afraid his luck has completely run out. As they stand near the grand staircase at the Merchants Guild headquarters, Guild investigator Arte addresses Ellie by her chosen name, offering another formal apology for the trouble. Ellie turns with a calm, pleasant expression and tells Arte not to worry about it, reassuring the investigator that none of this situation was her fault. Arte looks on with a serious expression and states that there is one final piece of information to share. She explains to Ellie that it looks like someone else actively pushed Gazaru Jackman to steal from her company, a revelation that catches Ellie completely by surprise. Arte reveals that the legal department believes Gazaru's accountant, Grants Carlton, is the true mastermind behind the corporate sabotage. She reluctantly notes that the guild's hands are completely tied because they currently lack any concrete proof to charge him. Ellie places a thoughtful finger to her chin, absorbing the update and quietly murmuring that she sees what is going on. Ellie calculates the broader legal situation, realizing that because Gazaru's firm was recently merged with hers, Grants has now officially become her own employee. Humming softly to herself in front of Arte, Ellie wonders what she should do with him next. Our girl looks toward the guild investigator and requests to have the accountant left entirely to her. Arte agrees to the arrangement, only asking that Ellie remain careful as she deals with him. Upon returning to the firm's headquarters, Mireille Katerina warmly welcomes her mistress back. Ellie checks to see if a certain person has arrived, and Mireille confirms that she has already called for him, telling Ellie that he may enter the room. Grants enters the office looking deeply anxious and tries to speak, but Ellie instantly cuts him off. Adopting a cold, uncompromising stance, she demands that they skip the pleasantries, stating that he must already know exactly what she is about to say to him. The intense atmosphere causes Grants to swallow hard as he nervously stammers out a weak confirmation. Looking at him with a sharp gaze, Ellie speaks his name directly to command his full attention. Instead of delivering a harsh punishment, Ellie surprises the trembling accountant by handing him a heavy pouch of money. She smiles calmly and tells Grants that this is the official reward for his magnificent work. Fulfilling her side of their agreement, our girl announces that Grants shall officially become an executive at Trader. As Grant stammers in complete shock, she calmly adds that she will inform the Merchants Guild that she has forgiven him because he showed genuine remorse. Grants bows deeply as a wave of immense gratitude washes over him, offering his sincere thanks to his new employer. Ellie recalls about the previous and thinks that Grants was the exact person Ellie had instructed Mireille to contact in order to secure a highly worthwhile deal. Ellie calculates the steps of her operation, reflecting on how she discovered Gazaru's dodgy business methods after initiating an investigation into his firm. Realizing that only serious charges would actually get the rival chair convicted, she had subtly used Grants to encourage Gazaru to steal the incomplete recipe, walking him directly into her trap. Grants nervously tries to get her attention, but Ellie looks back with a sharp profile and firmly states that she did not forget their arrangements. Ellie notes that there is still another vital promise she must fulfill. The scene transitions to the interior of a quiet room, where a young woman with her hair tied up sits with her hands clasped tightly together, desperately praying to God. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere is shattered as a door is violently slammed open, catching the praying girl completely off guard. Grant steps hurriedly through the open doorway and breathlessly announces his return. The frantic young woman immediately demands to know where he has been all this time, asking how he could possibly leave when Lunoa is currently in such a terrible state. Before the confrontation can escalate, Ellie calmly steps up behind him and politely requests to enter the room. Ellie gracefully introduces herself to the family as the chair of the trader commercial firm, gently adding that she has already heard all about their daughter. She reassures the shocked mother to please stay calm, explaining that Grants was actively doing his absolute best for the sake of their daughter. As they gather closely around the small bed inside the room, Ellie looks down at the family's situation with a somber expression. Gazing at the quiet scene, she softly notes to herself what a poor child she is. Lunoa lies completely still beneath the heavy blankets. She explains the tragic accident that has befallen the family, noting that a passing carriage violently hit their dear Lunoa. Grants looks on with a deeply sorrowful expression, detailing their desperate financial struggle to Ellie. He reveals that absolutely all of their family's savings went into purchasing expensive potions, but sadly admits that her condition simply will not improve unless they can find a way to use powerful healing magic. Ellie opens her grimoire and tells Grants to calm down, reassuring him that his daughter will make a full recovery with some of her magic. As she reaches for the book, Grants looks over at her in utter astonishment and asks what it is, prompting her to simply reply that it is a special item. Our girl smiles brightly at Grants, telling him that it is a magic item that will strengthen her spell. While she flips the pages of her book, her inner thoughts reveal that this explanation is actually a lie, noting to herself that she simply cannot tell him about her divine artifact. Holding the open book as a bright light begins to emanate from its pages, Ellie focuses her mind on the spell. She reflects internally that the grimoire of Beelzebub has the unique power to mimic spells, noting how fortunately she had recorded the most effective healing spell of the kingdom's archbishop so that she can now cast it herself. Ellie invokes the powerful healing magic directly over the bedside, causing a gentle, shimmering glow to envelop the injured child. Suddenly, Lunoa stirs slightly and softly opens her eyes to call out for her father, prompting Grants and his wife to cry out in absolute joy and relief at their daughter's miraculous recovery. Ellie gently advises them that healing magic takes a toll on the patient's body, kindly requesting that they make sure to feed her plenty of nutritious dishes. Grants asks how they can possibly thank her for saving their daughter, but Ellie laughs softly and explains that she has merely honored their official agreement. Placing a playful finger to her lips, she pleasantly requests that they keep the true nature of her magical abilities a strict secret between them. Our girl explains to the family that she cannot cast that powerful healing spell very often. Deeply moved by her incredible help, Grants immediately promises that they will do anything she needs in return, while his wife stands closely beside him with a highly grateful look. The family eagerly declares that they will not breathe a single word about her abilities. Ellie smiles softly and replies that everything is all right. As the whole Gazaru affair officially comes to a close, Ellie reflects internally on her growing empire, noting that she now possesses a large company complete with established trade routes, a vast customer base, and highly loyal employees. Reflecting on her immense business success, Ellie feels a surge of ultimate confidence. She realizes that she now has everything she needs to expand her commercial business in one magnificent go. 1 month later, inside a lavishly decorated room, Lucas holds a hand to his forehead with an expression of pure disbelief. Looking overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events, he wonders aloud who could have ever predicted what would happen over the course of just 6 months. Lucas stares down at the table, completely astounded that 6 months would be more than enough time for Ellie to turn a mere 100 coins into a massive, towering pile of solid gold. Standing gracefully beside him, Ellie smiles with absolute satisfaction as she delivers on the strict financial contract she originally signed. Looking at the massive fortune piled up on the table, Ellie reminds Lord Lucas about her initial promise to make helping her highly worth his while. Lord Lucas begins to address her as Lady Elizabeth, but quickly catches himself and corrects his wording to call her Miss Ellie instead. Impressed by her incredible business acumen, Lord Lucas declares that he hereby officially allows her to wander the empire exactly as she sees fit, explicitly extending this special freedom to include the capital city. Hearing the proclamation, Ellie places a finger to her lip in mild surprise. Our girl asks if he is absolutely certain about making such a bold decision. Lucas explains that since he already knows she is actively wanted for high treason, he strongly doubts that any of this situation is a ploy, leading him to fully trust her. Ellie breaks into a cheerful smile and politely offers her sincere thanks to Lucas for placing his trust in her. Lucas turns away slightly with his arms crossed, looking flustered as he trails off his sentence by starting to say that she is just something. This unexpected reaction leaves Ellie looking back toward him with a completely puzzled expression. Lucas looks down at the gold coins and changes his mind, deciding it is better to leave the thought alone. Sometime later at the firm's headquarters, Ellie sits diligently at her desk sorting through tall stacks of paperwork while Mireille Katerina prepares tea by the window. Ellie passes a heavy pouch over to her maid, prompting Mireille to check if the funds are meant for the church, to which Ellie readily confirms. Our girl continues reflecting to herself that keeping the Church of Ibris on her side will be highly beneficial in the long run. She feels confident that they will protect her, granted she does not commit a sin. Her thoughts are suddenly broken by a sharp knock at the door, prompting her to look up and call out for the visitor to come in. A young girl steps into the private study and announces her arrival, explaining that she has brought the requested documents regarding the capital. Standing at her desk with Mireille nearby, Ellie smiles warmly and directly tells Lunoa that her effort is highly appreciated. Looking over the incoming paperwork, Ellie praises Lunoa by noting that she has certainly settled into her new apprenticeship very quickly. Lunoa looks back completely overwhelmed with wide, panicked eyes, flusteredly waving her hands as she claims there is no way that is true since she still has so much left to learn. Lunoa shifts to a deeply emotional look, declaring to Ellie that it's just she saved her life and that she simply wants to do her absolute best in return. Admiring her sincere dedication, Ellie responds that she is highly reliable, prompting a joyful thank you from Lunoa as she prepares to take her leave. The moment the door firmly shuts behind the departing assistant, Ellie turns toward her maid and speaks Mireille's name to give her a silent cue. Instantly understanding the command, Mireille moves over to tightly close the room's main door to ensure absolute privacy. Left undisturbed, Ellie extends her gloved hand as a bright, glowing essence manifests above her palm, silently reflecting on the power of her divine artifact. Ellie raises her divine artifact and explicitly calls forth the grimoire of Belphegor. Looking down at the open pages with absolute focus, a faint mystical light begins to dance around her. She reflects on her magical arsenal, noting internally that the grimoire of Belphegor is another one of her grimoires, which specifically records the various contracts she has made with otherworldly entities and allows her to use their distinct powers at a cost. She begins her incantation, calling upon the great spirits to let their wings guide them through the distant azure sky. Pinching a single metal piece between her fingers, Ellie addresses the messengers of the god of wind and travel, offering a silver coin in strict accordance with their contract. She commands them to heed her call and officially executes the summon as a bright flash of light erupts across the room. The magical light fades to reveal multiple small, white saint birds gathering peacefully around her hands and shoulders. Looking at her newly summoned messengers with a calm smile, Ellie tells them that she is counting on them to successfully deliver her messages. As the small birds flap their wings and fly out through the window, Ellie turns back toward her desk and explains her broader strategy to Mireille. She notes that she will absolutely need the vital support of her former business partners once she arrives in the capital, confidently adding that because they have always been exemplary, she is certain they will join her side quickly. Mireille looks on attentively, pondering the true weight of her mistress's words. Ellie smiles with a look of quiet intensity. She notes to herself that they have finally received Lucas's official permission to travel, and questions whether they shouldn't make the absolute most of this perfect opportunity. Looking out over her workspace, Ellie plots her next move. She declares that the very minute everything is completely ready, they will be off straight for the capital. 6 full months pass by in the territory. The scene transitions to the office, where a heavy wooden door is pushed slightly ajar as a polite voice calls out from the entrance to ask for permission to enter. Grants Carlton steps into the room, asking if Miss Ellie called for him. Standing by her desk, Ellie welcomes him warmly, explaining that she has a very big announcement to make and explicitly wants him to be the first person to know about it. Our girl breaks into a confident smile, noting how Trader has grown tremendously over the past 6 months. She formally announces that she has decided to expand their business and start another official branch right in the imperial capital, prompting a deeply excited and joyful reaction from Grants. Addressing her newly appointed executive, Ellie explicitly announces that she has chosen Grants to replace her as the chair of the firm while she is away. The unexpected news leaves Grants pointing at himself in absolute shock, stammering in complete disbelief. Ellie places her hands confidently on Grants's shoulders, reassuring him that he is more than capable enough to serve as her proxy. Looking directly at the startled accountant, she directly asks if he is up for the task. Grant eagerly accepts the immense responsibility with a loud exclamation of agreement from within the room. Outside, a large wooden carriage will rests on the dirt path as Ellie notes that the elite social season will be starting very soon. Seated comfortably inside the moving carriage, Ellie speaks gently to her young apprentice, Lunoa. She notes that while Lunoa is still far too young to officially enter high society, she is certain that the girl will gain incredibly great experience at the capital, which serves as the true heart of the empire. She encourages her apprentice to focus entirely on learning, prompting an enthusiastic response from a smiling Lunoa. Suddenly, the carriage intensely rattles and jolts along the road, catching both of them completely off guard as they shout out in surprise. As the carriage moves down the road, Ellie instructs Mireille to tread carefully. Mireille calmly responds that she is fully aware of the situation. Inside the carriage, a curious Lunoa turns to her mistress and asks why she told Mireille to be careful, prompting Ellie to begin explaining her reasoning. Suddenly, a loud whoosh shatters the air as an arrow flies through the carriage window, landing with a heavy thud right into the wooden frame next to Lunoa. Lunoa panics instantly, screaming out in utter terror as the projectile narrowly misses her head, while Ellie watches the unfolding ambush. Maintaining absolute composure, Ellie continues her explanation, noting that soldiers never patrol these overgrown roads properly. Ellie concludes by saying the circumstance allows brigands to take over and do exactly as they wish. A scarred, bald bandit steps out from the woods with a mocking smirk, drawing his sword and telling the travelers that they live very dangerously. The bandits surround the carriage on the dirt road, mockingly asking the girls if they completely forgot to bring an escort for their journey. Sensing the immediate threat, Ellie looks toward her maid and firmly commands Mireille to protect Lunoa, to which Mireille immediately acknowledges. The bald brigand lets out a mocking laugh, asking if the young lady is honestly planning to fight all of them completely on her own. Stepping down firmly from the wooden carriage, Ellie maintains a serious look as she grips her sword and calmly declares that she absolutely is. The bald bandit laughs loudly at her courage, confidently declaring to his crew that they will take good care of her. In response to the threat, Ellie calmly narrows her eyes and raises her hand, dismissively stating that there is absolutely no need for that. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts without warning, sending multiple bandits flying through the air with agonizing screams as they cough up blood. The bald leader panics in sheer disbelief, realizing that she used silent casting and must be a high-level mage, desperately yelling at his remaining men to surround her at once. As the frantic bandits shout to prevent her from using any more magic, Ellie stands perfectly unfazed. Looking ahead with a sharp, piercing gaze, she coldly remarks that she does not even need to rely on magic to deal with their kind. In a flash of incredible speed, Ellie draws her blade and unleashes a swift, blinding slash that cuts down the attackers. The remaining bandits are left completely stunned and disoriented by her martial prowess, letting out gasps of utter confusion as they fall. Terrified by her overwhelming power, the defeated leader collapses to the ground in total panic, frantically begging her to wait and loudly declaring his surrender. Ellie looks down at the trembling man with a cold, unimpressed expression, quietly questioning his sudden change of heart. The defeated bandit leader tries to justify his actions, crying out that he is actually just a simple farmer who had no choice. He states that he simply could not afford to live with all of the crushing taxes, but Ellie listens with a cold expression, calmly murmuring that she sees what he is trying to do. Before the man can say another word, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air as Ellie swings her blade with blinding speed. The bandit lets out a startled gasp of confusion as Ellie firmly states that she does not want to hear any of his excuses. Standing tall with her sword drawn, our girl looks down at the field with absolute authority. She declares that nothing the brigand says will ever change the fact that he is a criminal, noting coldly that as a merchant, she simply cannot go around forgiving bandits. Ellie turns back toward the carriage and announces to the group that the ordeal is over, kindly asking Lunoa if she is hurt. Mireille stands close by as a trembling Lunoa replies that she is fine, though she nervously stammers to ask if Ellie actually killed the attackers. Hearing the heavy question, Lunoa lets out a sharp jolt of fear. Our girl reasons that brigands are just like goblins and orcs because they choose to use raw force to steal the fruit of merchants' hard labor, and sometimes even take their lives. Ellie continues to explain her harsh reality to her young apprentice, warning Lunoa that others will inevitably suffer the fallout if she chooses to let criminals go out of pity. Mirai Katarina stands quietly in the background as Ellie delivers the final, cold lesson that one must always kill a brigand when given the chance, leaving Lunoa looking down in troubled silence. Walking back toward their transport along the dirt path, Ellie promises Lunoa that she will teach her how to fight very soon, emphasizing that she must become strong enough to protect herself. Lunoa looks up nervously and offers a hesitant word of agreement. As they resume their journey inside the carriage, Mirai suddenly calls out to her mistress, asking her to please take a quick look outside. The driver reports that a woman on the road is trying to hitch a ride and asks how they should proceed, prompting a focused Ellie to immediately command that they stop the carriage. Standing at the edge of the overgrown forest, a cheerful young nun waves her arm toward the travelers to catch their attention. Looking at the stranded traveler from within the vehicle, Ellie reasons that they simply cannot ignore a member of the clergy. Inside the moving carriage, the young nun lets out a cheerful sigh of relief and proclaims that the group are absolute lifesavers, admitting that she was starting to think she would have to walk all the way to the capital. Ellie responds with a polite smile, reassuring the stranded traveler that it is their absolute pleasure to help since they are already heading the exact same way. Lunoa listens closely as Ellie asks the traveler if she is a walking sister. The cheerful nun happily confirms that she is indeed something along those lines, leaving a curious Lunoa to softly repeat the unfamiliar term back to herself in wonder. Ellie turns to her young apprentice to explain the concept, clarifying that walking sisters and priests consistently travel the land on foot. She teaches Lunoa that these dedicated individuals specifically visit remote villages to cure sick people with their healing magic. These isolated villages always welcome them with open arms. Because proper doctors and professional apothecaries are rarely present in such distant areas, the people rely heavily on the arriving healers. The young nun smiles brightly and confirms the description, explaining that she has already traveled through a large number of nearby villages and decided it was finally time to move to a different area. Hearing about her selfless journey, Ellie openly declares that she truly admires the walking sisters' deep devotion. The young nun cheerfully waves her hand, declaring that traveling the land is simply what she does and insists there is absolutely no need to be so formal, inviting them to just call her Tita. Ellie smiles warmly and agrees to take her up on that casual offer. As the carriage continues along its path, Lunoa turns her focus back to her mistress and calls out her name. Looking with a deeply curious and slightly anxious expression, Lunoa directly asks Ellie how she managed to know beforehand that brigands would attack them on this road. The carriage moves steadily forward past the overgrown trees lining the route. Ellie begins her explanation by pointing out that the roads in this region are in an incredibly poor state. Lunoa prompts her to continue, asking what else happens as a result, leading Ellie to explain that maintaining the roads is absolutely crucial for any territory. Ellie notes that he understands this reality perfectly, praising him as a great ruler whose territory features flawless roads. On the other hand, as Ellie and Lunoa look out from the vehicle, Ellie coldly states that the lord governing this specific territory is a complete fool. Ellie breaks down the foundational rules of commerce, explaining that good roads naturally bring in trade, and trade inevitably creates a stable economy. She notes that improving a territory's economy directly increases its overall appeal, allowing a ruler to collect far more taxes when traveling adventurers and visiting merchants arrive, which ultimately creates a virtuous cycle. Listening carefully to the economic lesson, Lunoa pieces the information together and observes that this must be why devoting resources to protecting and maintaining the roads is so incredibly important. Ellie looks back at her young apprentice with an approving glance and firmly confirms that she is exactly right. Turning the discussion into a lesson, Ellie challenges Lunoa by asking if she can guess what happens to the economy when the roads fall into complete disarray. Lunoa places a thoughtful hand to her chin, nervously reasoning that goods would not flow very well, which would mean that remote and rural areas ultimately cannot get what they need. Ellie readily agrees with her assessment. Pushing her apprentice to dig deeper, Ellie prompts her to consider what else might happen as a result. Tita cheerfully cuts in with a bright smile, encouraging the young girl to try to think of the exact same situation the other way around, which leaves a startled Lunoa stammering in confusion as she tries to process the advice. Ellie maintains a knowing smile as Tita says that if farmers would heavily struggle to ship their various products directly to major cities, making the entire transport process far more pricey. The realization instantly strikes Luana, whose eyes widen in surprise as she lets out an enlightened gasp. Lunoa excitedly expands on her breakthrough, realizing that when transport costs rise, basic essentials like food, medicine, and other family needs ultimately become much more pricier for absolutely everyone. Tita matches her sudden excitement, loudly and happily confirming that she has hit the nail right on the head. Tita points a finger to her face and adds that when people must use most of their savings on daily needs, they naturally tighten their purse strings, causing the economy to take a major hit. Ellie looks out over the passing scenery and remarks that rural populations also suffer heavily from inflation. Lunoa sits quietly beside her mistress, absorbing the dark reality of the regional economy. The systematic decay is highlighted by an image of the desperate attackers, as the economic strain forces those who cannot make ends meet anymore to become brigands. This dangerous environment forces merchants to hire expensive escorts to avoid attacks, which also drives up prices and creates a vicious cycle. Our girl looks over at Tita and observes that she is quite knowledgeable about the economy for a sister. Tita laughs softly and waves her hand, noting that she cannot possibly compare herself to a professional merchant, prompting a thoughtful Lunoa to ask why the lord of this territory does not maintain the roads. Sighing deeply at the sheer incompetence of the local leadership, Ellie reiterates that he is simply a fool. She adds that he is probably skimping on basic maintenance costs just to save money, completely blind to the long-term devastation it causes his land. Reflecting deeply on the entire situation, Ellie observes with a serious profile that, as always, the masses must pay the ultimate price for their ruler's sheer stupidity. As the carriage continues forward, Mireille suddenly speaks up and calls out to Miss Ellie. Ellie looks surprised, muttering that it is a case of speaking of the devil, while Lunoa and Tita look on with sudden confusion. Looking out into the overgrown forest, Ellie lets out a sigh, remarking that she has half a mind to throw the criminals right on their lord's doorstep. In the woods, a couple of armed bandits stand closely together, holding their weapons firmly. Turning back inside the carriage, Ellie firmly commands Mireille to protect Lunoa and Tita. Hearing the sudden directive, Tita waves her hands and objects, assuring Ellie that there is absolutely no need for that and insisting that she will tag along instead. Ellie looks back in surprise, letting out a startled exclamation as Tita confidently declares that she can handle herself. Seeing the sister's absolute confidence, Ellie yields with a calm look and quietly agrees. Stepping down from the wooden carriage, Ellie addresses her new companion and directly asks if she can leave half of the approaching enemies to her. Tita walks forward beside her with absolute confidence, cheerfully declaring that it is a sure thing as a group of armed bandits emerges from the thick brush along the dirt road. Our girl reflects quietly to herself that dealing with the situation is a bit of a pain since she simply cannot go around killing people directly in front of a sister of the church. Moving with blinding speed, she unleashes a swift dash that catches a nearby bandit completely off guard, delivering a heavy strike. In a flash of physical prowess, Ellie slams her elbow straight into the attacker's chest, forcing him to spit out saliva as he completely collapses to the grass. Watching him drop, Ellie felt that a simple knockout should perfectly suffice for her current purposes. However, her calm thoughts instantly freeze when a sudden, aggressive shout to "Die, you trash," completely shatters the air from behind. Tita swings her heavy staff high into the air with a fierce battle cry, fiercely shouting that she is bestowing divine punishment upon the criminals. With incredible momentum, she brings her weapon straight down to deliver an aggressive bash right onto an attacker's head. Tita continues her onslaught with wild energy, shouting that her actions are strictly by the will of God as she aggressively commands the bandits to take her brutal strikes. Watching the nun smash and crack her way through the remaining enemies with terrifying force, Ellie stands completely frozen in the background, sweating slightly as she watches the unexpected display of violence in absolute disbelief. After delivering a final shout for the attackers to feel God's wrath, the last bandit lets out an agonizing scream and falls completely unconscious in the tall grass. Tita wipes the sweat from her brow with a happy sigh, cheerfully exclaiming that she is entirely done with her half of the fight. Ellie looks over and praises Tita for a job well done. However, upon inspecting the defeated men, the young nun gasps in surprise, noticing that Miss Ellie has left all of her opponents completely alive. She curiously asks if Ellie is secretly a pacifist at heart, prompting Ellie to offer a sweating, awkward smile while quietly murmuring that this is not exactly the case. Tita asks if Ellie chose to hold back her lethal skills strictly because she was being mindful of a church sister's presence. Stepping forward with her staff in hand, Tita aggressively nudges a fallen bandit with her foot while explaining that brigands are an absolute safety hazard who will inevitably attack other innocent people if they are simply let go. With a surprisingly cold and casual smile, she casually adds that she honestly does not mind at all if Ellie decides to kill them. Hearing a nearby attacker let out a low groan, Tita turns toward him with a bright, cheerful expression and happily tells Ellie not to worry because she will gladly finish them off herself. Ellie stands completely frozen in absolute shock, offering a stunned, breathless word of thanks while one of the nearby conscious bandits sweats in absolute terror at the nun's terrifying hidden nature. Turning her attention toward another criminal who is just starting to sit up, Tita bluntly remarks that he picked a terrible time to wake up. The defenseless bandit shrieks in total panic, frantically waving his hands and pleading for her to wait as the young nun steps down the dirt path to execute her brutal judgment. Terrified by her words, the conscious bandit panics completely, shouting out that he heard the Church of Ibris always gives sinners a second chance. He desperately begs Tita to please have mercy on them, prompting a calm but cold look from the young nun. Tita softly acknowledges his plea, agreeing that God is indeed benevolent just as he says. Placing a hand over her chest as a holy aura surrounds her, she gently reasons that while people are naturally prone to sin, God remains merciful and forgives those who choose to repent sincerely. The bandit's face instantly lights up with immense relief as he begins to thank her. However, Tita's expression shifts to absolute coldness as she softly drops the final condition, stating that brigands simply are not considered people in her book, which leaves the criminal sweating in complete horror. With a fierce glare, Tita aggressively hoists her heavy staff high into the air and delivers a chilling warning that God's mercy does not extend to their kind. Unleashing her terrifying strength, she swings her weapon forward and commands the brigands to suffer his absolute wrath. A brutal thud echoes through the woods as a bandit desperately shouts to stop, but the request is instantly cut short by a heavy whack. Watching Tita execute her harsh methods from a distance, Ellie breaks out into a nervous sweat and quietly reflects to herself that she might truly need to rethink her views on the clergy. Tita returns with a devious chuckle, gleefully murmuring to herself about what an incredible find she just uncovered among those savages. Ellie stands completely flabbergasted by the statement and curiously asks what she managed to find, prompting the smiling nun to step closer and eagerly present her treasure. Holding up a blood-covered hand, Tita reveals a harvested gold tooth to Ellie's utter astonishment. The cheerful sister beams with absolute joy, ecstatically declaring that she completely lucked out because the item will easily fetch a pretty penny on the market. Ellie sweats nervously at the gruesome sight, politely asking Tita if she would mind washing the blood off her hands first since something graphic like that might scare young Lonoa. Tita readily accepts the practical request, happily offering praise to God and stating that cleaning up is a sure thing. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a grand cathedral spire signaling the kingdom of Haldoria. Inside the royal palace, a heavy door is suddenly slammed open with a loud slam as a frantic voice calls out for His Highness. Holding Sylvia close to his chest, Prince Fried turns toward the interruption with an annoyed glare, coldly complaining about how incredibly noisy they are before sharply demanding to know what they want. Inside the lavishly decorated chamber, a royal official stands before Prince Fried and Sylvia, urgently pleading with the prince to completely reconsider his current food distribution campaign. Fried dismisses the concern with a calculating look, questioning why he should stop when the poor are actively struggling to find food. He confidently adds that feeding the masses will do wonders for his own popularity, leaving the official nervously stammering that his plan is highly problematic. The official aggressively defends his warning, explaining that going through with such an uncalculated plan will instantly drain the entire national treasury. Fried sharply snaps back that the man is simply being ridiculous. Fried presents a direct comparison, reminding the prince that Lady Elizabeth used to distribute food every single week. The official explains that she never relied on treasury money unless it was strictly on His Majesty's orders because she funded those campaigns entirely out of her own pocket, prompting an annoyed click of the tongue from Prince Fried. The official stands firm, declaring that true charity isn't about distributing food without proper planning, and emphasizes that one must always consider long-term sustainability. Growing completely fed up with the continuous lecturing, Fried lets out a frustrated sigh, internally muttering about what an absolute drag the man is being. Fried completely loses his temper and furiously storms out of the room, shouting that he doesn't care anymore and telling them to let the poor starve to death. The panicked officials call after him, but the prince violently slams the heavy door shut behind him while aggressively telling them to shut up. Frustrated by Fried's stubbornness, one royal official grips his head and sighs that he wishes Lady Elizabeth were still there. His colleague completely agrees, holding a hand over his chest while wondering where the exiled noble lady could possibly be. Far away from the capital's drama, Tita slams a large mug down onto a tavern table with a loud thump. Blushing heavily from the alcohol, she lets out a loud, satisfied laugh and exclaims that the refreshing drink truly hit the spot. Tita loudly calls out to the tavern maid for another drink. Sitting across from her, Ellie watches the excessive consumption with a look of pure disbelief and asks if she should really be drinking that much. Seeing Ellie's concern, the young nun playfully notes that the church actually has a specific saying regarding this situation. Leaning in with a flush on her cheeks, Tita jokingly claims that God explicitly commanded them to drink. She bursts into loud laughter while repeatedly slamming her hands against the table, leaving a sweating Ellie to stare blankly at her while internally muttering about how incredibly drunk the sister has become. Continuing her tipsy speech, Tita loudly proclaims that alcohol is the water of life given to humanity by God. She adds with a grin that her wallet is positively bursting thanks to those brigands and argues that not enjoying a couple of drinks would be an absolute sin, prompting a surprised Ellie to ask if she actually managed to sell all of the loot already. Tita explains that she went ahead and sold the items the very minute they arrived, noting that all of it added up to quite a nice amount. She YGLY waves her arms and reassures Ellie not to worry about her own share of the profit, promising to hand it over later. Resting her chin on her hands with a calm smile, Ellie tells Tita that there is absolutely no need and instructs her to simply keep the money. As a completely stunned Tita stammers out her disbelief, Ellie gently adds that she should by all means think of the gold as a formal offering to the faith. Overwhelmed with sudden emotion, Tita calls out Ellie's name before aggressively leaping straight across the table with a dramatic jump. She tightly wraps her arms around a completely startled Ellie, crying out with tears streaming down her face that Ellie is an absolute saint. Sobbing loudly from the alcohol, Tita wails that God is incredibly thankful too. A panicked Ellie desperately struggles against the forceful hug and shoves her away, frantically telling her to go away out of fear that the weeping nun will get snot all over her clothes while Mireille and Lunoa watch the chaotic display in complete shock. Sitting at the tavern counter, Lunoa softly observes that Tita looks like she is having an immense amount of fun. Mireille listens with a gentle smile but looks back on her mistress's past with a trace of sadness. She reflects deeply that because Ellie lacked anyone she could truly trust in her life before, she had always felt forced to hide her genuine feelings entirely behind a tough facade. Mireille continues to watch her mistress with deep fondness from the counter. She reflects with great joy that these days, Ellie has finally started smiling from the very bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, inside a beautifully blooming garden pavilion at the palace, Prince Fried lets out an admiring gasp. Looking with absolute infatuation at his new fiancée, he smoothly declares to Sylvia that she is even more stunningly beautiful than a rose in full bloom. Sitting together at a table inside a garden pavilion surrounded by blooming roses, Prince Fried complains that those nagging idiots thoroughly wore him out. He smoothly adds that simply looking at her is more than enough to completely soothe his heart. Sylvia offers an elegant giggle and thanks her prince, though she softly trails off as a quiet thought crosses her mind. Leaning forward smoothly, Sylvia places a gentle hand on Prince Fried's shoulder. She softly challenges his words by directly asking him if he is absolutely quite sure that merely looking at her is truly enough. Fried calls out Sylvia's name as he passionately embraces her. Watching their display from the shadows of the palace hallway, a mysterious woman stands with her arms crossed, silently questioning how Elizabeth could have ever let a complete fool like the prince beat her in the capital. Standing alone near a stone pillar, the elegantly dressed woman reflects deeply on the former noble lady's sudden downfall and exile. She notes to herself that Elizabeth should be thoroughly ashamed of herself. As the carriage travels along the path, Mireille advises the person at the reins not to grip so hard to avoid spooking the horse. Guiding her young apprentice, Mireille encourages Lunoa to keep going, prompting a nervous but determined affirmation from the girl as Ellie watches calmly from her seat. Tita points ahead with excitement, eagerly calling out to Lunoa that they have finally almost arrived at their destination. Looking out at the shifting scenery with a composed expression, Ellie softly welcomes her companions to the true heart of the Udyr Empire. The large wooden carriage finally rolls past the outer boundaries and enters the towering stone structures of the imperial capital. Arriving safely after their long journey, the travelers prepare to disembark and take their first steps into the busy streets of the magnificent city. Standing in the middle of the capital streets, Tita waves a cheerful goodbye and declares that it is time to bid adieu, offering her sincere thanks for a fun journey. Ellie smiles warmly and responds that she also enjoyed traveling with her, while a smiling Lunoa waves her hand to tell the sister to take care. Walking away into the crowded city streets, Tita waves her arm one last time and loudly wishes that God's blessings remain with them. As Ellie turns her focus toward their next move in the capital, Mireille steps forward to inform her mistress that she has already successfully secured lodging for their stay. Stepping into the massive hotel suite earlier that evening, Ellie stretches her arms with a sigh of relief, celebrating that they finally have a proper chance to rest. Lunoa looks around the lavishly decorated quarters in complete awe while the towering facade of the hotel shines brightly under the capital street lamps. Settling into a plush armchair, Ellie asks Mireille if she would mind brewing some hot tea, prompting an immediate, polite affirmation from her loyal maid. Inside the grand building, Lunoa points around the room in absolute bewilderment, stammering to Miss Ellie that this hotel is incredibly luxurious. Ellie turns her head with a calm, untroubled gaze to confirm the observation, nonchalantly adding that Lunoa's own private room happens to be right next door. Hearing that she will be staying in such an expensive place, the young apprentice lets out a panicked exclamation of shock. Lunoa frantically shakes her hands and objects, insisting that she should stay at a cheap inn instead. Shaking her head, Ellie firmly cuts her off to remind her that they are in the capital to conduct serious business. She strictly explains that she cannot have her personal assistant sleeping somewhere cheap because people in high society would immediately look down on them, leaving a defeated Lunoa to nervously mumble back in compliance. Our girl delivers a final command for her apprentice to simply get used to the luxury, drawing a submissive agreement from Lunoa. The scene quickly transitions to the next morning outside the grand estate. Indoors, a composed Ellie sits comfortably by the bright window and holds a teacup, listening as Mirella softly calls out her name to grab her attention. Mireille steps forward to inform her mistress that a visitor named Arnaud has arrived to see her. Lunoa looks on curiously, repeating the name to herself in quiet thought while Ellie immediately commands her maid to let him inside. A sharp click echoes through the quiet study as the main office door is unlocked to admit the guest. Arnaud stands politely in the hotel room with his hand resting over his chest. He smiles and states that he was patiently waiting for her, adding that it has been a while since they last met. He begins to address her with a formal noble title before quickly correcting himself to call her Miss Ellie instead. Ellie steps forward to greet him warmly, noting that it has indeed been far too long since they last spoke. Arnaud bows slightly and responds that he is truly glad to see her in such good health, while Mireille and Lunoa watch their interaction from across the room. Curious about the newcomer, Lunoa turns toward Mireille and quietly asks who that man is. Mireille looks toward her and explains that his name is Arnaud Langley, clarifying that he used to work very closely with Miss Ellie back in the kingdom. Arnaud raises a hand and asks for forgiveness for jumping straight to business so quickly after her long journey. He smoothly explains that he has already pre-selected a highly suitable residence and an official commercial firm building for her, asking if she would like to go see them right away. Ellie smiles with a look of mild surprise, noting that they had not even informed him that they would arrive today, yet he is still as remarkably efficient as always. Arnaud chuckles and replies that he is only doing his job. Pleased with his thorough preparations, Ellie readily accepts and commands Arnaud to lead the way. Ellie evaluates the structural details of the property, examining the kitchen sink and the high-ceilinged room with large windows. Stepping forward, she notes that it is a very fine building and states that both the location and the size are absolutely perfect. Behind her, two property handlers stand holding their paperwork in readiness. Placing a thoughtful hand near her face, Ellie declares that she has officially made up her mind. Without a single moment of hesitation, she calmly announces that she will buy this mansion. The property handlers bow deeply from across the spacious room, offering their sincere thanks and promising to get all the formal paperwork ready for her immediately. Turning back toward her guide, Arnaud calls out her name to capture her attention. He explains that a few changes will be needed if she plans to use this specific building as the main headquarters for her commercial firm. Ellie raises a finger to her lips with an intrigued expression, calmly asking what specific modifications he has in mind while the handlers watch on in the background. In the background, the two handlers whisper among themselves in absolute astonishment, marveling at how a young girl could purchase such an expensive fortune right on the spot with complete certainty of what she wants. Unfazed by their chatter, Ellie turns back to Arnaud with an amicable look, adding that they should proceed with the plans if everything is all right. Arnaud wraps up their meeting by stating that he shall now go to complete the necessary paperwork for the building's remodeling. Ellie smiles confidently and instructs Arnaud to please do so. He promises Ellie that he will make sure her new residence is completely ready for her by tomorrow. Ellie expresses her sincere appreciation for his swift work. Ellie notes that this arrangement leaves them rather free for the afternoon. Mireille holds a serving tray and considers the schedule, suggesting that this gives them the perfect opportunity to handle other pressing matters. Mireille suggests that she would like to enlist some extra help during their free time. When a curious Ellie asks for the reasoning behind it, Mireille explains that they are in dire need of domestics to properly manage their affairs. She voices her concerns, explaining that with Trader expanding so rapidly, she fears she simply won't have the time to take care of Ellie all by herself. Ellie readily concedes that it is a very fair point, acknowledging that she absolutely needs Mireille's focus and assistance at the firm instead. Thinking over the logistics of finding help, Ellie suggests that they could simply post a job offer directly at the Merchants Guild. Mireille immediately expresses her hesitation, explaining that she would feel constant worry having a complete stranger by her mistress's side all day long. Placing a hand over her chest, Mireille offers a different path forward, directly asking if she might suggest purchasing a slave instead. Ellie absorbs the unexpected idea, reflecting quietly on the concept of slaves as people who can be bought and sold. The nature of the trade is broken down into two major categories: criminal slaves who are bound to atone for their past sins, and debtor slaves who are sold or choose to sell themselves explicitly to repay their outstanding debts. Regardless of how they entered the trade, a magical contract binds them strictly to prevent any chance of betraying their master. Recognizing the practical security of this method, Ellie calmly gives her agreement. With a confident smile, Ellie stands up and decisively announces that they shall visit a slave shop to find their new domestics. The scene shifts from the luxury hotel room down toward a grim, underground corridor lined with sturdy wooden beams and iron grates. Walking down the dark, cracked concrete hallways of the underground facility, Lunoa covers her mouth in complete shock as she catches sight of the poor individuals locked tightly inside the iron cages. Leading the group forward through the dim establishment, the merchant gestures toward the surroundings and casually asks what they think of the selection. The merchant points toward a battered child curled up inside and aggressively pitches the sale, explaining that while the kid has a couple of scratches, she is perfectly fit enough to work. Looking down at the young girl bound in heavy chains, the seller callously tells Ellie that if the child eventually breaks down, she can simply trade her back in for a brand new one, confidently boasting that she is quite the bargain. Ellie calmly replies that she will think about it, before turning away to exit the establishment with Mireille and Lunoa following closely behind her into the capital streets. Once outside the building, Ellie explicitly observes that they simply could not find anyone suitable inside that shop. Mireille readily agrees with her assessment and immediately suggests trying another slave shop instead, while a visibly shaken Lunoa lets out a sudden gasp of distress as she stands on the cobblestone walkway. Sensing the sudden tension, Ellie notices her young apprentice's pale face and directly asks Lunoa if she is all right. Stuttering nervously, Lunoa quickly tries to brush off her anxiety by insisting that she is completely fine, prompting a serious and grounding gaze from her mistress. Ellie softly notes that she won't cruelly tell her to just get used to seeing such things. Our girl firmly explains that this bleak situation is simply the harsh reality of things in the world, instructing her to always remember that truth. Looking down at the brick ground in troubled silence, Lunoa softly mumbles her understanding in response. Mireille looks up at a large building and directs Ellie's attention to it, stating that this is the place. Standing alongside her maid and Lunoa, Ellie observes that this shop certainly features a completely different atmosphere compared to the previous establishment. A polite young man holding a broom greets them at the gate, welcoming the group to the Cedric commercial firm and pleasantly asking how he may help them. Mireille steps forward as a spokesperson, directly informing him that they are looking to purchase a slave. The young attendant opens the gated entrance and politely requests that they follow him inside. Walking behind their guide, Ellie turns to her companions and notes that this is the educator's company, prompting a curious look from Lunoa as she repeats the unfamiliar title back to herself. Ellie takes the opportunity to teach her young apprentice, directly asking Lunoa if she has ever heard of the Empire's Merchants Guild Council. Looking up at her mistress, Lunoa admits that she has only ever heard of them in name only. Raising a finger to emphasize her point, Ellie explains that the council holds the entire financial world in their palms and details how their massive influence extends straight to the very heart of the government. She advises Lunoa that if anyone wants to successfully do business in the Empire, they must always keep this powerful group in mind. 7 eminent merchants make up the powerful council. One of those high-ranking figures is known as the Educator, a highly influential slave trader who handles top-tier transactions and even directly supplies the imperial palace. The Educator himself happens to own this very shop. The young attendant gestures forward and politely asks the group to step this way. An elegant man steps forward to greet his guests, offering a terrible apology for the wait. Hand on his chest, he formally introduces himself as Cedric Lewins, the head of this company. Cedric opens his arms wide and smiles warmly, pleasantly stating that it is a true pleasure to make her acquaintance, addressing her directly as Miss Ellie Lays. Hearing her name, Ellie looks back in mild surprise and sharply asks how he already knows who she is. Cedric chuckles softly and asks how he could possibly not know about Trader and its prodigious chair, explaining that her firm has rapidly become an absolute powerhouse. He smoothly reasons that such incredible business feats are bound to create rumors throughout the Empire. Ellie listens to Cedric's flattering remarks with a calm expression, openly questioning if that is truly the case. However, a subtle shift in her analytical gaze reveals her inner skepticism, as she reasons to herself that a prominent council member would highly doubt to care about a relatively small firm, operating all the way out in a border viscounty. Adopting a polite, diplomatic facade, Ellie breaks into a gentle smile and tells Cedric that she is incredibly honored to learn that such a renowned merchant has heard of her. Yet, her inner thoughts remain highly cautious, noting that this man most likely knows exactly who she is. Watching him closely, Ellie carefully reminds herself that she will absolutely need to keep a vigilant eye on the Empire's Merchants Guild Council moving forward. Cedric extends his hand in a welcoming gesture, directly asking Ellie what specific kind of slave she is currently looking for. Mireille steps forward to outline their specific requirements, explaining that they need someone to serve and assist Miss Ellie. She details that while any race is perfectly fine, the slave must be a girl. Mireille adds that because Miss Ellie travels quite often, the candidate must be physically strong enough to keep up with her. Cedric rests a gloved hand against his chin, calmly nodding that he understands the parameters perfectly. Cedric turns slightly to his young attendant and commands him to bring Misha directly to the parlor, drawing a swift word of compliance from the boy. Turning back to his clients, Cedric confidently states that he believes he has just the right slave they need, prompting a sharp, curious twitch from a pair of animal ears nearby. Cedric talks about a young beast girl with distinct animal ears. Cedric notes that he hopes that the visitor will find her to their liking. He smiles warmly, informing Ellie Lays that she should be ready for her and asking if she would mind following him down the hallway. Peeking curiously into a room along the path, Ellie listens as a faint voice inside practices simple arithmetic, pondering the sum of 30 plus 200. Observing the ongoing lesson from the doorway, Ellie wonders what they are doing inside the room. Cedric turns to her with a knowing smile and explains that this is an arithmetic class, prompting a surprised Ellie to ask if he actually teaches slaves arithmetic. He happily elaborates that their teacher is also a debtor slave. He adds that after realizing the young boy had a natural gift for the subject, he tasked him to teach the others, noting with pride that the young instructor does a fine job. Leading the way further down the corridor as rhythmic counting echoes from outside, Cedric confidently remarks that his slaves naturally learn far more than just standard academics. In an open courtyard, several muscular men swing their swords in unison with a loud whoosh, forcefully calling out the count as they practice their physical training. Standing a short distance away alongside Ellie Lays and her maid, Cedric Lewins gestures toward the display and calmly remarks that, as she can see, they are remarkably well educated. Meanwhile, an instructor forcefully commands the trainees to call out the numbers louder. Cedric further explains that the slaves learn all sorts of practical skills, such as art, cooking, sewing, and scholarship, completely based on their own natural dispositions. Looking closely at the training hall, Ellie observes that his way of handling slaves differs drastically from what she has personally seen at other commercial firms. She points out that his slaves consistently seem to be in excellent health, prompting a confident smile and a word of absolute agreement from Cedric. Ellie notes that most common firms barely care for their slaves and intentionally lower their maintenance costs strictly to increase their profit margins, though she admits she remains unsure if that is truly the best business approach. Cedric maintains his pleasant look, firmly stating his core philosophy that slaves are not vulgar tools, but are instead actual people. He explains that only when a merchant ensures they are healthy, well-educated, and equipped with the tools to thrive can they ever live up to their true value, calmly noting that this is why his prices are naturally higher than those of his competitors, which draws a knowing acknowledgement from Ellie. He smiles calmly, pointing out that his high-quality slaves do come with a hefty price tag. Ellie admits that he has thoroughly sparked her interest, making her much more keen on purchasing one of his slaves. Cedric warmly declares that he is incredibly pleased to hear her say that. Flattered by her response, Cedric smoothly explains that customers who truly understand quality, such as Ellie herself, are the very reason his commercial company is able to prosper. Ellie giggles elegantly behind her hand, playfully remarking that he certainly knows exactly how to flatter people. Realizing how much time has passed, Cedric notes with a pleasant wave of his hand that conversing with her was so entertaining that he completely lost track of the time, before suggesting that they finally get back to their primary business. A sharp click echoes through the corridor as Cedric unlocks a door and politely invites the group to follow him inside. Standing stiffly in the room, the Catkin girl trembles from intense nerves, introducing herself with a heavy stutter as Misha Tail. Internally panicking over her awkward stutter, Misha stands completely frozen as Ellie looks on blankly. Cedric chuckles and asks his guests to excuse her, explaining that it is her very first time meeting with a customer, which makes her naturally nervous. As Misha remains visibly frozen and tense, Cedric reassures the group that while she is still young and inexperienced, he can guarantee she is well trained. He adds that because she is a Catkin, her physical abilities are excellent and she will handle traveling just fine. Cedric responds that he wouldn't exactly recommend her as a professional bodyguard, but she is more than capable of protecting herself. Ellie looks toward the slave trader and asks if the girl has any fighting experience. He explains that Misha's parents had taught her swordsmanship before she became a slave, adding that his own company has trained her even further since her arrival. Ellie steps closer to inspect her new domestic assistant, staring intently at her face while noting that her self-defense skills do truly set her apart. Turning back toward the merchant, Ellie addresses him directly to continue their discussion. Our girl firmly makes up her mind and confidently declares that she will take this girl, catching a visibly nervous Misha Tail completely off guard. Cedric bows his head politely with a warm smile, offering his sincere thanks for her patronage. The guy smoothly prepares for the transaction, stating that he shall bind her to Ellie with a magic contract at once. Cedric pricks his finger to initiate the magical process, reaching out toward the submissive Catkin girl. Activating the spell, a glowing magic circle manifests before his palm as he formally commands the system to transfer the ownership of Misha Tail from himself to Ellie, causing a soft light to envelop the girl's neck during the ownership shift. He speaks out to call Misha by her name while turning to declare to Miss Ellie that everything is officially all set and the Catkin girl is now completely hers. The guy warmly instructs her to serve her new master as well as she can. Overcome with deep emotion, a tear slips down the young Catkin girl's face as she softly sniffles in response. Ellie watches her quietly with a calm, attentive look as the young girl prepares to speak. Misha bows down deeply before Ellie, loudly declaring that she looks forward to serving her. Turning back to her former master with a bright, happy smile, she adds her heartfelt appreciation to Cedric for taking care of her until now. Cedric smiles gently and promises Misha that he will pray for her future happiness. With the transaction finalized, Ellie begins to address the young girl to establish her new role. Ellie gently states that she will be in Misha's care from now on. Hearing her new mistress's kind greeting, Misha nervously squeaks out a frantic acknowledgement. The scene shifts to the left panel where Ellie, sitting comfortably on the sofa, turns to her head maid and instructs Mireille to teach the young girl everything she needs to know, advising her to start slowly. Mireille immediately complies, assuring her mistress that she will do so. Arnaud stands before Ellie, bringing important news from the territory ruler. He informs her that they have received word from Lord Lucas, noting that the Lord is currently visiting the capital and wishes to see her. Hearing this unexpected notification, a collected Ellie smiles slightly and calmly inquires if that is indeed the case. Later that evening, Ellie instructs her team to let Lucas know that she will visit him tonight. True to her word, the meeting takes place in a beautifully decorated parlor. Lucas settles into a plush sofa and remarks that it has been quite a while since they last met. Ellie accepts a freshly prepared cup from her maid, breaking into a warm smile as she replies that she is truly glad to see that he is doing well. Then something caught her eyes. As they begin their conversation, she looks at his cup in pleasant surprise, noting that she certainly did not expect to be offered coffee and remarks on how rare it is. Lord Lucas gestures lightly, explaining that he actually had some coffee imported directly from the southern continent, and politely asks if the drink is to her liking. Sitting across from him, Ellie reassures her guest that there is absolutely no need for concern. Our girl smiles brightly while holding her cup, warmly admitting that she is also quite fond of coffee herself. Lucas mentions that he has heard rumors about how incredibly busy she has been ever since she arrived in the capital. Lucas directly probes further, explicitly asking Ellie what she is secretly scheming this time. Ellie playfully remarks how mean he is being before confidently claiming that she has done absolutely nothing yet. Hearing her choice of words, Lucas sweats slightly with a nervous smile, quietly reflecting on her ominous use of the word yet. He mentions that he had an official audience with the Emperor just yesterday. He clarifies that although he had already sent multiple letters detailing everything about her, the ruler still chose to summon him to hear the entire report in person, prompting Ellie to politely ask him to pardon her for causing so much trouble. Ellie leans back comfortably on the sofa, calmly expressing her curiosity about what will ultimately become of her. Lucas relaxes against his own seat and assures her that nothing will happen, adding with a relaxed look that they will simply just keep a watchful eye on her. Lucas explains that the Emperor himself deemed her past actions highly beneficial to the Empire and has chosen not to interfere. Hearing this massive development, Ellie responds that she was honestly starting to fret, admitting that the news is incredibly reassuring before prompting him to continue. Turning back toward his guest, Ellie asks Lord Lucas if he successfully presented the imperial family with her specific gift. Looking slightly strained with a drop of sweat on his face, Lucas confirms that he did. The scene shifts to highlight the elegant items in question, revealing the lavish beauty sets produced by Trader. He notes that those high-quality cosmetic products most certainly had a powerful effect on both the Empress and the Princess. Hearing his assessment, Ellie brings her hands together excitedly from the sofa and exclaims that she absolutely knew it would work. Ellie smiles brightly with her hands clasped together, explaining that her products were of the most excellent quality. She notes that she put an immense amount of effort into the packaging specifically to lift the lady's spirits. Listening to her praise her own merchandise, Lucas breaks into a nervous sweat, silently acknowledging that the beauty sets certainly looked like they would be popular with the ladies, though he remains slightly uneasy about her ultimate goals. Lucas looks directly at Ellie and asks how she honestly intends to take revenge on the kingdom with a peaceful strategy like that. Maintaining her absolute composure, Ellie glances back at the territory ruler and calmly advises him not to be so hasty. Reaching down toward the table, Ellie smoothly lifts a single rose from its vase. She notes that their current business success is merely another stepping stone along her path. Ellie declares her ultimate ambition to completely crush her homeland while simultaneously contributing to the Empire's prosperity. Watching her intense declaration, a deeply unsettled Lucas can only stare in absolute shock while Ellie quietly murmurs his name. Ellie firmly vows that she will make sure the kingdom's downfall is witnessed from the very front row. Standing in front of a large bookshelf, a nervous Misha Tail opens her small notebook to announce today's busy schedule. She states that Ellie will inspect the firm building and its ongoing renovations in the morning, followed by 2 meetings and 1 business negotiation in the afternoon. Our girl offers her thanks and gently requests that Misha inform her who she will be meeting with next time, prompting a quick, compliant response from the startled girl. Mireille steps forward to inform her mistress that she has received an official letter from Baroness Melanie inviting her to an upcoming party in the capital. Looking up thoughtfully, Ellie listens as Misha wonders aloud how they should draft their answer. Ellie reviews the situation and instructs her to let the sender know that she will attend. Mireille immediately complies, stating that she will handle it at once. Ellie's hand gestures toward, quietly reflecting on the mention of a party. Looking down at her puzzle, she quietly notes to herself that the invitation and the growing buzz have arrived with absolute, perfect timing. Elsewhere, a view of the grand, lit hall shows the gathering socialites mingling through the evening. Standing gracefully inside the beautifully decorated ballroom with a glass in her hand, Ellie looks on as she is formally greeted by an approaching noble lady. Baroness Melanie smiles warmly behind her delicate lace fan, expressing what a true pleasure it is to welcome Ellie to the gathering today. She eagerly asks if Ellie is available, noting that she would absolutely love to introduce her to some of the other ladies in attendance. Calling out to capture the ballroom's attention, Melanie introduces Ellie as the prodigious chair of trader, proudly announcing that she is the genius behind the lovely cosmetics she has been completely obsessed with recently. The announcement immediately draws intrigued looks from the nearby noblewomen as the Baroness gushes about how she truly cannot get enough of Ellie's products. The surrounding crowd of ladies erupts into excited chatter, with one exclaiming that the cosmetics must be the secret to why the Baroness looks so exceptionally stunning these days. Mesmerized by the results, multiple noblewomen eagerly voice their desire to try the trader line for themselves as well. Our girl Lays gracefully addresses the gathered crowd, explaining that while Trader is indeed opening a brand new branch right in the imperial capital, they operate strictly as a small firm utilizing a selective membership system. The noblewomen look on with eager anticipation as Ellie smoothly offers an exclusive favor. She announces that since they are all close friends of the hostess, she will personally prioritize each of them whenever the firm begins accepting new members, prompting gasps of delighted surprise from the ladies. The ladies excitedly ask if she would truly extend such a generous offer, to which Ellie calmly and gladly confirms that she will. Internally, Ellie calculates that while her company's actual production capacity is perfectly high enough now to handle large demands, keeping an air of scarcity is far more profitable. The noblewomen chat happily amongst themselves, completely unaware of Ellie's true strategy. Ellie reasons to herself that their restricted membership system intentionally turns a trader membership into a highly desirable, exclusive status symbol. There is another reason. Suddenly, someone calls out to Baroness Melanie. Melanie stands proudly with her elegant lace fan, receiving overwhelming gratitude from her peers for introducing them to Ellie. Ellie thinks that by handing out these exclusive favors to her friends, the Baroness can effortlessly grow her own social influence, a powerful incentive that will naturally keep her advertising Trader to everyone in the capital. She narrows her eyes, reflecting that building a firm union with such an influential figure will surely benefit her business goals in the long run. Maintaining her bright facade, Ellie smiles warmly at the gathered crowd, raising a finger as she generously offers to send all of them some complimentary samples of her products. The noblewomen react with absolute delight and astonishment at her generosity. Ellie enthusiastically notes that if they happen to like the samples, they should naturally come visit the firm building as soon as it officially opens, prompting the excited ladies to proclaim that they cannot wait for the store to debut. Offering a radiant smile as her targets express their overwhelming gratitude, Ellie considers this interaction to be the perfect final touch to her marketing strategy, confidently noting to herself that she did a truly great job. The scene then transitions past the grand, stone walls of the imperial capital at night, carrying the focus all the way back across the borders to the kingdom of Haldoria, where a frustrated voice within the palace sighs in deep irritation. Seated inside his study with his hand supporting his chin, King Bulat of Haldoria lets out a deeply worried sigh, anxiously wondering to himself how they could have possibly ended up in such a highly problematic situation. Duke Leyston explains that they simply had no choice in the matter because Elizabeth's treason and sudden escape forced them to approve of Lady Lockett as the prince's new fiancée. Bulat listens in grim silence, internally reflecting that he would have vastly preferred Rosalia instead of that annoying brat. Leyston reminds Bulat that Lady Rosila is already engaged. He notes that His Majesty had even personally arranged the engagement strictly to reward her extensive efforts during the selection process for the prince's fiancée. Leyston notes that attempting to overturn that arrangement will inevitably deal a severe blow to the crown. Listening from his armchair, Bulat heavily agrees with his assessment. Looking out over the palace window, Leyston advises that they are already imposing on Lady Rosalia's goodwill enough as it is, strictly commanding him to be careful not to antagonize her. Bulat acknowledges the warning just as the sharp sound of clinking steel echoes up from the courtyard below, where a sword is sent spinning high into the air. Down on the training grounds, a terrified young guard frantically throws up his hands to announce his surrender. Standing tall over him, Fried points a blade directly at his face, furiously shouting that he is completely out of practice and should be thoroughly ashamed to call himself a knight. Fried smiles after finishing his sparring session, warning the defeated guard to train like his life depends on it while the young man bows deeply to thank him for his guidance and exits the courtyard. Nearby, two other soldiers chat quietly about how the prince is completely out of control these days, heavily agreeing with each other's frustrations. As Lin walks away out of earshot, the soldiers continue to vent their complaints openly in the courtyard. One remarks that losing to Prince Fried on purpose every single time is a massive pain, while his companion notes that they have not much choice since actually winning against him would land them reassigned to the border. Standing near the palace wall, Fried overhears the guards continuing their harsh gossip about the prince. One mentions that with a legendary father like his, the prince should be plenty talented, but the other counters that the prince has never done a hard day's work in his life and points out that talent can only take a person so far. They laugh rowdily together, adding that if the prince worked half as hard as Lady Elizabeth, he would be way better already. Hearing them constantly mention her name, Fried clenches his teeth in absolute fury from inside the palace hallway, completely enraged. Fried stomps down the lavish corridor with heavy thuds, furiously shouting to himself that Elizabeth is a wanted criminal and a damn traitor. Gritting his teeth with an angry glare, he rages over how anyone could dare compare her to him. But he suddenly notices the conversation happening in the room. In a hallway of the palace, a royal official tries to reason with Lady Sylvia, pleading for her understanding. Sylvia fiercely responds that no means no, firmly refusing his request. Hearing the commotion, Fried approaches from down the corridor, demanding to know what is going on as the startled official reacts to his sudden arrival. Sylvia immediately runs to Fried's side and grips his clothes, crying out that the officials are trying to force her into something against her will. The panicked officials desperately try to explain themselves, begging His Highness to please hear them out. The royal official steps forward to clarify that Lady Sylvia needs to start taking her official princess lessons. Sylvia cuts him off with a furious shout, reiterating that she does not want to do it. As the official nervously attempts to insist that they are not asking her to complete everything all at once, Fried looks down gently and calls out her nickname to soothe her. Fried gently tilts Sylvia's face up, smoothly assuring her that she is perfect just the way she is and should never force herself to do things she dislikes. Sylvia looks up at him with utter infatuation, while the two officials stand completely frozen in the background, sweating nervously at his sheer indulgence. Fried decisively declares that she will take her lessons at a later time, leading Sylvia away as the officials frantically object. He violently slams the heavy door behind him, leaving a lingering, stern look on his face while a sudden voice asks him to excuse her intrusion. The dark-haired woman breaks into a polite smile, formally greeting His Highness and Lady Sylvia. Sylvia welcomes her warmly by the name of Chris, excitedly asking what magnificent treasures she has brought for them today, prompting Chris to pleasantly respond that she has quite a few choice items to show her. Sylvia excitedly asks to look at things together. Standing nearby, Chris watches them closely in absolute silence, while Prince Fried flatly remarks that it sounds exciting. Chris addresses Fried formally, noting that His Highness seems to be in a remarkably bad mood and asks if something has happened. Fried sighs with his eyes closed, sharply confirming that he absolutely is in an awful mood. He sits down heavily on the sofa with a loud thud, venting his frustration to Sylvia about how he finally managed to get rid of the evil wench who bullied her. He bitterly admits that because that woman was deeply involved in the government, the people in the castle simply will not stop whining about her absence. Fuming with visible irritation from the sofa, Fried angrily complains that the palace staff continuously disregard him even though he is their rightful prince. Looking at him calmly, Chris observes that they have the sheer audacity to belittle him. Chris gestures forward with an open hand, suggesting that under those circumstances, the prince should show the palace staff his true dignity as a royal. Fried asks what Chris means by her suggestion. Chris explains that the absolute best way for him to show his true might would be through direct battle. Chris elaborates that people naturally long for a strong hero who will protect them, assuring him that leading troops on a battlefield would stop anyone from ever looking down on him again. Fried places a thoughtful hand to his face, quietly reflecting on the concept of going into battle. Sylvia speaks up to note that their nation is not currently at war, prompting Chris to agree that this is indeed the main issue. She raises a finger to her face as she breaks down the political landscape, explaining that Haldoria currently maintains a non-aggression treaty with the Empire. She calmly notes that even if they set aside the various vassal nations, actively trying to wage a war against the Empire simply is not realistic. Chris advises that the easiest way forward would be to subjugate monsters to rapidly grow his public prestige. Fried quietly repeats the word monsters to himself as he considers the proposal. She turns her head toward the tall grandfather clock ticking quietly against the wall, noticing the late hour and remarking on how quickly the time has flown. Chris politely asks if they will buy the items, prompting an immediate and enthusiastic yes from Sylvia. Prince Fried is briefly taken aback by her swift response, asking for clarification before telling them to go ahead with the purchase. Chris then bids them farewell, promising to visit the palace again once she receives new products. As she steps out and the door clicks shut, Fried and Sylvia settle onto the sofa to look over their newly bought treasures. Holding a sparkling piece of jewelry in her hand, Sylvia beams with delight as she turns to Fried, excitedly pointing out how incredibly pretty the ring is. Fried, however, remains lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a sharp click echoes through the quiet room as the handle turns and the door swings open. A royal official steps inside to announce a visitor, prompting a highly irritated shout from Fried, who angrily snaps back that he is busy. A cold, demanding voice immediately cuts through the air, sharply questioning him on what exactly he is so busy doing. Lady Rosalia storms into the chamber with an elegant but furious gesture, mockingly noting that thanks to a certain someone, the entire administration has been losing sleep and working themselves straight to the bone. Glaring coldly at Prince Fried and Sylvia, she voices her deep disgust over how he still manages to find the time to call for traveling merchants, haughtily declaring that she would be far too ashamed to even think of doing something so completely careless. Fried clenches his fist and barks a sharp command for Rosalia not to dare disrespect him. Rosalia breaks out into an amused, wide smile right to his face, playfully remarking that he truly says the funniest things. Rosalia points out that respect must be earned. Looking directly at the furious royal, she drops a biting question, asking if he honestly thinks he deserves her respect. Fried is left completely beside himself, gritting his teeth in a surge of silent rage. Fried gestures wildly from across the room, furiously reminding her that he is her prince. Standing entirely unimpressed, Rosalia looks down on him and dismisses him as a total ninny, coldly reminding him that he was merely born lucky and mocking whether he has anything else of substance to boast about. Fried loses his temper entirely, sharply shouting that she is just a duke's daughter and questioning how she dares speak to him that way. Rosalia sighs with her eyes closed, noting what an absolute joke it is that this country cannot even function properly without using the strength of this measly duke's daughter, before narrowing her eyes to coldly enlighten him on the true balance of power. She confidently explains that House Fadgal is an illustrious house that has long been in charge of the entire army, calmly adding that their military forces completely outnumber his own little royal guard. Looking away with absolute authority, she firmly notes that unlike a certain unnamed ducal house, they have absolutely no intention of submitting to the royal family like obedient dogs. She coldly delivers a chilling threat, warning that they will pay dearly if they choose to make an enemy out of the Fadgal family. Standing a short distance away, Fried tries to brush off her words by awkwardly claiming that it is enough small talk. Rosalia drops a massive stack of paperwork onto the desk with a heavy thud, nonchalantly noting that unlike a certain someone, she is a very busy person. Fried points at her in absolute disbelief, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Rosalia calmly retorts that she is merely giving him work he can actually handle, mockingly telling him to just sign it and asking if it is really too hard for him. This prompts an angry exclamation from Fried, who demands she address him properly. Entirely unfazed by his outburst, Rosalia proudly states that she has been officially appointed as the special aide to the Crown Prince. She explains that His Majesty created this specific role particularly so that she could help his useless son figure things out. Then she looks at Sylvia, which causes her to flinch back in sudden panic. Rosalia sighs deeply, admitting that she must say she is thoroughly disappointed in Elizabeth for failing against such weak opposition. She closes her eyes and openly questions how Elizabeth could have possibly lost to someone like Sylvia. Glaring directly at a visibly trembling Sylvia, Rosalia bluntly states that she is just so entirely insignificant. She crosses her arms with a cold expression, adding that perhaps Elizabeth did not even manage to notice her existence in the first place, leaving Sylvia completely speechless. Lady Rosalia lets out a sigh of good grief while walking out of the room, leaving Fried and a visibly shaken Sylvia behind her. She mutters to herself that she feels like an absolute fool for ever squabbling with Elizabeth over a man as completely incompetent as him. With Rosalia finally gone, Fried snaps out of his stun and furiously commands a nearby royal official to hand over the paperwork. The startled official quickly complies and presents the document to him, while a deeply worried Sylvia watches the unfolding tension in complete silence. Fried schemes over the official document, noticing that it details financial aid meant specifically for their vassal nations. Infuriated by what he reads, he violently slams his hands onto the desk and lets out a frustrated shout, aggressively questioning why they are even required to continuously send those regions money all the time. Suddenly, a realization strikes Prince Fried. He turns to the official and orders him to revise the document immediately, but when the confused aide asks exactly how it should be changed, the prince chuckles darkly and tells him to never mind, declaring that he will happily do the modifications himself. Fried holds a finger to his face, smoothly noting to himself that it is only right for him to handle some of the administrative work directly. Meanwhile, far away from the palace's petty schemes, the scene transitions back to a brightly lit study where a smiling Lunoa works alongside her mistress, calling out to Miss Ellie. Mireille steps into the room to inform her mistress that she has a brand new update to share. Approaching the desk with a rustle of paper, she expresses her thanks directly to Lord Lucas's good words. Mireille points out a specific map location, detailing that a production base has been successfully secured right in the countryside of Lebrick Viscounty. The plan maps out how once they finish establishing their presence there, the company can seamlessly grow and manufacture all necessary ingredients inside their very own dedicated facilities, drawing an approving nod and a word of perfect agreement from Ellie. Turning back to her team in the study, Ellie directly asks Misha to tell her what she has planned for today. A nervous Misha loudly shouts out her compliance to get the itinerary ready. Misha references her notes to lay out the day's arrangements, informing her mistress that she has a formal meeting with the chair of the Bren commercial firm in the morning, followed smoothly by an official dinner with Viscount Naba later tonight. Satisfied with the schedule, Ellie offers a calm word of thanks. Curious about the upcoming arrangements, Misha explicitly asks what exactly the Bren commercial firm does. Ellie explains that they mainly sell lipstick, nonchalantly adding that it is not a particularly massive company and noting that they have heavily struggled ever since Trader successfully stole away their customer base. Ellie states that if Bren swears loyalty to her, she will happily turn them into a brand new subsidiary. Misha Tail looks forward with a concerned expression, asking what will happen if the company chooses not to comply. Our girl clarifies that if they refuse her offer, she will have no choice but to crush them until absolutely nothing remains. Misha shakes slightly from the declaration, while Ellie calmly changes the subject, noting that as for Viscount Naba, she fully expects that he wants Trader to open an official branch right inside his own territory. Misha asks if Ellie intends to fulfill that request, to which Ellie firmly replies that she will not for the time being. Sitting with her arms crossed, Ellie breaks down her immediate business strategy, explaining that they must focus entirely on strengthening their foothold in the capital first. Our girl smiles warmly as she elaborates on her long-term goals, pointing out that she fully intends to open new branches in the future, which makes maintaining a great relationship with these figures absolutely paramount. Standing nearby, Lunoa listens closely to the strategic lesson. Lunoa lets out a panicked exclamation of shock when Ellie suddenly announces that she will accompany her to the dinner as well. Ellie calmly explains that it is a very good chance for her to learn how to properly handle nobles, prompting a nervous but compliant affirmation from her young apprentice. Suddenly, a loud slam shatters the quiet atmosphere as Arnaud forcefully bursts into the room, frantically calling out to Miss Ellie. Breathing heavily from his sudden rush, he urgently declares that he brings grave news, prompting a focused inquiry from Ellie to find out exactly what has happened. Arnaud delivers an alarming update, stating that Haldoria's vassal, the Kingdom of Sarjas, has officially declared war on the Empire. He adds with extreme urgency that their invading army is actively marching toward the Lebrick Viscounty at this very moment, catching Ellie completely off guard. A stunned Ellie demands clarification, struggling to believe that the kingdom of Sarjas would take such a bold action. Down below, a thoroughly confused Misha falters over the unfamiliar name, prompting Lunoa to step in and explain that Sarjas is a minor vassal state of Haldoria that possesses very few natural resources and relies almost entirely on tourism to survive. Misha stands nearby, wondering how such a small country would launch an attack against the empire. Ellie grows deeply unsettled, biting her thumb in intense contemplation as she reflects on how incredibly disastrous the timing is. The strategic landscape reveals that the kingdom of Sarjas sits directly to the southeast of the Udyr Empire. Because dense forests and rugged mountain ranges naturally separate the two nations, an invading force would have absolutely no choice but to march directly through Brachin Valley to stage their attack on the Lebrick Viscounty. Ellie realizes that once the enemy troops clear the valley, they will emerge directly at their newly secured production base, causing Misha to gasp in sudden realization. Turning back to her attendant, Ellie recalls that there is a defensive outpost situated inside Brachin Valley, which Arnaud promptly confirms is known as Brachin Fortress. Our girl looks closely at her attendant and asks how many men they have deployed. Arnaud explains that while the exact number is classified intelligence, he estimates their forces to be around 500 to 600 men. She then asks about Sarjas' army. Arnaud further estimates the imperial garrison to be between 1,200 and 1,500 men at best, leading Ellie to calculate that if they focus strictly on a defensive strategy, they should easily hold the fortress for several days. Meanwhile, a sudden tapping sound draws their attention to the window, where Mireille retrieves a messenger bird and announces that an update has just arrived from their peers inside the Viscounty. She reviews the urgent letter regarding the ongoing war, reporting that Sarjas publicly claims they want to reclaim the land that the empire supposedly stole from them. An imposing portrait highlights the stern, heavily bearded king ruling over the hostile vassal state. Ellie reacts with visible surprise, asking for clarification on the history of the conflict. Arnaud elaborates on the situation, explaining that the empire annexed a portion of Sarjas' territory 20 years ago, before preparing to reveal the deeper truth behind that historical event. The historical reality shows that Sarjas completely abandoned the land when faced with a massive monster invasion. The empire stepped in to protect the left-behind citizens before formally integrating the territory, prompting a shocked Lunoa to point out that the empire actually saved them, making Sarjas' sudden demand to take the land back highly absurd. Ellie looks back and asks if there is any other news from the Viscounty. Mireille looks over the message and states that Lord Lucas immediately headed straight for the fortress the moment he first heard about the enemy invasion. She adds that Lord Lucas is currently leading a force of 1,800 men to reinforce the area. Furthermore, he has already sent a vanguard consisting of 100 foot soldiers and 50 cavalrymen ahead to secure the path. Ellie analyzes the numbers and reasons that it sounds like an easy victory. She notes that the fortress will successfully hold off the army of Sarjas and by enough time until Lucas arrives with his massive main forces to completely destroy the enemy. Despite the favorable tactical report, Ellie stands by the window with her arms crossed. Silently admits to herself that she simply cannot help but feel terribly uneasy about the situation. Later that same day at Brachin Fortress, a massive, thunderous roar suddenly echoes violently across the defensive stone walls. Dark smoke rises high into the afternoon sky. Inside the battlefield, chaos erupts as defending soldiers are viciously stabbed and cut down, their agonizing screams filling the air. One of the frantic garrison members shouts to his superior that they can no longer hold out, as a lone commander on horseback grips his sword tightly while looking out over the crumbling outer defense walls of the fortress. He angrily wonders to himself exactly who these mysterious and overwhelming attackers could possibly be. The next day, Arnaud forcefully bursts through the door with a loud bang, frantically shouting that he brings ill tidings. The room falls into a stunned silence as he announces that Brachin Fortress has completely fallen, prompting a grim Ellie to calmly request that he tell her more. Arnaud explains the situation to the gathered group, noting that a highly exceptional unit suddenly appeared on the battlefield to provide direct aid to Sarjas. Hearing this, Ellie points to her notes and asks for clarification on whether these fighters are entirely separate from the main state army. Arnaud relays that word has it these reinforcements are mercenaries, though they do not match the description of any famous corps. Ellie places a thoughtful hand to her face, reasoning that they must have either traveled from very far away or are a completely newly formed troop. Arnaud explains that the Sarjan forces took complete control of the fortress to establish a brand new bridgehead. He notes that Viscount Lebric's advance force has already been completely routed and he has yet to engage the enemy with his main forces. She reasons that Sarjas will likely establish a firm defense line to hold the captured area, or they might choose to head even deeper into the empire. Our girl reflects with a narrowed gaze that either way, the invading forces will end up severely spoiling her long-term business plans. Having thoroughly reviewed the tactical landscape, she firmly declares to her startled staff that she has made up her mind and they are officially joining the fray. A completely stunned Mireille cries out in absolute disbelief at the sudden declaration. Unmoved by the shock, Ellie begins reviewing paperwork at her desk and decisively states that they will hire adventurers and mercenaries, whom she will personally lead, while directly commanding Mireille to immediately prepare food and potion stocks for the campaign. Mireille frantically asks if her mistress is truly serious about this dangerous course of action. Ellie points out that the robust Brachin fortress fell in a single day and argues that even with more men, Lucas will not prevail against such an enemy. She remains entirely unfazed, continuing to smoothly sign her official documents. Our girl maps out the consequences of inaction, warning that the entire region will inevitably fall into major turmoil and Trader will certainly not be left unscathed. Turning her attention to her anxious apprentices standing across the room, she firmly calls out to Lunoa, drawing a swift, startled response from the young girl as Misha looks on nervously. Ellie firmly hands a message to Lunoa, commanding her to take the missive to the Adventurers Guild at once while making sure to present a letter of introduction as well. Turning to her Catkin assistant, Ellie instructs Misha to accompany her to ensure everything goes smoothly, prompting a confirmation from both girls. As the fast thud of retreating footsteps echoes down the hallway, Mireille steps forward with a deeply worried look on her face. Sitting calmly at her desk, Ellie closes her eyes and reiterates that her mind is firmly made up and she has chosen her path. Mireille voices her deepest concern, warning Ellie that if she chooses to fight openly, the kingdom will inevitably figure out exactly where she is hiding. Standing near her desk, Ellie calmly acknowledges the risk but counters that there is something incredibly fishy about how this war suddenly started, leaving Mireille momentarily bewildered. Ellie analyzes the hidden motives behind the conflict, pointing out that the king of Sarjas is known to be a highly reasonable man who would normally never engage in such reckless actions. Hearing this tactical evaluation, a bewildered Mireille trails off as she asks if her mistress means to imply something deeper. Mireille ponders if someone else is secretly pulling the strings from the shadows to instigate the conflict. Walking deliberately toward the study door alongside Arnaud, Ellie firmly states that she will simply have to go out there and see the truth for herself. Ellie leaves her study to uncover the truth of the conflict by directly stepping onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, word spreads like wildfire over at the Adventurers Guild inside the imperial capital, where shock ripples through the halls upon hearing that Brachin Fortress fell in just a single day. Guild Master Sergio reviews the sudden battlefield reports, pointing out that even though the fortress is located right on the border, they had a significant number of imperial troops stationed there. Vice Master Iris stands nearby with a highly concerned expression, noting that strange things are definitely afoot regarding the swift defeat. An employee announces that they have just received a dire request, prompting Iris to tell the receptionist, Sarasa, that they will review it later since they are currently very busy. Down below, Sarasa firmly hands over the envelope anyway, clarifying that it is an urgent letter from a commercial firm called Trader, which immediately leads Iris to wonder if the message is actually from Viscount Lebric. Sergio asks if the nobleman from Lebric is currently the one actively fighting off the invaders in that region. Iris says that the Trader commercial firm used to have its main headquarters located right inside the Lebric Viscounty, guessing that this message must be directly linked to the ongoing war. Sergio confirms that Iris's assumption is entirely spot on as he reads the official letter, noting that Trader's chair explicitly wants them to send a force of adventurers for her to lead directly into battle against Sarjas. Iris notes that the firm is generously offering to pay double the standard going rate, which sounds like an excellent deal, though Sergio admits he still does not quite understand her ultimate motives. He questions why a mere merchant would risk embarking on such an uncertain battle, wondering if she fails to realize that her forces will be fighting a proper army rather than common brigands. Iris adds that while it is only hearsay, there might be a practical explanation behind the merchant's bold move. Iris explains that rumor has a trader heavily invested in facilities near the war zone, noting that those properties must have cost quite a bit of money. Sergio nods thoughtfully at his desk, concluding that she simply wants to protect her investments. Iris counters that the client's ultimate reasons do not really matter, as she will smoothly get rid of the invaders for them, which is a great outcome. Sergio acknowledges that this is a fair point, before turning his focus toward the veteran adventurers available inside the capital. She notes that if they are looking for veteran adventurers in the capital to handle the job, a specific group comes to mind. Sergio looks over the envelope with a sharp smile, confirming that they will intentionally send her their finest members. A sharp knock suddenly echoes at a door in the capital as a voice calls out to announce a visitor out of the blue. A long-haired woman opens the door and surprisingly addresses the visitor as Miss Sarasa. Standing out on the stone pavement, Sarasa asks for forgiveness for visiting so suddenly, to which the woman warmly replies that it is no problem at all and inquires what she can do for her. Sarasa explains that she has an urgent offer for her party and would like to discuss it right away, asking if that is all right. The woman readily agrees, welcoming the discussion, before the woman turns back toward the open doorway to call out and capture someone's attention inside. She turns back toward the inside of the room and calls out to Elsa, announcing that it is officially time to get to work. A long-haired woman enters the room and apologizes to the waiting group for the delay. Standing near the window, Sarasa and Lisa turn their attention toward the entrance as she approaches. Sarasa addresses Elsa directly, expressing her hope that she does not mind her presence. Elsa calmly responds from the doorway that she does not mind it at all. Elsa mentions that it is rare for them to drop by unexpectedly, noting she would have gladly gone to the guild herself, but Sarasa explains that they are in a massive rush. A letter is presented as an unexpected voice firmly demands a definitive answer by the end of the day. Sarasa asks if she is aware that Sarjas declared war on the Empire, to which Elsa begins to answer. Sarasa explains that the Sarjan army captured Brachan fortress and is still moving forward, adding that their client wants to form an opposition force to stop them and will lead the troops. Elsa absorbs the gravity of the tactical situation in silence. Elsa processes the news that they would be joining the war, causing her companion to gasp in sudden shock. Lisa looks completely frozen and tenses up with a drop of sweat on her face. Elsa turns her head toward her shocked friend and directly asks Lisa what is wrong. Lisa reflects on how her hometown is located close to the active war zone. Elsa explains that she must discuss the request with her team before giving a definitive answer, though Sarasa attempts to object. Placing a hand firmly over her heart, Elsa reassures them that even if her team members choose to refuse this request, she will personally accept the mission regardless. Sarasa tells Elsa to let them know when her team decides, to which Elsa happily agrees. Meanwhile, Lisa calls out to Elsa as they prepare to leave. Elsa smiles confidently and tells her companion that they should ask the others what they think. The scene transitions outside to the eastern gate of the imperial capital. The veteran leaders gathered in the forest are introduced. Elsa is a rank A adventurer and the leader of Sharp Edge. Rick is a rank B adventurer leading the Fang Dragon Scales, while Thomas is a rank A adventurer leading the Scorching Fists. Alongside them stand Julius, commander of the Swift Drake Mercenary Corps, and Gondair, commander of the Gondair Mercenary Corps. Standing before the assembled veteran leaders in the forest, Ellie addresses them directly. She extends her sincere appreciation to the group, thanking them all for heeding her urgent request and joining her today. Ellie introduces herself as the chair of the trader commercial firm. Mireille stands directly behind her, looking on quietly. She continues her address to the gathered veterans, explaining that she is leading the charge to push the Sarjan forces completely out of Lebrick Viscounty and the Empire for good. She asks if anyone has any questions, prompting Elsa to politely request permission to speak. Ellie acknowledges Elsa and kindly invites her to go ahead. Elsa raises her hand to explicitly ask about the rations they received, pointing out that while they must remain quick on their feet and cannot bring too much luggage, the distributed amount seems far too little for a 2-day journey. Ellie calmly responds that it is a fair question and assures her that it will be perfectly fine. Our girl explains that the distributed rations are intended strictly for emergencies, reassuring the group that she is personally carrying all of the main supplies herself so they can rest assured. Hearing this unusual statement, A confused Elsa looks back to ask exactly what she means by that. Ellie reasons to herself that since they will be fighting side by side, there is absolutely no point in hiding her unique ability from them anymore, as she smoothly lifts her gloved hand forward. Ellie tells the astonished leaders to have a look as a bright glow radiates from her hand, initiating the activation of her divine artifact. Ellie confidently calls forth her grimoire of Mammon, smiling warmly as the magical book materializes directly in her hands. She points her finger down at the open page to select a specific item from the ancient text. She formally commands the system to release the chosen object, causing a large magic circle to glimmer brightly beneath her feet as she stands before the group. Elsa and Thomas watch the sudden display with wide, startled eyes. A large, wooden barrel filled with fresh water suddenly manifests out of thin air on the dirt path. Ellie explains to the astonished leaders that her divine artifact smoothly stores various items inside its very own dedicated subspace. Ellie further explains that she possesses enough food and water to feed 100 people for several months, adding that the small rations she gave them earlier are merely insurance in case they get separated unexpectedly. Listening closely to her explanation, Thomas admits that he certainly did not see a development like that coming. Thomas remarks on what an incredibly handy power she has. Ellie places a finger to her lips, explaining that while she shared this information because the current situation requires it, she would highly appreciate it if everyone kept it a complete secret. She calmly asks if there are any more questions, and upon receiving total silence, she notes that everything is good. She declares that there is no time to waste and urges everyone to depart at once. Ellie looks forward with a bright smile, warmly stating that she very much looks forward to working with all of them. The scene transitions directly to the Lebrick Viscounty. A heavy thud echoes through the quiet forest as a horse firmly plants its hoof onto the dirt road during the campaign's advance. Ellie rides her horse along the path and announces that they will soon reach the area currently under Sarge's control. She issues a direct command to halt, bringing the entire unit to a sudden stop. Stepping down from her horse, Ellie warns the team that from this point forward, they risk running into foes at any given time. She advises the group that they should set up camp first before attempting to advance any further into enemy territory. Elsa suggests that they should have Marty scout the area first to ensure their safety. Ellie calmly gives her approval for the scouting mission to proceed. Our girl mentions that she would love to contact Viscount Lucas, but Julius quickly interrupts to assure her that his team will take complete care of that matter. Relieved by his proactive offer, Ellie smiles gently and expresses her great thanks to him. Elsa asks what the rest of them should do now. Ellie turns back toward her companions and commands them to set up their camp right here. She announces that they will finish pitching the tents before sundown. Ellie gestures toward the campsite, asking about their defensive line. Mireille notes that they are currently digging trenches around the camp to help delay the approaching enemies to some extent. Ellie opens her magical book, firmly stating that such measures are simply not enough. Our girl casts a powerful spell, summoning a massive stone wall that rises from the ground, leaving a nearby worker completely stunned. Ellie inspects the new structure alongside Mireille, contently noting that it is low enough for them to preserve their visibility, making it absolutely perfect. Elsa wonders why Ellie is wasting her time as a mere merchant when she possesses such incredible strength. Ellie looks back elegantly behind her hand with a knowing smile, softly giggling at the remark. She calmly states that she is nothing special, explaining that plenty of merchants are capable of using magic. Elsa folds her arms and directly counters that she does not know many people who actually possess a divine artifact. Turning slightly, Ellie calmly looks back and asks if her unique ability has caught their eye. Elsa gives a very blunt reply, stating not really. Thomas steps forward with a relaxed smile while scratching his cheek, mentioning that adventurers have a well-known saying. Thomas breaks down the old proverb, stating that the god of death answers to the name curiosity. He explains that knowing too much often endangers someone, adding that adventurers know the absolute key to a long life is not meddling. Ellie firmly agrees, calling it a wise saying indeed. Suddenly, a frantic shout shatters the peaceful conversation with a warning of bad news. Marty runs into the middle of the campsite, frantically pointing out toward the distance with a panicked look on her face. She loudly announces that a group of armed men has officially taken over the village. Elsa wonders if the armed men are currently using the location as a military base. Ellie calmly asks Marty to take a breath and explain the situation. Marty details her scouting report, explaining that she spied on the village directly from a nearby hill. She notes that while she saw lots of armed men stationed throughout the settlement, there were very few villagers remaining in sight. Marty further reports that the few villagers she managed to spot ended up getting dragged away by those hostile brutes. A distressed Marty adds that she also saw something highly concerning on the ground. The view shifts down to reveal countless dark, red stains scattered across the soil, which she notes were most likely an ominous sign. She grimly concludes that the stains were blood. Ellie asks if the Sarjan force attacked the village, to which Marty confirms that it is highly likely. Elsa scratches her head in deep confusion, wondering what in the world the attackers are thinking. Thomas stands close to her and notes that international laws of war strictly prohibit killing civilians. Ellie considers the situation and notes that hurting these people makes very little sense when their ultimate goal is supposedly just to reclaim their land. She reasons that a single rogue unit might have simply acted out on its own, which Elsa firmly supports as the most plausible option. Ellie turns to find out exactly how many men were spotted there, prompting Marty to estimate that there were around 10. Elsa looks at her and anxiously asks what they should do next. A determined Ellie rests a hand against her chin, as she decisively declares that they will go save the village. Mireille reacts with sudden surprise upon hearing the bold directive. Ellie calmly notes that they currently have very few details about the enemy. Our girl outlines the tactical objective, explaining that capturing some soldiers and interrogating them will help them face the rest of the army. Thomas smiles eagerly at the plan and declares that it sounds good, urging everyone to attack them, but Ellie calmly interrupts to state that she is sorry to disappoint him. Ellie clarifies that she will head straight to the village accompanied strictly by Elsa's party. A surprised Thomas asks her to hang on, questioning why they cannot simply launch an attack together, to which Ellie points out that the camp's defenses are still not fully in place. Ellie emphasizes that they absolutely cannot afford to leave the camp vulnerable, explicitly instructing Thomas and the remaining forces to stay behind to protect it. A disappointed Thomas sighs at the decision, prompting Ellie to cheerfully tell him not to worry. She smiles warmly and reassures Thomas that he will have plenty of chances to go wild later on. A sweating Thomas gives up his resistance and reluctantly complies with her order. Ellie looks directly toward her companion, asking if Elsa is all right with that arrangement. Elsa calmly accepts the directive and responds that they will get ready, before inquiring exactly when they will depart. As the sun begins to set over the campsite, the group realizes that the darkness will arrive shortly. They decide to use the cover of the night to carefully sneak into the village undetected. An enemy soldier lights a cigarette while sitting alone on a large rock in the forest. He reflects that while he did not know what to expect, fighting in a war is turning out to be much easier than he thought. A silent hand suddenly reaches out from the shadows toward the distracted man. The hand forcefully grabs the soldier and covers his mouth, catching him completely by surprise. The captor holds a sharp dagger close to his neck and delivers a cold command telling him not to move. The captured soldier sweats in terror as Elsa stands over him while Ellie keeps a dagger pressed against his body. Ellie looks down at him calmly, explaining that they will remove the hand covering his mouth, but warning him that if he screams, he is dead. Ellie tells the soldier to blink slowly if he understands the terms of his surrender, prompting the terrified man to quickly comply. The guy lets out a relaxed sigh as the hand is removed. Ellie announces that it is officially time for a little chat. In the dark forest, Ellie demands to know the identity of the captured soldier. Feeling a sharp blade sliding against his skin, the terrified soldier lets out a frightened cry and begs her to wait, frantically promising to reveal everything he knows. The cornered soldier opens his mouth wide in a panic, desperately confessing that they are actually from the kingdom of Haldoria. The captured soldier repeats with a shaking voice that they came from the kingdom of Haldoria. Ellie turns the new information over in her mind, deeply questioning why the kingdom would send reinforcements to Sarjas. Keeping her focus entirely on the captive, she firmly commands him to go on. The nervous soldier explains that the prince explicitly promised to pay them very handsomely if they chose to enlist, which immediately causes a startled Elsa to question the involvement of the prince. The guy confirms that when the war originally broke out, His Highness was located near the border with his troops to carry out a routine military exercise. Flashback imagery highlights Prince Fried confidently looking ahead alongside Robert. Processing the bizarre timeline, Ellie reflects with a deeply suspicious glare, wondering why Fried would be taking part in a military exercise right at that specific time. She finds it impossible to believe that Fried just happened to be near the active war zone by sheer chance. She vividly remembers his deep history of laziness and reflects on how he used to constantly find every single excuse to bail out of his official royal duties. Ellie mutters quietly to herself that she finally understands the entire situation, noting that everything is simply all too convenient. She deduces that the prince moved his forces ahead of time because he knew the war would break out. Witnessing her sudden revelation, a highly concerned Elsa calls out to Ellie by name, while Ellie realizes she always felt something was off. Glaring ahead with an angry expression, Ellie decisively concludes that this entire conflict turns out to be all that idiot prince is doing. The underlying geopolitical strategy shows that the kingdom of Sarjas cannot sustain itself food-wise. The vulnerable nation relies completely on Haldoria's continuous support, especially for essential resources like salt. Managing and sending out this vital financial and resource aid happens to be Prince Fried's direct job. Ellie realizes that if the prince threatened to suddenly pull their vital resource support, the desperate Sarjans would have had absolutely no choice but to do his bidding. She analyzes the core motivations driving the hidden plot, recognizing that Fried is a remarkably simple man. She recalls how his reputation plummeted across the castle when she was no longer there to cover for his extensive shortcomings. She figures out that the desperate prince foolishly believed winning a war would successfully undo all the damage to his public prestige. Ellie firmly looks down at the captive and directly demands to know what they did to the helpless villagers. The cornered soldier sweats in intense panic, completely unable to find his words as he begins to nervously stutter back. The soldier confesses that the local men chose to resist, leaving them with absolutely no choice. Ellie looks at him coldly, directly concluding that they killed them anyway. Elsa steps forward to demand answers regarding the fate of the women and children, causing the trembling captive to falter as he attempts to explain his actions. Ellie cuts him off entirely with a heavy sigh of disgust, stating that she has heard enough after learning that they trapped the helpless villagers inside. Turning her back on him completely, she coldly tells the soldier that it looks like he needs a serious reminder. Our girl firmly states that what they did to those innocent people directly violates the international laws of war, declaring that they are officially nothing but common criminals now. The panicked soldier reacts in utter shock, desperately arguing that they merely followed the prince's direct orders. Ellie tries to process the shocking development, quietly wondering if the prince truly ordered the brutal attack. The soldier frantically confirms that he absolutely did. Listening closely from behind, a stunned Elsa asks if the prince is actively trying to get rid of the kingdom of Sarjas altogether. The captive soldier trembles in confusion, repeating the idea of getting rid of Sarjas entirely. Ellie looks down grimly and explains that now that innocent civilians have been heavily harmed, peace talks are completely off the table for good. Holding a thoughtful hand to her face, she reasons that the empire must inevitably retaliate to avenge its own people. She grows deeply worried as she reflects that this highly problematic situation could easily turn into an all-out war. The soldier sits on the ground in complete disbelief, muttering that there is simply no way this is happening. Standing tall over him, Ellie firmly demands that he start talking now that he finally understands the stakes, sharply asking exactly how many soldiers are currently stationed in the village. The captive soldier reveals that they have 4 guys currently on lookout duty, while their officer and 2 others are staying inside the mayor's house. Hearing the layout, Ellie looks over and calls out to Elsa, prompting a focused Elsa to declare that she understands and they should depart immediately. As Ellie and Elsa prepare to move out, the captured soldier suddenly calls out for them to wait. He anxiously asks if he can come along with them. Ellie reacts with open confusion at the request. The soldier frantically pleads with them, loudly shouting that he wants to help save the villagers and atone for his sins. Ellie looks directly at him in disbelief, utterly stunned by his sudden change of heart. Ellie asks the soldier what is wrong with him before executing a swift, brutal slash through the air. She stares down coldly, asking him if he truly thought this situation was a game. Ellie looks down at the bleeding, gasping man and addresses his desire to atone. She declares that there is only one way for him to do that, drawing her weapon completely as she commands him to die a slow, painful death. She coldly adds that his victims will be much happier that way, prompting a desperate scream from the forest below. Inside a village house, an elderly man frantically begs the hostile forces to stop and leave his grandchild alone. Entirely unmoved, an armed soldier tightly grips a crying, long-haired girl by the chin, telling the old man that there is no need to yell because they intend to take very good care of her. A sudden rattle draws the attention of the soldier holding the girl, prompting him to wonder what that noise was. He commands his companion to go check it out, and the other armored man quickly complies as he heads toward the closed wooden door. The heavy wooden door shatters inward with a loud slam. Ellie steps forcefully into the room with a determined glare, completely catching the hostile soldiers off guard. The sudden intrusion leaves the soldiers completely frozen in panic, frantically shouting in disbelief at the unexpected arrival. Ellie calmly stands her ground at the entrance and calls out to Elsa. Elsa moves with blinding speed, forcefully slamming the startled officer face-first onto the wooden floorboards. The pinned soldier lets out an angry, desperate scream demanding to be let go, but Ellie looks down on him coldly and commands him to be quiet. Glaring down at the completely defeated man, Ellie informs him that all of his little friends outside are already dead. She watches his face twist in pure horror as she coldly adds that he is the last one remaining, leaving the trembling officer to let out a defeated groan. The pinned soldier desperately pleads with Ellie not to kill him. Holding a thoughtful finger to her chin, Ellie calmly responds that his survival depends entirely on his attitude, demanding that he tell her everything he knows if he wants to live. The terrified captive tries to bargain, nervously asking if she will truly let him live if he chooses to speak. Ellie closes her eyes in annoyance, completely losing her patience as she suddenly drives a sharp dagger straight down into the hand with a powerful stab. Ellie tells him that she has had enough of the useless chatter, sternly warning him to just answer her questions or face the consequences. Ellie asks the captive what he knows about the troops stationed at Brachan Fortress, promising to let him go if he provides valuable intelligence. Winced in pain next to the embedded dagger, the soldier quickly talks, explaining that Sarge's main army holds the southern part of the fortress while fierce mercenaries have been given completely free rein in the north. Hearing the mention of mercenaries, Ellie observes the information with a thoughtful expression. Marty suddenly runs to the open doorway, loudly calling out to Miss Ellie to announce that they are finally done with their tasks outside. Ellie looks back calmly over her shoulder to acknowledge her with a short word of approval just as she firmly grabs hold of her weapon to pull it out. The captured officer panics as Ellie ruthlessly drags him across the floorboards. The man screams in total confusion, reminding her that he told her everything he knew and protesting that she promised to let him go. Looking ahead calmly, Ellie replies that she will absolutely keep her word. Ellie forcefully tosses the crying officer out into the open courtyard, flatly telling him that she is letting him go as he scrambles away on his hands and knees. She silently notes that while she is keeping her promise, she never said anything about what happens next. The fleeing officer suddenly freezes in fear as he spots a large group of angry villagers standing directly in front of him. Holding pitchforks and sharp knives, the townspeople stare him down with intense hatred while the sweating soldier realizes he has been released straight to his victims. The furious villagers break down into tears as they identify the officer, crying out that he killed their families. They raise their weapons high, declaring that they will get justice and make him pay dearly for his crimes. Terrified and surrounded, the cornered officer frantically waves his hands, desperately begging for someone to save him. A brutal sound echoes through the night as the villagers violently stab the screaming officer. Watching the grim scene from a distance, Ellie calmly advises that they should watch over the village a bit longer because other enemy units might still be lying in wait. Staring at the aftermath, a stunned Elsa asks how they are supposed to handle a situation like that, prompting a quiet reply from Ellie. She calmly states that they will clean up the mess as soon as the villagers finish their business. 2 days later, a traveler arrives at the encampment in the woods and asks to speak directly with Miss Ellie. An official from the Imperial Army arrives at the camp, explaining that they readily contacted the Viscount's forces. Standing before Julius, Mireille, and Ellie, the man places a polite hand on his chest and formally introduces himself by the name of Igel. Speaking in the name of Lord Lucas, Igel extends his deep gratitude to Ellie for leading her brave people and coming directly to their aid. Ellie gracefully responds that the pleasure is entirely hers, prompting Igel to suggest that he get straight to the main point of his visit. Igo details that their army has successfully set up a main camp on the plains south of their position, steadily moving toward the fortress while smoothly dispatching any enemy soldiers found along the way. He adds that they also discovered Prince Fried of Haldoria is secretly pulling the strings behind the conflict, prompting a flat and completely unsurprised acknowledgement from Ellie, who notes that she already knows. He explains that Lord Lucas immediately raised serious objections through official diplomatic channels. Ellie rests a thoughtful hand against her face, closing her eyes as she grimly admits she heavily fears absolutely nothing of substance will come from that approach. She explains the political reality to Igo, pointing out that unless Lord Lucas discovers and presents undeniable evidence that Fried ordered the invasion, the Kingdom of Haldoria will simply deny his involvement. Curious about their next tactical moves, Ellie looks directly at the official and asks what Lord Lucas's current plans are. Igo responds that Lord Lucas intends to keep moving east while liberating the various villages currently under Sarjan control, with the ultimate goal of taking back the fortress. He adds that the commander hopes Ellie will do the same with her volunteer army, prompting an immediate agreement from Ellie, who smiles and asks Igo to please send Lord Lucas her regards before he rides away from the camp. As the messenger departs, she directly commands Mireille to gather everyone right away, firmly declaring that they are heading east to join the offensive. The next day, Mireille approaches her mistress to report that the scouts have successfully located Lord Lucas's main army. Ellie looks over her shoulder, contentedly noting that it is good news and commanding her forces to proceed and join him. Upon their arrival at the main encampment, Lucas walks forward to greet them with a relieved smile. He extends his sincere appreciation to Ellie for coming, warmly adding that he is incredibly glad to see her safe. Lucas inquires how the village Ellie backed is faring. Ellie reports that there are no human losses to deplore, but mentions that the goods and supplies she previously sent were seized by the enemy. He sighs and reflects that they should rejoice that no lives were lost, given how precious life is. Ellie listens in quiet agreement, keeping her thoughts close. She acknowledges that goods do have value. Gritting her teeth, she venomously promises that she will personally make sure to get back every last coin stolen from her business. Lucas focuses and asks her if she and her people would care to join an upcoming strategic meeting. Followed closely by Mireille, Ellie confirms and promises to see him in a moment, leaving a sweating Lucas to internally reflect on how terrifying her intense mood swings are. Inside the command tent, Dreg, a commander in the Lebric Viscounty's army, breaks down the tactical situation. He notes that the men currently holding Brachin Fortress will have a massive edge since they possess stout walls, powerful siege weapons, and soldiers strong enough to take the fort in a single day. He reasons that a direct frontal attack on the fortress would be far too reckless. Lucas points out that they are left with only one viable strategy. Ellie suggests they ambush the enemy using an elite force of divine artifact users. Lucas directly asks how many artifact users they currently have available on their side. Ellie clarifies that on her side, there are only 2 users, consisting of Elsa and herself. Dreg adds that Lucas is a user as well, but he notes that he is also one himself. Hearing the tally, a determined Lucas decisively declares that he will personally join the vanguard. Lucas states that if he chooses to hide while his beloved homeland stands in absolute peril, he will never find a proper time to fight. Ellie observes his fierce determination, smoothly noting that she has a specific tactical plan in mind. She presents a tactical map of the fortress area and suggests a pincer movement, proposing that Lucas and Commander Dreg attack directly from the south while Elsa and she launch an assault from the north. A curious Lucas asks exactly what she means by this split strategy. Ellie holds up her finger to explain, stating that according to the critical intelligence they recently gathered, the enemy forces are divided. Ellie elaborates that Sarge's main forces control the southern part of the fortress, meaning no enemy divine artifact users should be stationed on that specific side. She reasons that while Prince Fried and his personal guard, Robert, are capable of using divine artifacts, she strongly doubts they would ever risk their lives on the battlefield when this conflict ultimately means very little to the Kingdom of Haldoria. She places a finger on the tactical map to point out the northern sector. She notes that mercenaries run the northern part of the fortress, and since they are highly powerful, it would not surprise her if some of them possess divine artifacts. Ellie smiles confidently as she highlights the combat strengths of their northern infiltration group. She explains that wide-scale spells are her personal specialty, while Elsa is a highly capable rank A adventurer. She casually points out that even if they happen to encounter a powerful foe they cannot handle, they can always choose to flee. Elsa readily agrees with a short nod, while Lucas stands before them in silence, sweating disbelief over their incredibly relaxed attitude toward a dangerous mission. Lucas accepts the strategy but firmly asks Ellie to promise that she will prioritize her own safety, to which Ellie readily agrees. Looking out over the dark night toward Brochin Fortress, a determined Ellie states that there is absolutely no time to waste and declares that they will strike tonight. Under the pitch-black night sky, Ellie and Elsa carefully scale a rocky cliff to look down on the heavily fortified enemy stronghold. With her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her sword, Ellie resolutely declares that they will take back the fortress under the complete cover of darkness. Under the dim twilight sky, the infiltration team prepares to execute their dangerous mission. Ellie glances over her shoulder and sharply states that it is time to review the plan one last time. Standing on the rocky precipice overlooking the target area, Elsa looks toward her companion and suggests that she will handle the watchtower while Ellie takes charge of the garrison. Ellie looks back with a firm smile and confirms that the distribution of targets is absolutely correct. Gazing down from the high cliff at the heavily fortified stronghold and the enemy tents spread across the valley, Ellie commands Elsa to eliminate as many targets as possible the moment she breaches the defenses, explicitly giving her free rein to go completely wild on the battlefield. She turns slightly to add a critical warning, sternly advising Elsa to take great care not to harm any non-combatants since the kidnapped townspeople might still be trapped down there with the enemy soldiers. Elsa listens carefully with a serious expression and gives her word that she understands, prompting Ellie to look out at the dark night and declare that it is finally time to move out. Down within the enemy camp, a tired guard with a headband stands near the wooden palisade walls and lets out a wide, heavy yawn. His companion walks up from behind to tell him to cut it out, noting with relief that their shift is almost officially over. The first soldier happily agrees that he is completely exhausted and cannot wait to sleep, but his words are instantly cut short as a silent blade ruthlessly slices right through his neck. Before the enemy soldiers can even register a sound, Ellie moves like a flash and cleanly strikes her blade in a single, fluid strike. One of the fallen guards can only emit a faint grunt of confusion before crashing heavily to the ground. Ellie peers out from behind a wooden structure and spots a pair of captive villagers carrying heavy sacks through the camp. Realizing innocent people are nearby, she raises her hand to cast a spell, consciously deciding to hold back her true strength so she does not accidentally harm the prisoners. A shimmering magical circle materializes over the enemy tents as Ellie releases her incantation. She invokes a localized ice rain, sending sharp shards of frozen rock hurtling down directly onto the target zone below. The unexpected barrage crashes violently against the stronghold, prompting a panicked soldier to look up in shock at the sudden hail. Amidst the chaos and heavy groans of injured guards, Ellie remains completely calm as she slowly draws her weapon from its sheath to join the melee. A nearby officer frantically barks out orders, screaming that they are under an official attack and commanding his panicked troops to immediately locate the enemy mage responsible. Before he can even finish his sentence, a silent strike splits the air and cuts him where he stands. A sudden spray of blood erupts into the air as Ellie stands resolutely with her sword held high, completely catching the enemy off guard. The panicked defenders break into frantic shouting, commanding their comrades to surround her immediately while crying out that she is absolutely not supposed to be here. Reacting to the sudden intrusion, an enemy commander barks an order to put their shields to the front to block her advance. Ellie calmly observes their movements, silently noting that these mercenaries are fairly strong and have the basic fundamentals down, but they are still not enough to stop her. With a fierce and focused look, Ellie effortlessly executes a massive, sweeping slash that shatters the defenders' front line. As she easily deflects their counterattacks, Ellie closely analyzes the combat patterns of the enemy forces. She reasons to herself that these soldiers could not have taken the fortress with such mediocre skills, concluding that this group is definitely not the exceptional mercenary unit Arnaud mentioned earlier. Deciding to end the skirmish without further delay, Ellie channels her mana to unleash a powerful spell. Shimmering magical circles spin around her hands as she chants an incantation to summon freezing winds and a fatal blizzard, proudly declaring herself as Fenrir of the Storm to swiftly wipe out the remaining forces. A fierce storm erupts across the battlefield as Ellie releases her magic. The enemy guards shield their eyes in absolute panic, shouting out in disbelief as the freezing blizzard breath tears through their ranks and begins turning the soldiers into solid blocks of ice. Terrified by the sudden display of power, the remaining soldiers realize their opponent is a magic user and frantically deduce that she must be the one responsible for the earlier ice rain. Keeping up her relentless pressure, Ellie opens her mouth once more to cast her next spell, Freezing Earth, sending a sudden frost spreading rapidly across the ground. The spreading frost instantly covers the terrain, encasing the enemy soldiers in thick ice. Trapped and completely unable to break free, a panicked guard screams in agony about his frozen feet, cursing the intruder as a damn witch. Hearing the desperate insults echoing from the frozen guards, Ellie raises her fist in annoyance and mutters that calling her a damn witch is incredibly rude. After casually looking back as another enemy soldier cries out about an intruder, she shifts her focus away from the defeated camp, calmly wondering to herself how Elsa is currently faring over at her own target sector. Meanwhile, at the watchtower, Elsa looks out toward the main camp with a sweat drop on her face, noting that someone is clearly having a massive field day over there. Suddenly, a large, aggressive mercenary looms directly behind her, fiercely shouting and asking if she honestly thinks she can just look away during a battle. A sudden metal clash rings out as Elsa swings her weapon, deflecting the heavy strike from the massive attacker. Despite the surprise assault, she stands her ground firmly and stares back coldly while the mercenary mockingly tells her not to worry because his eyes are completely fixed on her. In a rapid flurry of combat, Elsa blocks an incoming arrow shot from the shadows with a sharp blast of sparks. She quickly shifts her gaze toward the side as a mysterious hooded figure darts across the battlefield, prompting her to swiftly spin around to counter the newly arrived threat. Elsa tightens her stance and stares ahead, internally noting that these opponents are operating on a completely different level than common troops. She gives him a direct compliment, smoothly noting that he is pretty good. Elsa looks closely at the new arrivals, directly asking if they are the exceptional mercenary group that she has been hearing so much about lately. Standing confidently alongside two hooded subordinates, a smirk forms on the face of the short-haired commander as he casually waves his hand, reply that he does not know what rumors she heard but he is deeply flattered that such a worthy opponent thinks so highly of him. Without wasting another second, the enemy forces suddenly execute a swift dash forward to surround her. Elsa stands ready as a loud whoosh echoes through the air, tightly gripping her blade as she prepares to face the coordinated onslaught of the mysterious mercenaries. She internally reflects that while she could easily handle these enemies one-on-one, managing a group of this caliber is proving to be a challenge. Swinging her dagger, Elsa struggles to keep up as the hooded mercenaries surround her from all sides. She continues her mental evaluation, reasoning that fighting them all at once is incredibly tough and recognizing that their short-haired leader is a highly capable strategist who knows exactly how to coordinate his men. Elsa closes her eyes and lets out a tired sigh, silently admitting to herself that the situation is looking bad. Seeing her vulnerable state, the mercenary commander steps forward with a smug look, mockingly asking if she is finally ready to give up before coldly adding that it does not really matter anyway since she is dead either way. A confident smile suddenly spreads across Elsa's face as she looks back, contentedly noting that this revelation makes things exceptionally easy for her. Throwing her ordinary weapon high into the air, she triggers a sudden wave of shock from the mercenary leader, who gapes in absolute disbelief as he realizes she is about to call forth a divine artifact. Elsa thrusts her gloved hand forward as a powerful aura begins to manifest around her fingers. She firmly invokes the true name of her legendary weapon, Spada della Fenice, preparing to turn the tables on her cornered attackers. From across the battlefield, Ellie gasps as she suddenly senses a massive shockwave rippling through the air. She recognizes it immediately as a powerful mana surge and wonders if Elsa has officially summoned her divine artifact to engage the enemy. She recalls the moment Elsa shared details about her unique weapon after the group first discussed their respective powers. For the most part, the legendary Spada della Fenice acts as a standard sword that grants physical buffs, but it possesses a distinct and dangerous trait where the more injured Elsa becomes, the stronger her arm grows and the sharper her blade cuts. Sensing the burning energy in the distance, Ellie reasons that this means only one thing. She deduces that Elsa has successfully found the core force of the invaders. Elsa fearlessly charges into the fray. She lets out a fierce battle cry and unleashes a sweeping slash that cuts through the dark, effortlessly driving back the hooded mercenaries who try to swarm her. The enemy commander watches the display with a sweat drop, mockingly acknowledging that she possesses quite a formidable surge in power. Undeterred, he barks orders to his men to keep pushing since they still heavily outnumber her, while Ellie's hand opens a sinister magical text below to invoke a separate divine artifact, the Grimoire of Beelzebub. A series of violent explosions suddenly rock the battlefield. Ellie triggers a heavy barrage of fire bullets, sending large bursts of consuming flames directly into the area to disrupt her opponent. The sudden smoke clears to reveal a newly arrived figure on the battlefield, catching the mercenary commander completely by surprise. Elsa looks over with a sweat drop on her face, calmly remarking that her ally certainly knows exactly how to make a grand entrance. Holding her open magical book calmly in her hands, Ellie stands firmly before her startled opponents. The mercenary leader grits his teeth in deep frustration over facing another powerful magic user, immediately barking a frantic command to his remaining troops to execute their contingency plan and retreat from the area. Seeing the enemy forces prepare to turn back and run, Ellie lets out a loud, commanding shout to her companion. She calls out to Elsa, urgently instructing her not to let any of the retreating combatants escape from the battlefield. Ellie dashes forward and attempts to close the distance to cut off their path. She swings her blade at the retreating leader, but the cunning mercenary commander suddenly ducks below her reach with a sinister grin, completely catching Ellie off guard as she gasps in surprise. A sharp clang echoes across the battlefield as the short-haired mercenary leader suddenly blocks Ellie's incoming attack with his sword. As their weapons lock in a tense struggle, the guy realizes that he knew she would be a troublesome opponent. The mercenary leader confidently explains that Ellie could not break through his defense because he is wielding Flugel, the famed magic blade. He boasts that his weapon can easily slice through mithril like butter but will shatter at the slightest blunt impact, prompting a calm Ellie to observe that he certainly knows his swords. He continues to press forward, noting that he heard this legendary sword originally belonged inside a king's royal treasury. He smiles curiously as he demands to know who in the world she could possibly be to possess such a weapon, leaving a sweating Ellie to look back blankly and question if he is asking about her identity. Ellie delivers a powerful kick straight into his midsection to break the weapon lock. She fiercely declares that she is simply a humble merchant. The mercenary leader goes skidding across the dirt path from the impact of the blow while Ellie regains her balance a short distance away. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cuts through the air, causing a startled Ellie to gasp in surprise as the leader mutters that it is finally time. A blinding light abruptly fills the area with a sharp flash as the retreating mercenary throws down an explosive device. Ellie shields her eyes in pain, gritting her teeth and recognizing that the enemy used a flash grenade. Elsa quickly points past the smoke, urgently calling out to Ellie. As the light fades, a young man with straight, short hair stands surrounded by hooded guards. Elsa looks ahead in absolute astonishment, immediately identifying him as Grint, the Prince of Sarjas. The mercenary leader breaks out a magical document, intending to open a retreat path for the prince and his guards. Recognizing the item instantly, a sweating Elsa frantically yells that the enemy is using a magic scroll. The ancient document begins to brightly glow as Ellie observes that they are actively trying to make a complete escape from the battlefield. The mercenary leader officially invokes the scroll's activation command, shouting out the word gate. A massive column of light shoots directly into the night sky, forming a teleportation portal right before a stunned Ellie can intervene. The brilliant column of light slowly dissolves into the dark night sky, leaving the ground completely empty. Elsa walks over to join her companion, flatly stating that the enemy forces managed to successfully get away. Looking down thoughtfully, Ellie acknowledges the statement but notes that something deeper is still lingering about this sudden turn of events. The fierce border battle has finally concluded, and she declares that the fortress officially belongs to them once again. Inside the command chambers, Lucas crosses his arms, noting that while they successfully managed to drive the Sarjan forces away for now, the primary issue is what actions to take next. Ellie stands close by his side, shifting the focus to geopolitical regulations by pointing out that according to imperial law, the situation demands a direct response. The memories of the local countryside villagers are highlighted as the townspeople stand together in tears, clutching pitchforks amidst the dark ruins of their home. According to the strict laws of the land, all imperial subjects belong entirely to His Majesty the Emperor, meaning a foreign nation has forcefully laid hands on the ruler's sovereign property regardless of the victim's status. Lucas rubs his chin in deep frustration, wishing he could demand an official apology and proper financial compensation, but admitting they currently share absolutely no diplomatic ties with the Kingdom of Sarjas. He firmly declares that he personally wants Heldoria to pay heavily for what they have done to her region as well. She reassures that leaving aside that foolish prince, the Prime Minister will undoubtedly dispose of any lingering evidence to completely conceal Heldoria's secret involvement in the invasion. Hearing the grim political reality, Lucas calmly states that in that case, it is entirely clear what he must do next. Lucas firmly announces that he has officially made up his mind. He firmly declares that they shall officially march on the Kingdom of Sarjas to deliver their retaliation. Lucas decisively states that they will officially march on the Kingdom of Sarjas. Suddenly, an urgent announcement disrupts the planning room as a scout arrives to deliver a message to Lucas, reporting that a Sarjan company is currently approaching while bearing a white flag. The reporting messenger details that the leader of the arriving company is a man calling himself Robert Artie. Upon hearing this familiar name, Ellie reacts with sudden shock. Lucas turns his hand outward in open surprise, wondering aloud if this Robert is not Prince Fried's personal knight. Ellie rests a thoughtful hand against her chin, processing the deeper implications in silence. After a brief pause, she looks back toward the commander and firmly asks Lucas to please allow her to go talk to him directly. Outside the camp gates, a white flag flutters near the edge of the forest as Ellie calls out to Lord Robert. Spotting her face, a completely stunned Robert wide-eyed gaps in absolute shock, calling her by her noble title, Lady Elizabeth. Ellie stares back at him, calmly noting that it has been far too long since they last met, prompting a troubled and sweating Robert to weakly mutter that he sees. Standing near the forest path, Robert observes Ellie and Lucas with a deeply serious expression. Robert notes that if Ellie is here on the battlefield, his side stands absolutely no hope of winning. Lucas listens carefully to the statement, explaining that he has already been told that Robert wishes to surrender. Ellie looks directly at the armored commander to confront him about his hidden background. Ellie points out that Robert is Prince Fried's right-hand man and firmly asks him to explain himself. Looking down with a visible sweat drop, a deeply troubled Robert begins to stammer out a response regarding his highness. The memory of Prince Fried appears as Robert grimly exposes his master's sinister plot. Robert explains that the prince has dragged Sarjas into an entire war for his sole benefit and deliberately let innocent villagers suffer just to spite the empire. Ellie and Lucas watch quietly from a short distance away as Robert looks back toward them to deliver his heavy confession. Robert passionately declares that his true duty is to protect his country, adding that as a proud knight, he can simply no longer stand by and watch this tragedy unfold. Lucas speaks up from off-panel to address him by name as Lord Robert. Lucas announces that he will soon lead his troops directly into Sarjas, but firmly emphasizes that he does not wish to see any more blood spilled unnecessarily. Lucas stretches out his hand toward Robert and asks if he is of the same mind. Ellie stands right behind the commander with a subtle smile, listening closely to the conversation. Facing them resolutely, Robert confirms his agreement with a short, single word. He declares that this is why they have come to find Robert. The scene transitions to a library room inside the royal capital of the Kingdom of Sarjas. Prince Fried sits comfortably in a chair, harshly berating Grint for failing to hold a single fortress against some backwater lord. Grint stands silently by the tall bookshelves, clenching his fist in tight anger as the prince sneers, loudly declaring that this failure is exactly why he absolutely hates second-rate countries. Fried smugly claims that he will personally show him how things are done. The prince boasts that his own men are currently on standby near the fortress and promises they will rid them of the emperor's dogs in no time at all. Suddenly, a heavy slam rattles the room as a frantic voice shatters the discussion with a loud shout of dire news. An unseen messenger bursts into the library, frantically announcing that they have officially lost all contact with Robert's company. Grint looks back in sweating surprise as Fried completely loses his calm composure, reeling back in his seat and shouting out in utter disbelief. Fried firmly demands that the messenger explain the situation at once. The reporting soldier details that the company's very last message explicitly stated they would head straight to the fortress. Sweating in pure frustration, Fried grits his teeth tightly as he tries to process the sudden development. The guy concludes that his forces must have been entirely crushed by the Imperial Army and forced into a total surrender. A sudden rattle echoes through the quiet as Prince Fried abruptly turns around and walks straight toward the exit. Watching his master's sudden movement, Grint looks on in deep confusion and wonders where in the world His Highness is going. Glaring ahead coldly, Fried flatly announces that he is simply going home. The sudden declaration completely catches Grint off guard, leaving him to shout out in absolute shock and disbelief at his master's casual attitude. Fried looks back over his shoulder, indifferently stating that this conflict is ultimately Grint's war and not his own, questioning why he should even care about it. Furious at the sudden abandonment, Grint glares down with clenched fists and passionately demands to know how the prince can possibly say something like that after everything he has already done. Grint highlights that the prince ordered them to start this war and explicitly commanded them to attack innocent civilians. He points out that the prince now intends to shamelessly act as if he had no part in the conflict. The prince firmly commands Grint to listen closely, sharply warning him to never drag him or Haldoria into his pathetic mess. Fried aggressively shoves Grint aside, coldly warning that he will take immediate military action if Grint persists. Turning his back completely, the prince demands his attendants to ready his luggage at once because he is leaving immediately. A distressed Grint stands completely frozen in absolute shock, staring ahead helplessly as he quietly mutters a bitter curse. A few days later, the campaign shifts perspective as the liberating army makes rapid strides across the territory. Pointing directly at a tactical map of the region, Lucas contently notes that they have barely suffered any losses during their swift advance. Lucas looks up toward his companions to detail the current battlefield situation, calmly adding that only the royal capital remains left to conquer. Ellie stands right beside him, warmly nodding her head in complete agreement. Lucas addresses their newest ally, expressing that this smooth campaign is entirely thanks to his highly valuable information. Standing tall in his armor, a quiet Robert absorbs the compliment as Lucas reassures him that the final battle shall be no different if the enemy defenses are exactly as he described. Robert pauses for a moment before offering a polite expression of gratitude to the commander. Ellie speaks gently to Robert, telling him that she understands how he feels. She explains that it is tough to betray the master he swore to serve. Ellie then reaches out to him, adding that he knows Fried is in the wrong. Ellie takes hold of Robert's hands, urging him not to hesitate to sacrifice his honor to put Prince Fried back on the right path. She asks him if that is not how a truly loyal friend ought to behave. Robert looks visibly flustered and embarrassed, blushing as he refers to Ellie as my lady. He agrees that she is right and declares that he must bring His Highness back to his senses. Ellie responds by calling his resolve splendid, smiling warmly at him. A messenger approaches the group and informs Lord Lucas that an envoy has arrived for him. Lucas announces that it is time to end the meeting. Lucas tells them both to rest well for the upcoming offensive. Ellie looks back at Lucas and confirms that she will do so, addressing him as Lord. Robert looks toward Ellie and addresses her by her title, Lady Elizabeth. Robert suddenly steps forward and bows his head low in front of Ellie. With a frantic and loud voice, Robert desperately begs Ellie to please forgive him for everything that happened in the past. Ellie looks back at the kneeling knight in open surprise, softly calling out to him by name. Robert continues his heavy emotional confession, admitting that he terribly wronged her last year. Robert explains that he blindly believed His Highness and Lady Sylvia, leading to his past actions. Robert looks down as he recalls the past events, confessing that he judged her without ever verifying the truth of their claims, which ultimately forced her to flee her homeland. Ellie turns her head toward him with a gentle smile, calmly reassuring him that everything he mentioned is completely in the past. Robert attempts to protest, but Ellie calmly cuts him off to clarify the past situation. Ellie reasons that it all happened simply because she was unable to forge a strong bond with His Highness to begin with. Ellie gently advises Robert to please not worry about it anymore. Ellie smiles contentedly and notes that besides, she truly enjoys her current life as a merchant. She looks back over her shoulder and explicitly tells Robert to call her Ellie, firmly adding that she is officially a citizen of the Empire now, which leaves a startled Robert to utter a word of confusion in surprise. Ellie smiles and firmly declares that her name is Ellie Lays. The scene shifts directly inside the royal palace of Sarjas. King of Sarjas grimly reflects that this development marks the absolute end. Sitting firmly upon his large throne, King Xandra Sarjas lowers his gaze with a heavy heart. He calmly delivers his final decision, announcing that he shall officially capitulate to the Empire. King further declares that he will share the whole truth with them and beg for forgiveness. Hearing the shocking statement, a guy gasps out in complete panic, frantically calling out to his sovereign. King Xandra Sarjas looks ahead resolutely, explaining that leaving aside their reasons, they started this war and must now face the fallout. The king reasons that the empire does not unjustly harm civilians and firmly believes their immediate surrender will save their people's lives. Listening closely from the lower steps, an official tries to protest but can only mutter a weak phrase back to his majesty. He notes that while recognizing that the devastation was the work of the Holdorians, imperial citizens were still killed and that the empire will not forget this just because they submit. Sitting upon his throne, King Xandra Sarjas addresses his worried counselors and states that he has already taken all of their concerns into account. He decisively commands his remaining officials to prepare the documents to transfer their land entirely to the empire. King Sarjas firmly declares that this is his final order as their king. The various palace officials reluctantly bow and acknowledge his command before turning to depart the throne room. Left behind with his father, a solemn Grint listens intently as the king calls out to him by name. King Sarjas looks down quietly toward his son and softly asks Grint if he knows what must be done now. Looking down with a deeply sorrowful expression, Grint softly replies that he does understand, addressing him as father. King draws a sharp dagger and handles it deliberately, quietly hoping that his son will find it in his heart to forgive him for putting him through such a painful ordeal. The king lifts the weapon high above his own chest. Witnessing the tragic sight unfold right before his eyes, a crying Grint begins to break down in complete tears, trembling in pure despair as he mutters in anguish. King tightens his grip and firmly clenches both of his hands around the hilt of the blade. Glaring ahead with finality, the king softly reflects that this ultimate sacrifice is the very last thing this foolish king can possibly do to protect his beloved nation. Near the royal capital, the imposing structure of a castle stands beyond the wooden perimeter walls. An announcement calls out for Lord Lucas as he turns his gaze forward. Standing closely behind him, Ellie and Robert observe the surroundings with focused expressions. The arrival of Prince Grint for peace talks is formally announced as he stands before a wooden fence. Prince Grint sweats nervously as he looks at the group, realization hitting him that this must be the extraordinary merchant he was told about. Ellie smiles broadly and cheerfully notes that it has indeed been a while, addressing him directly as Prince Grint. Addressing Lucas directly, Grint places a polite hand on his chest and states that he has come to bring this war to an end, declaring that the kingdom of Sarjas is fully ready to surrender to the Udyr Empire. Lucas listens carefully to the proclamation, acknowledging that while the Udyr Empire is certainly inclined to accept, a major issue still lingers between them. Lucas firmly reminds the prince that many imperial subjects lost their lives in this conflict, sharply asking what Prince Grint has to say about that. An attendant slides open a wooden box to reveal a head inside. Grint stands right beside him, presenting the box while solemnly asking the imperial forces to please accept their apologies for the immense harm they caused the empire. Witnessing the grim offering, Lucas reacts with sudden shock and wide-eyed surprise. Lucas turns his head slightly and looks toward his companion, speaking out to check on Miss Ellie. Staring down intently at the wooden container, Ellie firmly responds that there is absolutely no mistake regarding the identity of the person inside. She looks toward the imperial delegation and explains that it is King Xandra Sarjas. The prince details that the 9th monarch of Sarjas accepted his full strategic responsibility and took his own life, adding that he has now officially succeeded him as the next ruler of the nation. Placing a hand over his own neck, Grint states that he shall gladly offer his own head if his father's ultimate sacrifice turns out to be not enough. The prince notes that all he asks is for the empire to show genuine mercy to his people. Lucas listens carefully to his desperate plea and firmly reassures him that the civilians will remain completely safe. Lucas states that they in the empire do not kill innocents, adding that as for the prince's ultimate fate, His Majesty the Emperor shall have the final say. Grint lowers his head and extends his deep thanks to the commander for his consideration. Standing nearby alongside Lucas, Ellie raises her hand to politely inquire if she may ask the prince something. Ellie asks if Fried was the instigator behind the conflict. She adds that if the prince possesses any concrete proof of Fried's involvement, she would highly appreciate it if he could hand it over to them. Grint explains that he kept all of Fried's written orders safely hidden inside the palace. Prince Grint promises that he will immediately deliver those incriminating documents directly to the Empire. Hearing this vital piece of information, Ellie and Lord Lucas exchange satisfied smiles. Lucas looks toward the prince with a relieved expression, warmly noting that receiving those records would be most helpful to their cause. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the entire area with a violent boom, completely shattering the peaceful negotiations. Grint, Lucas, and Ellie all widen their eyes in pure terror as the shockwave ripples through the camp. Lucas frantically shouts out to demand what just happened, while an attendant stammers in horror that it is utter chaos and points directly back toward the royal palace. Without losing another second, Grint and Lucas immediately rushes forward to investigate the source of the blast. A massive column of consuming fire and thick black smoke erupts violently into the sky, tearing directly through the royal palace grounds with a fierce whoosh. Watching the terrifying inferno unfold from outside the fortress gates, the shocked onlookers can only stare in absolute disbelief as someone gasps aloud, questioning if the palace itself is officially on fire. Grint urgently commands them to deploy water magicians around the area to put out the raging fire immediately. The blazing inferno spreads rapidly with a massive roar, consuming not just the palace but the surrounding settlement as well. Grint panics at the sight, frantically noting that the city itself is now caught in the destruction, while Lucas speaks up from the side to grab his attention. Lucas steps forward to offer his military support, calmly reassuring the young ruler that his forces will clear the city and successfully quell the fire. Deeply relieved by the timely offer of alliance, Grint offers his sincere thanks. Ellie steps forward to announce that she shall help with the recovery efforts as well, prompting a grateful nod from Lucas. Hearing their shared resolve, Grint extends his hand and commands his remaining staff to completely forget about saving the palace, instructing them to focus all of their human resources entirely on rescuing the city. As the royal palace burns intensely in the distance, he explicitly declares that their absolute top priority right now is evacuating the citizens. Watching the spreading black smoke from a nearby ridge with his arms crossed, a lone soldier quietly reflects that the sudden devastation was a bit much. He watches the burning city from a distance. He reasons that certain sacrifices simply cannot be avoided under the circumstances. Looking back over his shoulder toward his hidden companion, he calmly asks them not to place any of the blame on him. The scarred man addresses his followers, declaring that their time playing as mercenaries has officially come to an end. He issues a direct directive, announcing that they are finally going back home. Observing him closely from behind, a hooded subordinate quietly agrees, noting that they are completely open to leaving the active war zone. Addressing the scarred man as Colonel Graham, they directly question if he is absolutely sure that this destruction is truly good enough to complete their mission. He warns that the spreading fire might still accidentally spare some documents. Graham stands tall along the path with his arms folded, telling his subordinates never to fear. He clarifies their operational parameters, explaining that their explicit orders were merely to dispose of the evidence if it was possible to do so. A concerned subordinate shifts nervously and questions if he is truly certain about the plan, prompting Colonel Graham to look back directly and instruct them to simply look at the massive size of the raging flames consuming the city. Inside the royal palace library, the intense fire quickly spreads across the room, consuming everything in sight as thick black smoke completely blankets the bookshelves. The blazing inferno directly catches the hidden documents, destroying the royal papers and turning them into ash. The destructive flames guarantee that whatever evidence incriminates that idiotic prince turns out to be entirely gone forever. Looking over a heavily burned room, Lucas stands behind Ellie and remarks on what a tragedy it is. Ellie reaches out toward the charred debris, looking down thoughtfully at the destruction. She then looks over her shoulder, turning her attention back toward Prince Grint. Ellie asks Grint about the mercenaries that were with him at the fortress, questioning who in the world they actually are. Grint explains that they hired them fairly recently in preparation for the war. She notes that they were strong and asks if they belong to a famous corps. Grint looks toward the window, admitting that he has heard very little about them. He thoughtfully rests his finger against his chin and adds that it is indeed strange that a group so powerful is not more well known. Ellie looks away coldly and demands that they have the mercenaries arrested as soon as possible. Grint turns back in sweating surprise, frantically asking why she would order such a thing, while Ellie calmly prepares to explain her reasoning. She reveals the final piece of the mystery, flatly stating that those mercenaries are the ones who started the fire. Grint reacts with sudden shock, calling out in absolute disbelief. Ellie asks Grint to take a closer look at the charred room. Ellie explains that while it may look like the fire burned everything equally, certain targets are completely scorched to a crisp. Lucas looks down at the black ash and asks what she means by targets, prompting her to answer. Looking out thoughtfully, Ellie reasons she can only assume the arsonists deliberately burned the specific letters that would incriminate Haldoria and Prince Fried. Ellie adds that the lingering mana in the room directly resembles the power of the mercenaries she fought earlier, leaving Grint sweating in panic. Realizing the truth, Grint aggressively points his hand forward and commands his men to arrest the mercenaries at once, causing his panicked attendant to quickly salute and agree. Lucas observes the sudden order, calmly noting that attempting to destroy the evidence carries a heavy meaning. Lucas states that their actions mean they must work directly for the kingdom of Haldoria, asking Ellie for her thoughts on the matter. Ellie rests her hand against her chin in deep contemplation, softly admitting that she is not entirely sure because, as far as she knows, no such unit officially exists within Haldoria. He states that the only way to find out the truth is to question the mercenaries directly. Ellie narrows her eyes in serious agreement, flatly confirming his observation. Ellie looks out thoughtfully and adds a condition, noting that they can only question them if they can actually be found. She then turns her head and addresses Lucas directly, prompting him to look back and listen. She notes that with this development, her volunteer army has officially fulfilled its objective of removing the Sarjan forces. She states that they shall now return to the Empire. Lucas looks on and bids her a safe journey, telling her to be careful on the way back. He breaks into a sweat drop and a light smile, teasingly adding that he is not actually worried about her safety since they are talking about her. Hearing his casual comment, an offended Ellie snaps back, telling him how mean he is being. Ellie crosses her arms and pouts heavily, angrily asking what he takes her for. She crossly points out that her path home was an active war zone just a few days ago, emphasizing that such a journey would be dangerous for anybody. Lucas watches her dramatic reaction in sweating surprise, internally thinking that he never would have imagined she was capable of pouting. Ellie looks closely at Lucas, asking him if there is something on her face. Sweating nervously and gulping hard, Lucas quickly stammers out that there is nothing wrong at all. Lucas politely asks to pardon his rudeness. Looking up toward the departing guest, Mireille stands calmly next to the wooden structures as she is addressed by name. Elsa calls out to let Mireille know that they are officially ready to depart, prompting Mireille to offer her simple thanks. Standing near the fence line, Thomas stretches out his arms and happily sighs over finally being free to go home. Mireille smiles softly, adding that their job here is indeed done since the conflict is over, and notes that the wrap-up is not far behind. Thomas looks back with a look of disappointment, complaining that it is a shame they barely got any fighting in after taking the fortress since he genuinely thought they would get a real chance to shine. Standing before the wooden barrels, Mireille gently smiles and replies that the Sarjan forces simply capitulated much earlier than expected. Mireille looks ahead with a warm expression, reassuring that in these troubled times, she is absolutely certain they will have need of her blade again, promising to call upon her shall the situation demand it. Thomas declares that they are ready anytime. Elsa suddenly calls out her name. Mireille looks away thoughtfully as Elsa asks where Ellie is. Mireille explains that Ellie will take a different path with the Haldorian soldiers who surrendered, prompting a confused Elsa to ask why. She notes that the main road passes through local villages that were damaged during the conflict. She states that Ellie fears the townspeople will not take kindly to these enemy soldiers being anywhere near their homes. Elsa looks toward Mireille and anxiously asks if Ellie will be completely alright on her own. Mireille calmly replies that the road leads over steep cliffs and rocky crags, but adds that an army of trained soldiers can surely handle the journey. Elsa reacts with an intense, sweating expression, loudly shouting that that is not what she meant. Mireille turns away coldly, smoothly quoting that the god of death answers to the name Curiosity. Elsa gasps in sudden surprise as Mireille looks back at her with a completely serious face, sternly advising that prying is seldom a wise thing to do. Elsa hangs her head and admits that Mireille is right, apologizing and telling her to simply forget she asked. The scene transitions to the dark, craggy path through the mountains as the group navigates the treacherous rocky terrain. Robert rides quietly on his horse while his Haldorian soldiers slowly trudge behind him, heavily panting and visibly exhausted from the grueling march. Robert looks back and formally calls out to Ellie, asking if they can finally take a break because his soldiers are at their absolute limit. Ellie pauses her march and calmly replies with a hint of surprise, acknowledging his request. He notes that the road ahead is dangerous too, so she agrees to stop and rest at a nice open space nearby. A small, crackling campfire is soon built against the dark, rocky crags to provide warmth for the weary group. As Ellie rests quietly beside the warm campfire, Robert approaches her. With a sincere expression, Robert addresses her by her noble title and states that he wants to apologize and thank her again. Robert continues his heavy confession to Ellie, expressing his deep gratitude that she forgave him even though he treated her so terribly in the past. Robert solemnly swears on his honor as a proud knight that he will be sure to repay her kindness in full. Ellie looks back over her shoulder with a pleasant smile on her face. While keeping a wide smile fixed on her lips, she directly asks the knight when she ever mentioned forgiving him. Robert reacts with pure confusion as Ellie calmly explains that he completely mistook her intentions. Glancing back with a chilling look, Ellie flatly tells him that she hates him so much she wants him dead. A sweating and shocked Robert tries to protest by reminding her that she claimed it was all in the past, but Ellie smoothly responds that it is indeed in the past. Standing with her eyes heavily shadowed in anger, Ellie states that there is no changing what happened and nothing can be undone, delivering the final declaration that she will never forget or forgive him. A deeply shaken Robert can only mutter Ellie's name in distress. Ellie stares back coldly and asks Robert what he actually knows about her divine artifact. Robert looks down from above, completely stunned by her question. Sweating from the tense conversation, Robert tentatively asks if her weapon is the Grimoire of Wisdom. Ellie smiles mockingly and replies that there is no such thing. She then reveals that her real divine artifact is the 7 grimoires, which are legendary magic tomes that each possess completely distinct abilities. With a confident smile, Ellie officially summons her legendary weapon into her hands. A powerful aura ripples through the air as she holds up a thick, ornate book, proudly declaring it as her first tome, the divine artifact Grimoire of Beelzebub. The pages of the magical book rapidly flip open to a complex spell circle. Keeping an unchanging smile on her lips, Ellie softly chants the incantation to invoke a solid stone wall. A violent rumble suddenly echoes through the canyon, catching a panicked Robert completely off guard as he whirls around in absolute shock. With a thunderous boom, a massive stone structure violently erupts from the earth right before them. A deep rumble continues to vibrate through the rugged pass as the surrounding stone cliffs shift under the intense magical pressure. Ellie stands resolutely on the high rocky precipice, looking down from above at Robert and the small gathering of Haldorian soldiers clustered in the valley below. Robert reacts in sudden panic, frantically shouting to ask what she is doing. Ellie shuts her previous grimoire, telling him that she is putting on a special show just for him. She allows her current book to completely vanish into thin air and prepares her next magical item, calmly noting that this one is up next. She smiles confidently as she channels her inner mana to materialize her next weapon. Shimmering light particles gather around her hand as she proudly summons her next, declaring it as the divine artifact Grimoire of Belphegor. The pages of the newly summoned book flip open rapidly with a soft rustle as a massive, glowing magic circle forms in the air above. Ellie begins to chant a dark incantation, invoking a wandering servant of the darkness and commanding a shapeless, eyeless demon to multiply and completely fill the land. Standing high on the edge of the rocky ridge, Ellie raises a small, crystalline object into the air as her magical book remains open. She continues her incantation by stating that she offers up this magic stone in strict accordance with their contract. A massive surge of energy fills the air with a violent whoosh as the spell activates. Ellie officially executes the summon command, unleashing the primordial ooze onto the battlefield below. The summoned entity crashes heavily down with a loud splat, instantly triggering frantic screams of agony from the trapped group. One of the soldiers panics in absolute horror as his body begins sizzling and melting away, crying out in his final moments that he is melting as the viscous fluid drips down. Robert watches the terrifying scene in pure shock, frantically asking what that creature is as desperate screams echo all around him. Ellie looks on calmly, explaining that it is a primordial ooze, a dangerous being that lurks in the demon world and serves as a distant ancestor of slimes. As the helpless soldiers scream for someone to save them and cry out in intense pain, Ellie continues her explanation from the high ridge. She points out that the creature extends its viscous tentacles to firmly grab its prey and completely dissolves them within its hungry maw. Robert turns toward his companion in sweating disbelief, desperately asking why she is doing this. Ellie calmly responds by asking if her reasons are not entirely obvious. She smiles coldly as she looks out over the canyon, flatly declaring that this is her revenge. Robert stands completely frozen behind her, repeating her words in absolute shock and panic. Ellie gazes down at the carnage below. She notes that she feels for the poor men who had to suffer such a horrible death so far from home. Robert breaks into a cold sweat as the crushing reality sets in. Ellie bluntly states that his soldiers are dying all because he had to play the righteous knight, leaving Robert to weakly repeat the words in utter disbelief. Ellie ruthlessly breaks down his pride, mocking him by asking if he actually thought he was a real knight. She points out that he failed to stop his foolish master and even chose to betray him in the end. She continues to tear into him, stating that he does not possess an ounce of honor and questions what right he has to call himself a knight. Robert desperately clutches his head, shaking in pure agony while trying to deny her claims, but Ellie's cruel laugh rings out as she reminds him that he knows she is completely right. Ellie leans in close to the sweating knight, coldly calling him a traitor. Robert desperately clutches his head and tries to deny her words, but Ellie continues her relentless verbal assault, labeling him a failure with no honor who could not even protect his comrades. As Robert keeps whimpering out his denial, she delivers a final, crushing remark, telling him that he is simply no knight. Keeping her face close to his, Ellie whispers directly into Robert's ear. She reduces his entire identity to nothing, flatly stating that he is just some piece of trash. Driven to his absolute limit, Robert lets out an enraged shout, fiercely declaring that he is not what she says. With a sudden movement, he forcefully triggers his divine artifact, causing a brilliant light to instantly glow as he prepares to strike back. A dazzling light erupts as Robert successfully summons his weapon, loudly invoking its true name as Knight's Crest. Standing a short distance away, a completely calm Ellie watches on without flinching as Robert lets out a furious battle cry and frantically charges straight at her with his blade raised. Ellie easily intercepts his attack, looking down from above while coldly muttering how unsightly he is. A sharp crack echoes through the air as her weapon effortlessly shatters Robert's blade into pieces, leaving the young knight frozen in absolute terror. Sweeping past his broken defense, Ellie calmly points out just how weak he truly is. Robert heavily collapses to the ground, heavily panting for breath. Ellie looks down at him from across the path as a faint light begins to glow around her hand. She calmly lifts her arm, announcing that it is finally time for the grand finale. Ellie channels her inner power to manifest another massive magical book. She stares down, proudly calling forth her next divine artifact, the Grimoire of Asmodeus. A powerful glow emanates from the pages of the open book. Dark energy begins to slide and emerge directly from the text as Ellie starts her chant, commanding the old curse that slumbers within the pages to fully awaken. A sinister, dark shadow creeps up around Ellie's arm as she continues the ritual. She changes her incantation, offering up her own body and commanding the curse to feast on blood and let a crimson rain fall. Her dark shadowy hand reaches out and forcefully grabs Robert right across his face. The panicked knight stands completely frozen in shock as Ellie watches over him, casually explaining that she is not fond of using this grimoire because it has far too many requirements. Ellie explains that this spell allows her to alter her target's memories and ingrain powerful suggestions directly into their mind. Robert can only let out a sharp gasp of pure terror as the magic invades his consciousness. The dark shadowy hand grips tightly onto Robert's face, making a disturbing sucking sound as the curse takes hold. Robert weakly trembles and begs Ellie to stop, but she stands over him with her open grimoire, completely detached from his suffering. Ellie coldly promises to give him a very special role to play. As the dark magic forces its way into his face, she declares that he shall officially become her omen and sound the death knell of the kingdom for her. A sinister smile spreads across Ellie's face as she watches the spell take full control. She delivers her final, ruthless directive, telling him to try to be useful for once and harshly calling him a complete sham of a knight. Under the dark night sky, the grand buildings of the imperial capital stand tall and quiet. Returning from her long journey, Ellie sighs with relief as she steps back inside, tired but happy to finally be home. Ellie looks down thoughtfully, assuming that everyone in the house must be fast asleep at this late hour. However, Mireille suddenly speaks up from the dark, softly stating that she will always wait for Ellie, no matter how late she returns. Ellie jumps back in complete surprise, gasping out Mireille's name in utter shock. Standing calmly by a large desk in the dimly lit room, a poised Mireille warmly welcomes her mistress back home. She begins to offer her thanks but pauses in confusion, wondering what her maid is up to at this hour. Mireille steps forward and cuts straight to her concern, directly asking Ellie if she is hurt. Ellie quickly replies that she is fine, but Mireille looks back with a deeply doubtful expression. Rejecting the casual answer, Mireille suddenly grabs hold of Ellie's arm and firmly pulls her forward, causing a startled Ellie to let out a sharp cry of surprise. Mireille looks down closely at Ellie's hand, asking if she is quite sure about being unhurt. Ellie remarks on how keen her maid is, while Mireille calmly replies that she always keeps her eyes on her mistress. Mireille looks on with deep worry, asking what exactly happened to cause such an injury. Ellie explains to an anxious Mireille that this mark is simply the price she must pay. She calmly states that this mark is the direct cost of using that specific grimoire. Processing the grave information, a somber Mireille looks down and quietly replies that she understands. Mireille requests permission to bandage Ellie's arm to fully conceal the mark from sight. Ellie agrees, admitting that the wound does hurt quite a bit. Mireille asks her mistress to please refrain from being so rash in the future, prompting a soft apology from a regretful Ellie. Suddenly, a flashback cuts to 1 year ago, where a loud voice shouts out in absolute disbelief. Prince Fried sighs dramatically, claiming that Elizabeth has been relentlessly harassing his sweet Sylvie out of pure jealousy for months. He aggressively adds that she has even tried to murder her, leaving a sweating Robert Artie stammering in complete shock. Robert admits that he finds these claims hard to believe because such behavior is completely unlike her. Fried looks away coldly, explaining that he has yet to make this disturbing matter public. Fried doubles down on his warning, asserting that she is actively using her trading company for wicked ends and fully plans to take over the entire country once she becomes queen. Robert stands frozen in pure shock, nervously questioning if the claims are truly accurate. Robert gasps at the revelation, deeply disturbed by what he considers to be dreadful designs. Fried looks over his shoulder and softly begins to lay out his tactical solution. He flashes a smug, sinister grin as he declares that he will make the first move by publicly denouncing her villainous nature at the upcoming party. Robert watches intently from a short distance away as the prince adds that he will leverage the dramatic occasion to officially break off their engagement and introduce Sylvie as his new fiancée. Robert Artie tightly clenches his fist as the full weight of the directive sinks in. Fried turns his back completely and addresses him by name, firmly asking Robert if he understands exactly what must be done next to fulfill his duty. Robert looks toward his master, giving a small nod of agreement. Prince watches him closely, feeling satisfied with his knight's quiet submission. With a deep bow, Robert declares that he is, and always will be, Prince Fried's loyal knight. The grand doors swing open wide, catching the attention of everyone inside the room. Elizabeth stands right at the entrance alongside an armored guard, preparing to face the gathering. Fried loudly announces to the cheering crowd that his engagement with Elizabeth Leiston is officially void and that Sylvia Lockett will become his new fiancée. While Sylvia blushes happily by his side, a solemn Robert looks on in silence as an angry voice suddenly roars out from a completely separate room, calling someone an utter moron. An older commander yells out in absolute fury, demanding to know how he could possibly treat Lady Leiston like that. Robert stands firmly in the background, defending his actions by stating that Elizabeth hurt Lady Sylvia and that he simply carried out his duty as a knight to protect her. The older commander paces the floor angrily, questioning if Robert genuinely considers himself a true knight. He sharply demands to know if violently grabbing a lady right in front of the entire court is how knights are supposed to behave. Placing a closed fist firmly over his chest, Robert argues back to his father that his sword belongs solely to his highness. He strictly insists that his only sworn duty is to follow the prince's commands without question. Closing his eyes in quiet reflection, Robert assures himself that he did the absolute right thing. The sudden creaking sound of a door swinging open shatters the vision. Robert abruptly opens his eyes and finds himself lying under a warm blanket inside a quiet bedroom, letting out a soft grunt of pure confusion as he tries to process his surroundings. Spotting his sudden movement from across the bedroom, a shocked maid gasps aloud that Lord Robert has finally come to. Robert weakly looks around from his pillow, his voice trailing off as he confusedly questions exactly where in the world he is. The attentive maid quickly reassures him, explaining that he is officially back home at the Artie residence. Stammering in complete confusion, Robert tries to make sense of his surroundings. The maid explains that a group of traveling peddlers discovered him completely unconscious out in the wasteland and carried him all the way back to his estate. Sitting up in his bed with bandages wrapped tightly around his head and face, Robert listens quietly as the maid shares the good news. She joyfully declares that the doctor confirmed his wounds have fully healed, urging her master to finally stop worrying. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoes from outside the bedroom, followed by a frantic voice desperately begging Lady Roalize to please wait. Before anyone can react, the bedroom door is violently slammed open with a loud crash, catching both Robert and his maid completely off guard. A young girl leaps across the room with a sudden jump, throwing her arms tightly around Robert while crying out for her brother in deep distress. Holding the sobbing girl close to his chest, a deeply moved Robert looks down with a gentle expression and softly calls her by her nickname, Roa. The tender reunion is abruptly interrupted as a stern voice addresses Robert, noting that he is finally awake. The maid turns around in surprise, while Robert looks up with a startled expression. An imposing man dressed in an elegant military uniform with epaulets and a cross medal steps fully into the room with a severe, cold gaze. Robert sits up in his bed and softly recognizes the man as his father. He begins to speak with complete contempt, venomously addressing his own son. With an enraged roar, the father labels Robert a shameless imbecile. He lashes out violently, delivering a powerful blow that strikes Robert across the face. The forceful smack sends Robert reeling backward onto the bed from the sheer impact of the hit. The father looms over Robert, shouting to ask how many foolish acts he must commit before he is finally satisfied. He angrily points out that his son launched an army without consent from the king and even led those forces directly into imperial land. The father harshly demands to know if Robert was actively trying to start a full-scale war with the empire. Clutching his heavily bruised, reddened cheek in pain, a sweating and startled Robert weakly protests that he was simply doing his duty as a knight. He commands Robert to be quiet, screaming that he has brought absolute shame to their family and is no longer worthy of calling himself a knight. He strictly declares that he is stripping Robert of his position as of today, forcing him to start completely from the bottom as a common foot soldier to finally learn what honor truly means. The father turns his back and begins to walk away, pausing slightly to call out Robert Artie's name. The father states with a heavy voice that while he is deeply ashamed of him as a fellow knight, he speaks now simply as his father. Walking through the doorway to leave the bedroom, he softly adds that he thanks him for coming back alive, leaving a stunned Robert to stare after him in silence. An elegant woman enters the bedroom, gently explaining that his father was actually worried sick about him. Looking up at her with a soft gaze, Robert quietly recognizes her as his mother. The mother places a comforting hand on her son's shoulder, telling him not to worry because he is alive, which is all that truly matters. She warmly reassures Robert that he still possesses exactly what it takes to start his life over. Gently pulling her son close, the mother holds him in a warm embrace and softly advises him to simply focus on recovering for now. As she tenderly strokes his hair, a tearful Robert rests his head against her shoulder. Robert stands silently in the center of the room, staring intently at the mounted sword on the wall. Despite everything that happened, he reflects deeply on his actions, still firmly feeling in his heart that he did the right thing as a knight. Taking the weapon into his hands, Robert holds the sword firmly and reassures himself that surrendering to the Empire was the only true way to stop His Highness. Closing his eyes with a calm, focused look, he resolves that he absolutely made the right choice and can finally look forward to a completely fresh start. Robert vows that one day he will reclaim his title and serve His Highness again, believing that it is the only way he can truly atone. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Robert turns his head around as his sister approaches him in the room. Roalize stands near the doorway with a bright smile on her face. She cheerfully announces that it is almost time. Standing in the center of the living room, Robert holds his sword and questions what she means. Roalize looks up at him and asks if he completely forgot. Roalize excitedly explains that their mother promised they would all have tea together this afternoon. A gentle smile spreads across Robert's face as he quietly admits that he remembers now. Robert tries to trace his memories, recalling that he and his men were heading to the imperial capital after laying down their arms. A sudden realization strikes his mind, causing him to pause as a deep sense of confusion sets in. Sweating anxiously, Robert struggles to understand why he is currently back in the kingdom. He questions his missing memories, desperately wondering where his men are and what could have happened to them. A wave of dread washes over Robert as his eyes widen in pure horror. He senses that he has forgotten something deeply sinister, while dark, fragmented phrases about feasting on blood and letting a crimson rain fall swirl ominously through his mind. Roalize looks up at her brother, her expression changing to deep confusion as she asks what is wrong. In the reflection of her eyes, a dark silhouette of Robert is visible as he begins to lift his hand. Without warning, a clean, violent slash cuts straight through the room, sending Roalize's head flying into the air. He stands entirely frozen with his sword drawn, staring down in absolute horror at his handiwork. Beside him, his sister Roalize falls heavily to the floor. Robert stares blankly at the scene, desperately questioning what he has just done. Suddenly, the door creaks open as a maid steps into the room to announce that her ladyship is ready. Her words instantly cut short as she catches sight of Robert standing in the center of the sudden carnage. Without a second of hesitation, Robert's body moves entirely on its own, swinging his sword back. He looks on in pure terror as his blade cuts directly through the screaming maid. The maid screams out in agony as she collapses from the fatal blow. Robert sweats in sheer panic, panicking as he realizes that his own body is completely moving against his will. The blade slices cleanly through the air once more, striking down another terrified servant who screams out in anguish. Robert gasps for air in complete horror, frantically demanding to know what is going on and why his hands are committing these terrible atrocities as the curse completely takes hold. Dark, thick blood slowly cascades down the stone stairs, pooling heavily across the smooth steps of the grand estate. Robert stands completely covered in blood at the top of the grand staircase, his sword still clutched tightly in his grip. Below him, the aftermath fills the foyer as the bodies of his sister Roalize, his mother, and multiple housemaids lie slaughtered across the steps in a horrific pile. Looking down at the carnage, Robert's broken gaze drifts over the pale, lifeless faces of his loved ones. He softly utters the names of Roalize and his mother, completely devastated as he realizes that everyone in his family has been completely wiped out by his own hands. Robert's legs tremble in pure exhaustion and despair as he weakly steps away from the bloody stairs, his mind rejecting the horrific reality. Covered in deep stains, he can only utter a desperate cry of denial as he stands alone in the middle. Suddenly, the massive double doors of the main hall begin to swing open wide. Robert desperately begs for the nightmare to stop as the dark presence approaches. Robert slowly walks down the steps away from his home, his mind heavily breaking from the carnage he left behind. He begs for it to stop, crying out that he does not want to do this anymore. As he steps into the local town streets, a laugh suddenly echoes loudly through the air. In the street, a young girl wearing a hooded cloak holds up a wooden toy sword, boldly declaring to her friends that the country belongs to her now. The local townspeople look on as a child panics aloud that the evil witch is here. Another young girl steps forward to confront her, confidently shouting at the witch to back off because she will not let her have her way. Seeing the brave stand, a young boy nearby gasps in sudden excitement. The boy fiercely raises his wooden sword and yells that Prince Fried has come to save them, declaring that he will stop the witch with his blade. Observing the scene from the sidewalk, a confused woman asks what they are doing, prompting her friend to explain that it is simply a popular new game that all the neighborhood kids are playing these days. The woman details that the children pretend to be Fried and Lady Sylvia to chase away Elizabeth, whom they believe to be the evil witch who tried to take over the country. Listening to the explanation, the first woman looks down in deep concern, remembering that Elizabeth was the Duke's daughter who had organized so many helpful charity events for their people. The second woman firmly adds that Elizabeth used her high position to commit horrible deeds in secret. Shocked by the rumor, her companion gasps aloud that the Duke's daughter tricked them all. The woman continues her story, explaining that Lady Sylvia discovered the truth and exposed her, leading His Highness to punish the witch. Her companion speaks up with a look of relief, glad that justice was served. Meanwhile, a blood-stained Robert listens closely from a short distance away. The children abruptly stop their game and look over their shoulders in complete confusion. Right behind them, Robert stands silently with a dark, expressionless look, the blood splattered across his cheek. The two local women turn their heads away in sudden horror as the scene shifts to the open street. Robert violently swings his weapon forward, ruthlessly severing the young neighborhood children as they play. The women stand frozen in complete panic, stammering out in pure shock over what they are witnessing. Without a single word, the heavily stained Robert spins around and instantly drives his blade forward with a violent stab. The local woman screams out in absolute horror as Robert ruthlessly stabs his blade directly. Nearby citizens panic and scatter through the cobblestone streets, screaming that there is a killer on the loose. Tears stream down Robert's heavily splattered face as he desperately tries to convince himself that this is all a mistake. He trembles violently while gripping his bloody hilt, weeping as he repeats that they are wrong and that this monster is not truly him. A terrified man points aggressively and labels Robert a cold-blooded murderer, breaking his train of thought. Robert looks back, completely helpless as his arm raises the sword. The blade cuts through the air, striking down the yelling man before he can even attempt to defend himself. Robert stands amidst the gruesome scene, a sinister, unprompted smile slowly stretching across his face even as tears continue to fall from his eyes. His mind completely fractures under Ellie's dark spell, prompting him to weakly sway and repeat that he is a proud knight who belongs solely to His Highness. He desperately whines that he would never commit such deeds, entirely unaware that the ticking time bomb of the curse has officially shattered his sanity for good. Robert lets out a desperate, echoing scream, crying out that this monster is completely not him, as the terrifying curse dictates his final moments of control. Under the dark night sky, the sharp spires of a grand cathedral stand tall against a massive, glowing full moon. Inside a dimly lit office, King Bullet sits firmly at his desk and grimly notes how horrific the situation has become. Across the room near the entrance, an armored military official stands at attention to deliver a report on the unfolding tragedy. Sitting with a deeply strained expression, Bullet rests his hand against his chin while a blonde companion stands behind him. He sighs heavily and remarks that things have taken a very dark turn for their nation. King Bullet looks back over his shoulder toward his blonde subordinate, addressing him directly by the name Sieg. Bullet directly demands to know exactly how many victims have been killed so far. Sieg delivers the grim data, explaining that besides Lord Artie's family members and servants, Robert killed 85 citizens, 21 soldiers, and 2 knights, leaving far more wounded. He reflects that Robert's thorough training and talent backfired in the end. Sieg continues his analysis, noting that Robert is an outstanding swordsman who has been second only to Elizabeth since their days at the academy together. Bullet looks up from his desk and directly asks Sieg if they know the motive behind why Robert did it. Sieg prepares his explanation with a heavy pause. Sieg explains that no matter how many times they question him, Robert firmly insists that it was not him and that he would never do something like this. Across the hallway, a barred wooden cell door reveals Robert sitting completely alone inside his dark prison cell. Sieg details that the doctor believes Robert has developed a mental disorder after a traumatic experience on the battlefield. Listening to the medical report, a somber Bullet closes his eyes and concludes that the war must have simply been too much for a young man like him. Bullet addresses the official across the desk by name, calling him Ernest. King Bullet reflects that he previously disregarded Freed's actions on the day of the founding party, laying all the blame on Elizabeth despite her innocence just so he could avoid having to punish their own sons. Bullet states because too many innocent lives were lost this time, meaning he simply cannot extend the same mercy again, and asks for forgiveness. Ernest describes there's no need for that. Ernest takes full responsibility, stating that his foolish son is liable for what happened and that he is as well in his position as his father. Ernest asks King Bullet to please punish them justly for the tragedy. Reaching his hand forward to announce his final decision, Bullet firmly declares that he shall now pass his official judgment, stating that for the severe crime of Class A murder, he officially sentences Robert Artie. King Bullet delivers the final crushing blow, sentencing Robert to absolute death. Sitting silently behind the iron bars of his dark prison cell, a completely broken Robert stares downward as the execution order seals his tragic fate forever. Sitting alone in the quiet room, Robert looks downward with a downcast expression. A vivid memory suddenly flashes through Robert's mind, recalling a past training session out in the open woods. He remembers aggressively swinging his weapon with a sharp slash and a fierce battle cry, letting out a loud shout as he practiced his combat moves. Panting heavily from the intense training session, Robert stands before a wooden training dummy that shakes under the force of his strikes. He breaks into a cold sweat as he reflects on Lady Elizabeth's incredible power, silently noting that she truly is something special. He observes that since Elizabeth is His Highness's future queen, she possesses a completely different level of talent. He silently reflects that even someone as skilled as the Knight Commander's son cannot compare to her. He sweats heavily from the crushing realization that he simply does not hold a candle to her unmatched abilities. Robert grits his teeth and lets out a bitter curse. Robert gasps in sudden surprise as a voice calls out to greet him in the forest. A young Sylvia stands calmly near the brush, prompting a startled Robert to turn around and question who she is. Sylvia steps closer to ask what he is doing in the clearing. Holding his training weapon, Robert nervously explains that he is practicing his sword skills, which leaves Sylvia thoroughly impressed. With a bright and cheerful smile, Sylvia asks if she can watch him practice. Robert hesitates slightly before offering his quiet agreement. While Sylvia watches closely from a distance, Artie raises his blade to resume his training. He lets out a fierce shout as he swings his sword forcefully down toward the training dummy. He delivers a powerful finishing blow that strikes the training dummy. Sylvia watches the impressive display from behind. Letting out a sigh of relief, Robert catches his breath after the exertion. Sylvia happily claps her hands together, brightly praising him for being so great. Sylvia declares that his performance was so nifty. Hearing her compliments, a flustered Robert blushes nervously in response. Robert turns fully to face her and softly asks for her name. Surprised by the question, the young girl blinks and repeats the word back to him. The memory of her introducing herself as Sylvia fades as Prince Fried watches Robert through the iron bars of the dark prison cell. Fried mockingly notes that Robert has truly outdone himself. Standing outside the prison bars with his arms folded, Fried complains that he is facing heavy criticism because of the recent actions Robert committed. He looks down coldly and states that he cannot believe he ever chose a monster like him to be his personal knight. Robert looks toward his visitor from inside the cell and calls out to the prince. Fried turns his head slightly in mild surprise at the sound of the broken knight's voice. Sitting behind the iron bars, Robert anxiously asks if Lady Sylvia has come along with him. Fried looks directly at his captive and sharply questions if he is completely stupid for even asking such a thing. Fried flatly declares that he would never dream of bringing Sylvia to a dark, wretched place like this cell. Fried lets out a dismissive scoff, noting that he fully expected Robert to offer a proper apology, but instead the disgraced knight chose to bring up a woman. He turns his back on the prisoner, declaring that he is sorely disappointed. He states that the least Robert can do now is offer his own life to clear the prince's name. Fried walks out of the dark dungeon corridor and leaves the prison cells behind. As he exits into the hallway, a waiting Sylvia calls out to greet her prince. Fried looks toward her with a weary expression, thanking Sylvia for waiting for him. Sylvia stands quietly in her elegant dress, watching him approach. Sylvia leans in close to him, softly admitting that she was so lonely without him. Fried embraces her warmly while gently apologizing for keeping her waiting. While holding her close, Fried falls into a brief silence before directly asking Sylvia if she is close with Robert. Surprised by the sudden question, Sylvia blinks in confusion and repeats the name back to him. Sylvia flatly replies to the prince that she barely knows Robert. Meanwhile, a wooden carriage wheel rattles along the stone ground as a heavy transport wagon rolls into the local town settlement. An armored guard barks a harsh order to step down as the wagon comes to a complete halt. Clutching his execution board, Robert slowly steps out onto the paved street. A heavy object suddenly strikes Robert directly in the head, leaving him to stagger blindly forward. Furious townspeople gather around the perimeter, loudly screaming that he is nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. A weeping mother stands prominently at the front of the angry crowd, holding a stone and desperately shouting for him to give her back her son. An enraged mob completely fills the cobblestone town square, ruthlessly pelting the chained prisoner with rocks while screaming for him to die. Devoid of any mercy, the citizens label him as complete scum and shout that he killed their loved ones. The intense public hatred continues to rain down from all sides. Angry townspeople scream for the prisoner to go to hell, labeling him an unworthy knight as he stands on the platform under the watchful eye of an armored guard. An execution official opens his mouth wide to loudly announce that it is finally time for the sentence to begin. On the wooden stage, the guards firmly push Robert down to his knees. An executioner holding a massive axe stands prominently on the elevated wooden platform before the immense, roaring crowd. The official proclaims to the massive gathering that the sinner will now receive his just punishment. The furious crowd erupts into a massive roar, with citizens violently screaming to kill him immediately. From the platform above, a weary Robert Artie looks down blankly at the sea of enraged faces shouting for his blood. As the aggressive chants to kill him echo through the square, a broken Robert calmly accepts his fate, reflecting that everything is finally over. He quietly acknowledges that he truly killed them all, remembering how his own hands slaughtered his dear sister, his mother, their loyal servants, and even the very citizens he had once solemnly swore to protect. Amid the roaring of the crowd, Robert closes his eyes tightly on the scaffold. He reflects on how he had always dreamed of becoming an exemplary, honorable knight, yet everything has gone completely wrong. The cruel memories of his manipulation suddenly rush back as a dark shadow passes over his mind. He gasps in sheer terror as he remembers the chilling voice of Ellie ordering him to try to be useful, labeling him a complete sham of a knight. The broken knight trembles violently on his knees as the full truth of his lost memories returns to him. He desperately wonders how he could have forgotten the terrifying screams of his comrades as they melted alive, and his precious divine artifact shattering completely in his hand. Tears stream down his face as the ultimate horror of the spell unlocks inside his mind. He breaks into a frantic sweat, realizing above all else the sinister truth that he has been entirely trapped by a curse. In his final moments of clarity, Robert realizes with absolute certainty that Elizabeth Leiston plotted it all. Robert panics completely on the wooden platform, desperately screaming for them to wait. An official commands the scum to be quiet as the guards forcefully shove Robert down into position. Over the roar of the furious crowd, Robert frantically yells out that they have to hear him out. He desperately attempts to expose the truth, shouting that it was all her fault while the angry mob keeps chanting to kill him. Held down firmly by a guard, Robert frantically screams Elizabeth Leiston's name to the crowd. He attempts to warn everyone that she is out to fulfill a grand design, even as the executioner raises a massive axe directly behind him. The executioner's heavy axe swings down forcefully through the air. The warning finishes with a final word on her quest to get revenge. The scene abruptly shifts to a bright room, where a calm Ellie blinks softly. Sitting in silence, her focused gaze shows no trace of the sudden violence that just unfolded. Mireille looks forward with a startled expression. Ellie turns back toward her maid with a mild reaction of her own. She sits back calmly and confirms that the pseudo-knight is officially dead. While she speaks, she smoothly unbinds the cloth wrapping around her arm. Mireille watches quietly from the side as Ellie notes that although the operation took some time and effort, she is certain the kingdom has been thrown into complete disarray. Standing before the large study desk, Mireille confesses that she is simply relieved to see that her mistress's arm is completely fine. Ellie offers a gentle apology for causing her any worry, adding with a confident smile that she is looking forward to the incoming reports. Deep within a grand, high-arched hall decorated with hanging crest banners, an official holds up a written report detailing the actions of Elizabeth Leiston. Looking on from the background, a lone figure observes that people simply cannot seem to stop singing her praises. Cedric agrees with the praise, warmly stating that he truly believes Elizabeth deserves every single bit of it. Cedric speaks of her recent triumphs in the Lebrick Viscounty, quickly correcting himself to say the Lebrick County. Observing the conversation from below, Albert notes that this matter is clearly about her successfully driving away the Sarjan forces. Cedric explains that he met with His Majesty recently, mentioning that the king is most impressed with her achievements but remains troubled over exactly how to reward her for this tremendous feat. Hearing this, Albert rests his hand against his chin in deep, focused contemplation. Albert suggests that they should help the king solve his dilemma. He notes that this situation will provide the perfect opportunity to fully ascertain her true worth. The scene transitions to an office where an attendant urgently calls out to Lucas and hands him a document, asking him to please have a look at it. Sitting at his desk, a startled Lucas reacts with sudden confusion, wondering what could have happened. As Lucas inspects the sealed parchment, he wonders silently if this sudden development is also a calculated part of Ellie's master plan. Then we get an extra part of that psycho nun. On the streets of the capital, Tita laughs out loud and offers a cheerful thank you to her companions for saving her from a group of pushy men. In the background, Ellie and Mirai watch with flat expressions while the aggressive pursuers lie completely defeated on the paved road. Ellie addresses the nun directly, asking exactly why those men were chasing after her in the first place. Before Tita can launch into her unbelievable explanation about being accused of cheating at cards, Mirai cuts straight to the point and bluntly asks if she was gambling. Tita frantically denies the claim, sweating as she argues that she was simply showing them divine love by drawing the right cards to earn an offering. Ellie crosses her arms in disappointment and flatly breaks down her excuses, stating that such behavior is called gambling, which instantly reminds Tita of something else she wanted to say. Tita announces to her friends that she will be leaving the capital very soon. Hearing this sudden news, Ellie looks up from the cobblestone path and reacts with genuine surprise. Tita notes that she has gathered enough charity money to set out, explaining that she plans to go rescue the poor, lost lambs out in the world. Ellie listens quietly, thinking to herself that it is highly unlikely she will ever run into the nun again. Tita immediately calls her out, telling Ellie not to make a face that suggests they will never see each other again. Ellie gulps nervously, sweating as she realizes the nun's intuition is completely spot on. Tita loudly declares that she is not that heartless. Ellie stands a short distance away with her arms crossed, watching the nun's theatrical gesture in silence. Ellie looks at her with a blank expression, directly asking Tita what she is doing with her finger. Tita acts surprised, questioning if Ellie does not know what a pinky promise is, prompting Ellie to clarify that she knows the concept but is simply confused by the action. With a bright, confident smile, Tita holds up her small finger and swears on their promise that she will definitely be back to see her. Watching her cheerful vow, a soft, subtle smile spreads across Ellie's face as she bids her companion farewell. Locking their pinkies together beneath the dark night sky, Ellie smiles warmly and declares that it is a solemn promise. The sentimental moment is instantly shattered as Lunoa cheerfully pipes up from the side, noting that pinky promises genuinely take her back to her younger years. Misha brightly agrees, mentioning that they used to do that exact gesture as a child, leaving a deeply embarrassed Ellie to mentally repeat the words in utter shock. Sometime later inside a bustling wooden tavern, a highly energetic Tita sits at a table surrounded by empty bottles and large beer mugs. Laughing boisterously, she listens to rumors about a terrifying silver witch who freezes her enemies to death, mockingly questioning who that could possibly be before waving her hand off to demand another drink and loudly dismissing any concerns about the bill. At the Kingdom of Haldoria Royal Academy, students gossip in the corridors about Lord Robert, calling him dreamy and sharing rumors that he will become the next Knight Commander. One student jokes about potentially becoming the Knight Commander's wife, while Mirai approaches a large door down the hall. Mirai knocks firmly on the door and steps inside the room, offering an apology for making her mistress wait. Ellie reacts with sudden surprise upon her arrival. She looks up calmly near a tall window in the library while holding a document. Mirai addresses her respectfully as my lady. Ellie reassures Mirai that it is quite alright, explaining that she read the newspaper while she waited. She then asks if the report is ready, prompting Mirai to confirm and ask if she has time before her scheduled meeting. Mirai spots something unusual in the room and reacts with sudden realization. Ellie looks back attentively and confirms her suspicion, as the two stand together near the bookshelves. Looking out from the library window, Ellie observes Fried standing with Sylvia in a courtyard down below. Ellie watches along, recognizing His Highness and noting that the girl by his side must be the rumored Lady Sylvia. Mirai asks about Sylvia. Ellie identifies her as Baron Locket's illegitimate daughter. She continues by stating that rumor has it that Sylvia and the prince share a very special relationship, while Sylvia blushes happily near Fried down in the courtyard. Ellie looks away from the window and calmly states that she shall extend an invitation to Sylvia shortly to advise her on the behavior expected of a prince's mistress. Shocked by her words, Mirai argues back that there is no reason why Ellie, of all people, should take care of that cheater's mistress. Down below, Fried pulls Sylvia close to embrace her behind a stone pillar. Ellie calmly responds from the library that if Sylvia is to continue her relationship with His Highness, proper conduct is of the essence, warning that her actions could otherwise impact the royal family's prestige, leaving Mirai to look at her in somber worry. Ellie turns away calmly, declaring that she is fine and that this is simply one of her duties as the future queen. Nearby, Mireille clenches her fist tightly in deep frustration over the unfair situation her mistress must endure. Ellie wakes up in her bed with a pained expression, letting out a soft groan. Sitting up under her blankets, she reflects on what an unpleasant dream she just had. Standing right outside the door, Mireille knocks firmly and calls out to Miss Ellie, announcing that it is finally time to start getting ready. As the morning birds chirp outside the window, Ellie decides that she had best get up now since her meeting with Lucas is quite early. During their meeting, a finger points directly at a map on the desk. Lucas explains that the kingdom of Sarjas has officially been incorporated into the empire, with half of its territory now falling under the direct dominion of His Majesty the Emperor. Sitting comfortably on a couch, Lucas explains that the other half of the territory was granted directly to him as a reward for his involvement in the matter. He continues detailing the political shift, explaining that as for Grint, the last king of Sarjas, he was made the administrator of the new Sarjas region. Ellie looks across the room at Lucas, who sits on the couch opposite her. She observes that the Empire often resorts to this specific tactic. She expands on her thought, explaining that by keeping the former ruler of the land in place as a figurehead, one can successfully garner public support and avoid riots. Lucas listens to her assessment and agrees, adding that as she has correctly surmised, Grint holds no real power. He notes that Grint and his family are kept under strict watch as well. Ellie calmly looks at the map between them, reflecting that there are certainly worse ways for victors to punish their former enemies. Lucas shifts the conversation by bringing up the topic of punishment. Ellie listens closely as he prepares to share new information. He explains that after returning to the kingdom, Robert Artie suddenly slaughtered countless people as if in a frenzy. He admits that he is not entirely sure what exactly transpired during the incident. Lucas looks at Ellie and asks if it was all her doing. Ellie giggles softly and covers her mouth, admitting that it just so happened she had a message to send, describing it as an omen of revenge. Ellie asks Lucas if the incident has caused any waves in the Empire. Lucas begins to sweat nervously, recalling her past cover story about the mountains being perilous. He continues to recall Ellie's excuse about trying her best but being just a merchant after all, which caused her to end up straying from her companions. Lucas explains that he pulled some strings to ensure no one would question her testimony. She giggles cheerfully behind her hand, expressing that she is terribly sorry for the trouble she caused. She questions if the Empire did not reap the benefits in the end anyway. He ultimately supposes that they did. Lucas observes that the kingdom is completely busy cleaning up after Robert's actions and trying to salvage their strained relationships with their vassal states after abandoning Sarjas. He notes that this situation certainly makes espionage much easier for them. A sudden realization strikes Lucas, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He freezes in silence, telling himself to hang on as a shocking thought crosses his mind. Lucas turns to Ellie in utter shock, frantically asking if she foresaw absolutely all of this from the very beginning. Ellie raises her hand in surprise, instantly waving off the claim and loudly exclaiming that there is no way. Ellie rests her hand against her cheek and admits that the end result is close to one of the scenarios she imagined. However, she adds that she is mortified to say she made far too many mistakes along the way, confirming Lucas's internal suspicion that she did indeed predict the outcome. She clenches her fists excitedly and brightly promises to do better next time. Looking at her intense determination, a sweating Lucas nervously requests that she let him know before acting next time. Lucas sighs with relief and finishes his thoughts on the current topic. He then extends his hand to present a document, inviting Ellie to move on to the main reason why he called her to the office. He hands over an envelope across the desk. He explains that it is a letter of recommendation for a special license, serving as the Emperor's way of rewarding Ellie for her crucial help during the recent conflict. Ellie holds the envelope firmly in her hand as Lucas explains the immense privileges of the reward. He details that if she is awarded a special license, she will be able to receive financial loans directly from the Empire, purchase plots of land, and possess unrestricted quantities of items that are normally heavily limited. Ellie looks at the document and expresses that she is most grateful for the gesture. However, she points out a detail, questioning if the Empire's Merchants Guild Council is actually the group in charge of awarding special licenses. Lucas confirms that it is, explaining that Ellie will need to submit herself to its examination and earn the approval of more than half of its members to proceed. He holds out another sealed envelope toward Ellie, explaining that it is an official summons from the council. Sitting across from Lucas on the sofa, Ellie asks to be pardoned while she opens the letter to review its contents. Ellie pulls the letter from its envelope, scanning the page thoughtfully. Looking closely at the text, she softly mutters that she sees what it says. She looks down at the brief summons letter, reading the directive to prove herself before the next meeting of the council. Ellie notes with slight concern that the strict deadline does not leave her much time. Lucas looks on from the side, adding that the council is not telling her what exactly she needs to do either. Lucas analyzes the situation, imagining that the council members want her to demonstrate exactly how she would contribute to the empire's economy if she were to be awarded that prestigious license. Ellie goes into deep thought while staring at the card. Ellie says that she already has a few business ideas in mind, though she acknowledges she will need to make up her mind quickly. Lucas looks at her intently, directly asking if she will be starting an entirely new business venture. Ellie smiles with absolute confidence, sliding the paper back into its envelope. She notes that the council has officially challenged her, resolving that she must rise to the occasion and show them something entirely new. Giggling softly, she muses over just what she could accomplish with a special license, leaving Lucas to watch her with a highly confused expression. Ellie grins with a dark and cunning expression while thinking about her financial possibilities. She reflects on how she could easily get a loan to buy a plot of land without any restrictions applying, confidently calculating that she could increase her business profits tenfold if she plays her cards right. Lucas turns around on the couch in utter disbelief, nervously asking Ellie if she truly foresaw this development coming as well. Ellie simply looks back blankly and Lucas dismisses his concern, telling her to never mind it. A sudden knocking sound shatters the quiet meeting as someone requests permission to enter the office. Ellie turns toward the entryway and calmly grants permission, welcoming them inside just as the heavy wooden door swings wide open. Lunoa steps into the room alongside Misha, with both of them carrying a heavy load of stacked packages and shopping bags. Lunoa addresses her mistress directly, explaining to Ellie that these boxes were sent from the people she had previously deployed to Sarjas. Ellie offers her thanks to the two girls and requests that they line up the contents of the packages on the long desk for review. As Misha and Lunoa eagerly confirm the order and set down the heavy cargo, Misha opens up a wooden crate, calling the contents absolutely amazing in sudden excitement. She holds up a monster fong to inspect it alongside pieces of pelts, wood, and fruit that came from the crates. Misha excitedly points out that there is even a pretty flower among the items, while Ellie observes with a quiet sigh of surprise. Misha hands the small flower over to her mistress. Ellie notes that she remembers seeing this specific type of flower somewhere before. Looking down at her written documents, Lunoa begins to carefully inspect the official logs to identify the plant. Lunoa reveals that the plant is a tarx, explaining that these flowers grow exclusively within a specific region in Sarjas. She references the manifest, adding that the document states the people of Sarjas appreciate them purely for their visual beauty. Taking the flower into her hand, Ellie asks if they are used simply for decorative purposes. Looking up from her reports, Lunoa confirms that according to what is written there, that is indeed the case. Ellie continues to inspect the tarx flower closely as it gently sways in her hand. She falls into a deep, quiet contemplation, silently recalling that she definitely remembers these flowers having actual, practical uses. Determined to uncover the truth about the mysterious plant, Ellie decides to refresh her memory. She stretches out her left arm and boldly commands her next divine artifact to materialize, causing a bright, mystical glow to burst instantly from her open hand. A magnificent book takes physical form as Ellie proudly calls forth its true name as the Grimoire of Lucifer. She securely grips the elegant cover with her gloved hand, holding it high to access its forbidden knowledge. Ellie looks down intently and begins swiftly flipping through the heavily detailed pages. She reflects that her Grimoire of Lucifer records absolutely everything she has ever heard or seen at least once in her entire life. A look of satisfaction washes over her face as she announces that she has finally found it. The detailed entry reveals an elegant drawing of the plant, alongside complex text. The ancient records explain that tarxes, or alumias as the records of an ancient elven tribe call them, were historically processed and used to manufacture fine perfume. Ellie continues reading from her grimoire, explaining that the elves historically manufactured a variety of high-quality perfumes from the plant. Lunoa looks back at her in complete astonishment, wondering if it is truly possible to create completely different perfumes from just a single flower. Ellie, holding the flower, notes with a slight frown that the text she is reading from is an old travel journal that unfortunately does not mention any actual recipes. Determined to dig deeper, Ellie decides to see if she can find more specific data by looking up the plant's alternative name, Illumia, causing her grimoire to let out a bright, intense glow. Scanning a new section of her book, Ellie reads aloud from a historical essay. She explains to Lunoa that the dynamic properties of an Illumia change greatly depending on the exact way you process it and the specific catalysts you use. Our girl concludes that this highly versatile trait is exactly why one can make totally different perfumes from this one flower species. Lunoa looks on with wide eyes of pure admiration, brightly praising Miss Ellie for knowing so many things. Ellie continues talking to Lunoa while holding the open book and the flower. She explains that she used to have access to Haldoria's forbidden archives, and thanks to her grimoire, she can reread any of those texts at any time. She closes the book and smiles confidently. She declares that the timing couldn't be better and that they shall make Illumia perfume a reality once more before the next meeting of the Merchants Guild Council, leaving Lunoa surprised. She turns her attention toward Mireille to give her explicit directives. She commands her to let their people in Sarjas know that she wants large stocks of tarxes for research, and tells her they should also try to secure exclusivity deals with the floriculturists who cultivate them, prompting a prompt confirmation from Mireille. Lunoa nervously steps forward with her fists clenched. She asks if Ellie intends to present this newly made perfume directly to the council, which Ellie calmly confirms. Ellie listens with a puzzled look as she mentions that the essay gives a detailed account of the manufacturing method. She is sure their alchemists will have no trouble replicating it. Lunoa breaks into a nervous sweat, anxiously stammering that her concern was not about the business plan. Lunoa continues expressing her doubts, noting that perfume is a profitable product, but she is not sure that is the sort of impactful contribution the council is looking for. Lunoa immediately panics and waves her hands, apologetically stating that she did not mean to overstep her bounds. Ellie calmly smiles and reassures her that it is completely all right, validating it as a very fair question. Before giving her answer, Ellie raises her finger and poses a counter-question, asking the girls if they are aware of the biggest issue that currently plagues the Empire. Misha quickly raises her hand and suggests a flood in the west, while Lunoa deeply ponders the mystery. Ellie agrees that the flood is true, but prompts them to think of a more widespread problem that concerns the entirety of the Empire. Misha looks on in surprise, wondering what could possibly affect the whole Empire. Lunoa looks up thoughtfully, questioning if the issue is the growing unemployment caused by the discovery of new materials across the land. Ellie praises Lunoa for a job well done. Misha watches on with complete confusion, letting out a soft sigh as she tries to understand what just happened. Mireille steps into the discussion, explaining that many of the firms that handle the older materials are currently going bankrupt. Hearing the grim reality, a startled Misha reacts with genuine concern, asking if that is seriously what is happening in the market. She points her finger to illustrate her explanation, noting that cheaper and sturdier substitutes have surfaced, causing the old materials to lose most of their value practically overnight. Misha gasps as the pieces fit together, realizing that because those firms are unable to keep up, even more people are ending up completely out of a job. Mireille nods in agreement, confirming her point with a quiet affirmation. Ellie brings the focus back to her plan, declaring that this economic crisis is exactly where the flower comes in. Smiling warmly while holding up the flower, Ellie explains that Illumia perfume variants call for a myriad of old ingredients. She details that by taking advantage of that fact, they can find a brand new use for the materials that lost value and successfully reinvigorate the declining industries. Ellie handles the flower, admitting that while it is naturally not the be-all and end-all solution, they can mitigate the economic issue somewhat. She looks towards her companions, and asks if they understand now why she decided to focus on Illumia perfume, while Misha and Lunoa enthusiastically nod in agreement. Ellie notes that there isn't much time before the next council meeting, prompting a call for everyone to quickly get to work. Sometime later, a carriage arrives outside a grand building with a loud creak, marking the official day of the council meeting. As Ellie steps out from the carriage, Mireille holds the door open attentively. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from a short distance away, noting that it has been quite a while since they last met. Ellie turns around with a look of genuine surprise on her face, as she recognizes the speaker as Cedric. She explains that it has been far too long indeed and notes that she never dreamed Cedric would welcome her himself. He replies that he was lucky enough to win the right to escort her. Cedric smiles warmly and mentions that their status as acquaintances gave him a distinct advantage. Ellie giggles softly behind her hand, privately reflecting that she does not believe for a single minute that anyone on the council has such free time. Ellie continues her internal thoughts, fully aware that Cedric is actually here to observe her rather than to welcome her. Smiling politely, Cedric turns toward the grand entryway and cordially requests that she follow him inside. Leading her through the stone corridor past a massive wall emblem, Cedric announces that it is finally time for her to meet the Empire's Merchants Guild Council. Cedric mentions that he has heard so much about Ellie's recent heroics, noting that rumors say she led the volunteer army into battle and showed fine swordplay. Walking beside him along the stone corridor, Ellie replies that she simply did what she had to do for peace to return and for her business firm to thrive. Cedric smiles and points out that Ellie's production base was close to the war front. Ellie calmly answers that this is true, but adds that thankfully there was very little damage, prompting Cedric to say that it is good to hear. As they continue side by side, Ellie softly notes that the recent event has thoroughly opened her eyes. She explains that merely hiring local villagers was far from enough, admitting she should have placed well-trained guards in the area from the very start. Hearing this, Cedric praises her, stating that the way she turns everything into a learning opportunity is truly praiseworthy. Walking past the large windows of the castle hall, Cedric observes with a bright expression that time flies quickly during a pleasant conversation. Cedric politely stops at the entrance of a large wooden door and asks Ellie to please go after him. The heavy door swings open as the two walk together up the steps to enter the room. Inside the high-arched room, the prominent members of the Empire's Merchants Guild Council sit positioned around a massive circular table. A variety of unique representatives from different races look onward as the newcomers arrive. The diverse council members closely inspect Ellie as she steps into the chamber. Among the group, a horned figure, a smoking official, a pointed-eared elf, a dark-haired woman, and a bearded dwarf look back toward her with sharp, discerning gazes. Ellie looks at the powerful gathering and acknowledges them as the titans who rule over the nation's economy. Maintaining her elegant posture, she smiles softly and states that it is a pleasure to make their acquaintance. She performs a graceful curtsy before the assembled council members. Lifting the edge of her dress, she introduces herself directly as Ellie Lays of the Trader Commercial Firm. A voice speaks up, calmly telling Ellie that she may be at ease. Ellie looks across the expansive room, observing that while this large round table has no obvious head or seat of honor, she can easily tell that the winged man sitting directly opposite her is undoubtedly the Grand Master. The man is Albert, known as the Seer and the greatest merchant in the Empire. Albert looks toward her and directly addresses her as Miss Lays. Albert explains that as she is already aware, the Emperor has recommended her for a special license. He continues from the table, stating that today they shall decide whether she is truly worthy of it, before asking if she is fully ready to prove herself. Ellie confidently smiles and replies that she is of course ready. She then lifts up her storage luggage with a small clank, announcing that here is what she has prepared for them, prompting Albert to firmly tell her to let them see it. Albert looks down at the table and questions if the item is perfume. Ellie confirms his suspicion and explains that this is a recreation of a perfume that ancient elves used to make. Ellie elaborates that this perfume's properties can change depending on the refinement process. She details that not only can the fragrance change, but one can also use it to repel monsters or protect skin from the sun, prompting a thoughtful reaction from the horned female council member. Holding the elegant bottle up for display, Ellie adds that they need a wide array of different materials to manufacture each variation. As a result, she confidently declares that she believes this endeavor could be the key to revitalizing some declining industries. Albert acknowledges her point, calling it a consequential boon for the Empire. He then shifts the focus to ask what benefits she envisions for her own firm, while Ellie answers that production costs will depend greatly on the materials they select, noting that they could get away with very low costs if they play their cards right. A council member holding a pipe adds his own interpretation, stating that in other words, she intends to flood the market with a cheap yet high-quality product and reap all of the benefits alone. Ellie responds with a calm smile, simply stating that she could do that. Ellie changes the topic back to the economic landscape, noting that as they can imagine, a market flooded with cheap products would not benefit the empire's economy in the long run. She gestures toward her briefcase to present her counter-strategy. She explains that she intends to set a high price so that this perfume can remain a luxury item. Reaching down to place a document on the table, she states that here is her written oath to formalize the business plan. He notes that this way, there will be no price wars and existing products will not be impacted by her new venture. Looking out across the grand chamber, Albert addresses the council, stating that she has shown them what Trader could do with this proposal and that he believes it is time to move on to the vote. He then turns his head slightly and calls on Lewins to speak first. Cedric speaks up with a bright smile, stating that he is in favor of awarding Miss Ellie a special license because he is sure she will work tirelessly for the prosperity of the empire. Nearby, Albert looks across the table to call on Collard for her judgment next. Hilda Collard, the silver butterfly and queen of the red light districts, declares that she is also in favor of the proposal. She states that Trader's cosmetics are leagues above anything else she has ever seen, adding that she would love to see how far Ellie can go. As the votes continue around the room, another voice suddenly commands everyone to wait a minute, causing Ellie to look over attentively. Dark Hawkins, the chief and a prominent financier accustomed to working with big merchants, speaks up to say he is against the proposal while smoking a cigarette. He argues that Ellie is a Haldorian noble and they cannot trust her, prompting Ellie to silently observe that, as expected, they all know exactly who she is. A hand raises smoothly with a swift motion as another council member states that they also disapprove. Lawton Flywalk, the clairvoyant and the greatest tycoon in the empire, explains his disapproval. He notes that considering the kingdom of Haldoria's current situation, he doubts she is a spy, but he firmly believes it is still far too soon for the council to trust her. Albert listens quietly to the arguments and notes that the mixed opinions have been duly noted. Looking across the large table, Albert turns to address Yuka Kusunoki and Gayan Drafen to ask for their perspective on the matter. Yuka Kusunoki, the Dark, who is an eminent doctor and a rank A adventurer, chooses to pass on the vote. She explains that she originally joined the council under the strict condition that she would not have to bother with this kind of thing. Gayan Drafen, the divine artisan and the best blacksmith in the empire, also chooses to opt out of the vote. He grunts that he is out and feels the same as Yuka Kusunoki, telling Albert that he can handle the pesky bits himself. Observing the deadlocked results, Albert looks back toward Ellie standing at the far end of the room. He notes that it appears their members are completely split, and asks if she has anything to add to change their minds. Ellie looks out across the grand table at the split council members. She acknowledges that she fully understands why her background as a noble may cause worry for some of them, but she directly assures the room that she has completely washed her hands of her old homeland. She smiles brightly and declares that from now on, she fully intends to live solely as a merchant in this promising nation. Listening closely from his seat, Albert quietly responds that he understands. Albert announces his final decision to the room, stating that her direct contributions to the empire thus far have been more than satisfactory, and therefore he will fully support her application. He remarks that given her notorious reputation and past actions back in Haldoria, he supposes they truly do not need to worry about her ever betraying the empire. Albert looks forward with a serious gaze to officially tally the final results of the council. He notes that the final count stands at exactly 3 votes in favor, 2 against, and 2 abstentions. He officially announces that as a result of the vote, she is hereby granted a special license as Miss Ellie Lays of Trader. Ellie listens calmly to the final decision. Ellie expresses that she is most grateful and swears to strive continuously for the prosperity of the empire. Sometime later, she prepares to leave the grand building, walking out to a waiting carriage. Mireille stands ready outside to greet her mistress, stating that it was good work. Smiling with relief, Ellie waves her hand slightly and offers a soft thank you. As Ellie prepares to hand over her storage luggage to step into the carriage, Mireille asks how she found the council members. Ellie replies that they were entirely worthy of their reputation, reflecting that each individual member was highly impressive in their own right. Mireille continues the conversation by asking what the final result was. Ellie smiles confidently and confirms that she successfully got their approval, adding that although they will be monitoring her closely, she fully expected as much considering her complicated background. She reflects on her business strategies, noting that setting aside her personal goals, she has always conducted traders' business legitimately. Because of this careful transparency, she remains confident that there is absolutely nothing for the council members to find fault with. Mireille sits across from her mistress inside the carriage and smoothly transitions the topic. Bringing up the mention of her overarching goals, she details that she has a couple of important things to report, prompting an attentive Ellie to ask what happened. The maid delivers the first piece of news, explaining that the agitators Ellie sent to heighten the anti-Haldorian sentiment in the vassal nations are unfortunately not having as much of an effect as they had originally hoped. Ellie narrows her eyes slightly and directly questions Mireille if she is completely sure that their deployed agents are following her exact orders. Mireille looks back firmly and confirms that they are. She expands on her report, detailing that the agents are actively spreading the word that Haldoria completely abandoned Sarjas to their fate after using them. She explains that they are also buying wheat and iron in bulk to successfully give Haldoria's vassal states the chilling illusion that the kingdom is preparing for war. Mireille adds that despite the planned disruption, there are absolutely no rebellions in sight, and if anything, the relationships between Haldoria and its vassals are actually improving. Ellie places her hand to her chin in deep thought, reflecting that while managing foreign relations is the Prime Minister's job, this sudden stability makes little sense. Our girl continues her silent analysis, recalling Leiston, the Prime Minister. She acknowledges that he is a cold man who did not hesitate to betray his own daughter for the sake of his country, but she cannot fathom him assuaging the concerns of Haldoria's anxious vassals in such an effective manner, concluding with absolute certainty that this achievement was not him. Ellie deduces that this smooth political damage control must be Rosalia's handiwork, realizing she is the only one who would proceed in this distinct manner. Hearing the name, a surprised Mireille asks if she means the young lady of the ducal house of Fadgal, prompting Ellie to note that they must have called Rosalia back to successfully replace her. Mireille looks downward with a serious expression, quietly reflecting that Lady Rosalia is brilliant indeed. A memory surfaces of their earlier school training days, showing a passionate Rosalia. Mireille notes that during their days as students, Rosalia often fiercely competed with her for the highly coveted position of crown princess. She voices her surprise that Rosalia would answer a royal summons to serve as Ellie's substitute of all things. Ellie listens quietly while keeping her hand near her chin. Mireille reflects that Rosalia is just like the old version of herself. She notes that Rosalia must believe doing so is her absolute duty to her country as a noblewoman. Ellie realizes that had the lot of them not betrayed her, she would still be there too, doing her very best for Haldoria. A memory flashes back to that fateful day when Prince Fried called off their engagement. Ellie remembers how everything played out far too smoothly, making her realize that Fried must have had important ministers acting as his allies. But she notes that is not all that went wrong. Ellie remembers standing hopelessly behind iron bars in the dark dungeon. She recalls with a cold, hardened expression that while she was stuck inside that cell, absolutely no one tried to do a single thing to get her out. She looks away thoughtfully and acknowledges that if Rosalia is actively involved, they will not be able to get any foreign government to move the way they would like. Ellie's gaze sharpens with absolute focus as she decides that it is officially time for a brand new course of action. Turning back toward Mireille inside the carriage, Ellie explains her strategy, stating that they will feed their propaganda directly to the people instead of the nobles. She notes that even if they cannot spark an outright war, they can still successfully foster a deep anti-Haldorian sentiment among the common citizens. Mireille looks forward attentively, preparing to listen to the rest of her mistress's calculated explanation. Our girl smiles with a cunning look and concludes that said, the royal family must be getting incredibly desperate if they are already forced to rely heavily on Rosalia. Mireille analyzes the political structure, noting that Rosalia's house is a key part of the militarist faction. She reflects that because of this tie, the king is fully aware that her family will never be true friends of the crown, creating a tense dynamic where the throne demands service from the army while the military offers conditional loyalty. Ellie continues her assessment from inside the carriage, acknowledging that Rosalia is highly capable. However, she notes that Rosalia will have a very hard time keeping the most extreme members of her own militarist faction at bay while simultaneously trying to thwart Ellie's calculated plans as those extremists push heavily for war. A cunning smile spreads across Ellie's face as she looks out toward the spires of the kingdom. She silently challenges her rival, wondering if her dear Rosalia will truly be able to do anything to stop her incoming revenge. Meanwhile, inside a grand library, a subordinate approaches a desk to directly deliver a message to Rosalia. The official sets down a massive stack of papers and hands over the documents, announcing that here are the proposals for her to review. Rosalia offers a quiet thank you as she takes the first page, but she gasps in sudden realization as she begins to read through the text. Rosalia stares intently at the document with wide, stunned eyes. She is completely shocked by the information on the page and wonders what in the world is going on. Rosalia stares intently at a document with stunned eyes. She is completely shocked by the information on the page and wonders what in the world it could be. Prince Fried enthusiastically asks if she has had the chance to read his amazing new bill proposal. Rosalia holds up a single sheet of parchment and calmly asks if this specific paper is the document he is talking about. Fried proudly confirms his proposal, confidently insisting that she had better approve it. She tears the document straight down the middle. She loudly shouts that the proposal is completely rejected. Fried stands back in absolute shock and disbelief, gasping out in sheer confusion at the sudden display. Sitting at her desk, Rosalia breaks down the details of his document, demanding to know how he expects her to pass an idiotic bill that raises the minimum wage by 30% out of the blue. Fried angrily snaps back that she is the real idiot. He argues that the commoners will naturally rejoice if they have more money, questioning how she could possibly fail to see such a simple fact. Unfazed, Rosalia demands to know who exactly is supposed to pay for that extra 30%. He confidently answers that their employers will pay for it. Seeing that he still does not understand the situation, an exhausted Rosalia resolves to enlighten him on basic economics. She breaks down the harsh reality, explaining that if they pass that bill, companies will immediately lay off every single employee they can afford to. She warns that they will find themselves facing a massive wave of unemployed people, causing the economy to crash completely, before sharply asking if he truly thinks the people will still rejoice after that happens. Rosalia directly accuses Prince Fried of simply trying to raise his own approval rating. She firmly demands that he stop making her job harder by wasting her valuable time with his stupidity. Feeling completely insulted, a sweating Fried trembles with rage and reminds her that she is talking to the crown prince. She dismissively waves her hand off and tells him to go back to playing with his mistress since some people are actually trying to work. Fried mutters a curse in frustration as a subordinate sharply knocks on the door and politely interrupts to call out to Lady Rosalia. Fried aggressively storms out of the room, pointing back to angrily swear that he will never forget this humiliation before slamming the heavy door behind him. Left alone, Rosalia rubs her head with a deep sigh, noting that it absolutely kills her that he is the crown prince. She turns back to business and asks her subordinate if he has the latest report for her. The assistant nervously confirms the request, explaining that the message is from their spies stationed in Sarjas and its surrounding nations, revealing that the anti-Haldorian sentiment has officially stopped spreading among the elites. She points out that everything was going exactly as planned, but the subordinate adds that they have unfortunately caught word of some worrying rumors. Hearing this unexpected turn, Rosalia listens intently while holding the document and directly asks him what rumors have been circulating. The assistant reveals that common citizens are actively whispering on the streets that the Haldorians completely forsook Sarjas at its absolute lowest point. He explains that the spreading gossip claims the kingdom unfairly let Sarjas shoulder all the blame for hurting citizens when the entire tragedy was actually the kingdom's fault. Rosalia sighs in deep frustration over the intelligence leak, reflecting that their intense efforts to keep a tight lid on information about the conflict have gone completely to waste. She notes that while they may have successfully mended their relationships with the high elites, they absolutely cannot allow these malicious rumors to continue spreading among the common people. She firmly states that they need to strike, and they must do it quickly. She details the plan to first exonerate the vassal states of the taxes they pay to the kingdom, and then start distributing food while dispatching healers to provide free medical treatment. Rosalia lays out her tactical counter-strategy to her subordinate, declaring that Haldoria shall immediately ease the people's worries. Rosalia confidently commands that they must use Fried's personal funds to cover all of these new expenses. Hearing this bold directive, the subordinate reacts with sudden hesitation and carefully asks if she is entirely sure about using the crown prince's money. She firmly confirms the order, directly stating that Fried is the primary reason why they are in this massive mess in the first place. Looking aside with a serious expression, she asserts that those in power must absolutely take full responsibility for their own actions. Rosalia adds a final key directive, instructing her aide to make sure to execute all of these charity efforts directly in the prince's name. She explains that despite his errors, they cannot afford to have the crown prince's popularity falling too low among the citizens, prompting a prompt confirmation from the subordinate. Rosalia remains in the library, holding the report tightly in her hands. She reflects quietly on the political landscape, deeply troubled by everything that has transpired after the major conflict in Sarjas. Looking closely at the document, she remembers how their neighboring vassals completely lost trust in them, creating a dangerous landscape where anti-Haldorian sentiment grew so strong that a massive rebellion could have broken out at any moment. As she stares down at the pages, a sudden suspicion crosses her mind, causing her to wonder if someone else has been secretly pulling the strings behind all of these recent rumors. Rosalia analyzes the situation with deep concern, realizing that these messages could easily be calculated propaganda explicitly designed to destroy the kingdom's remaining relationships with its vassals. She points at the paper, noting that the timing and the content are far too perfect, leaving her to anxiously ponder who could possibly be the true mastermind behind such a flawless plot. A sudden memory of Ellie flashes through Rosalia's mind, making her instantly wonder if her former rival could somehow be the one responsible. However, she quickly closes her eyes and dismisses the sudden panic, telling herself that it is impossible and that she is simply overthinking the matter. Meanwhile, Ellie looks down thoughtfully. She acknowledges that the recent actions are exactly what she expected of Rosalia, noting that her rival certainly works quickly. She softly notes that Rosalia is simply too soft in her methods. Turning directly toward Mireille, Ellie announces with absolute certainty that it is finally time for them to spread some brand new rumors. Ellie details the exact strategy for their misinformation campaign. She explains that they will spread word that the money used for the aid comes directly from the commoners' taxes, specifically focusing on what the Haldorian nobles haven't pocketed for themselves. She adds that they will claim the healers purposefully prioritize cities whose local officials have bribed Haldoria. She reflects on the strategic limits of the kingdom's charity. She notes that only a small fraction of the people will ever actually benefit from these alms, resolving that their strategic propaganda will successfully reach the rest of the common citizens. The quiet conversation between Ellie and Mireille is suddenly broken by a sharp knocking sound at the door. Misha steps into the study doorway, politely announcing to Miss Ellie that it is almost time for her scheduled workshop inspection. Hearing the notification, Ellie stands calmly near the candlelight and replies that she will be right there. She softly mutters to herself as she lifts a small piece of parchment directly over the open flame of a candle. She watches the edge catch fire, quietly letting out a heavy sigh at the situation. The burning document completely disintegrates into ash as Ellie reflects that her intense work and quest for revenge sure keep her very busy. The scene shifts to Trader's Cosmetics workshop, where Ellie arrives to greet her team and cheerfully looks toward their latest creations, asking if these items are indeed their brand new nail polishes. 3 small, elegant cosmetic bottles sit arranged across a clean surface. Ellie inspects the new product line closely, softly noting that the selected colors are quite nice. The workshop staff explains to Ellie that they made sure to select highly popular colors for the launch, cordially requesting that she please try them out. Smiling with satisfaction, Ellie uncaps a small bottle and carefully lifts the brush to test the new nail polish variant on her arm. Our girl turns to her companion in the workshop and requests Misha to give her her hand. Misha promptly complies as Ellie prepares to test the cosmetic sample on her fingernail. As soon as the cosmetic is applied, Misha flinches violently with a look of sheer panic on her face. Ellie notices the sudden reaction and asks what is wrong, prompting a deeply apologetic Misha to instantly offer her regrets. Misha covers her nose in distress, explaining that the smell of the new nail polish is simply too much for her to handle. Hearing this explanation, a completely startled Ellie reacts with surprise and questions if the smell is really that strong. Our girl sniffs the applicator closely, noting that she actually finds the scent to be quite subtle and rather pleasant. She deduces that the odor must simply be much stronger to beastkin noses, causing an embarrassed Misha to frantically apologize again until Ellie warmly tells her not to apologize. She smiles gently and praises Misha, telling her that she did exceptionally well. She explains that thanks to Misha's honest reaction, she has successfully learned that this specific product line is unfortunately not suitable for beastkin customers. Ellie strictly advises Misha never to hesitate to be entirely honest whenever she is asked to review a product. Misha nods quickly and nervously confirms that she understands. Lunoa notes that she believes they currently have very few beastkin customers, which Ellie agrees is true. She transitions her thoughts back to the business data, asking to see their transaction history for the past few months. Mireille steps forward and hands over the logged pages. Lunoa confirms that they hardly ever sell anything to beastkin. Ellie grins with satisfaction, confidently stating that this situation actually presents a massive opportunity for the firm. Our girl expands on her economic theory, explaining that beastkin makes up 20% of the nobility within the empire. Smiling broadly, she declares that this group is a massive, completely untapped market just waiting to be conquered. Mireille points out that while the past purchases are few and far between, they do already have some specific products that appeal to beastkin. Ellie reviews the transaction spreadsheet closely, silently wondering what exact qualities originally attracted them to those items. She commands her assistants to bring a sample of all the nail polishes they have, explicitly including the ones that are still in development. A nearby elf woman promptly confirms the directive, while Ellie turns her attention toward Misha, who answers with sudden readiness. Ellie points toward the wide collection of bottles lined up on the table, asking Misha if she can separate the ones she can tolerate from the ones she completely hates. Misha enthusiastically accepts the task, while the rest of the workshop team watches along as she reaches down to pick up the first variant. Misha opens a cosmetic sample and immediately groans in severe physical distress from the strong odor. She notes that that specific bottle is definitely not the right one. Exhausted and sweating from the intense sensory test, Misha announces that she is finally done with the sorting. Ellie blinks blankly as she looks down at the tiny selection, noting that only 3 of the bottles successfully made the cut. Lunoa looks at the final results in complete confusion, pointing out that one of the chosen variants actually smells much stronger than some of the items Misha rejected. Misha rubs her nose and explains that it is quite hard to describe, but the smell of this specific product isn't nearly as harsh to her senses. Our girl analyzes the experiment results and deduces that some scents may simply be less hard to bear for beastkin even if they are strong. The elf states that she shall put together a team of diverse researchers so they can successfully avoid such sensory issues moving forward. Ellie looks out, confidently noting that creating cosmetic products geared specifically toward beastkin will prove an interesting challenge. She stands with her arms crossed, calculating what could happen if this new research project goes well. She smiles with absolute satisfaction as she handles a dark cosmetic bottle. She thinks to herself that if they succeed, Trader could successfully break into the vast market of beastkin majority countries, noting that it just so happens that many of Haldoria's own vassal states are such nations. Our girl continues her silent calculation, reflecting that for the sake of her grand revenge, she absolutely needs Trader to grow much larger and stronger. She knows that to achieve that overarching goal, she must make the most of every single business opportunity. Ellie turns directly toward her dedicated companions, addressing Luna and Misha together. Smiling with confidence, she tells the 2 girls that she expects great things from both of them as they look back attentively. Lunoa and Misha react with sudden surprise and bewilderment to her intense statement, frantically wondering why she made such a sudden declaration. Ellie calmly responds from behind that there is absolutely nothing sudden about it, expanding on her long-term goal that she simply wants Trader to grow into a first-rate firm. She explains that she needs the 2 of them to support her so she can make that business expansion happen. Hearing her genuine request, Lunoa and Misha look on in soft realization as they begin to process her words. Lunoa clenches her hands and declares that she wants nothing more than to be of help to her mistress. Caught up in the sudden wave of inspiration, Misha vows that she will also do everything within her power to support the firm. Looking at her 2 loyal companions, she gently notes that she is truly glad to hear them say so. Ellie stands confidently, brightly announcing that since they are all in agreement, it is officially time for them to go. Hearing this sudden command, Misha and Lunoa look onward in complete confusion, blankly questioning where exactly they are supposed to be going. Misha stands nervously on the cracked ground, clutching a wooden sword firmly in her hand. Beside her, Lunoa grips a wrapped staff. Lunoa nervously looks forward while holding her staff, asking what exactly they are doing out there. Ellie ignores the question and firmly states that the bigger one's company grows, the more challenges they must be ready to face. Ellie strictly continues her lecture to the girls, explaining that the larger a firm grows, the less cordial its relationships with competitor firms risk becoming. She warns them that when push comes to shove, they must be absolutely prepared to defend themselves. Hearing this serious reality, Lunoa stammers nervously in response while holding her wrapped staff. Lunoa anxiously objects that she has never actually participated in a fight before. Ellie holds out her sword, reassuring Lunoa that she should not worry. She smoothly draws her weapon, confidently declaring that she and Mirai will teach the two girls everything there is to know before prompting them that it is time to begin. Smiling brightly, Ellie points her wooden sword forward, cheerfully asking the girls if they shall officially begin their combat training. Misha and Lunoa stand frozen with wide, terrified eyes. They nervously clutch their wooden practice weapons, blankly wondering if they truly have to fight. Our girl lets out a soft chuckle as a subtle smile spreads across her face. Ellie calmly advises Misha and Lunoa not to be so incredibly tense as they prepare for the lesson. She explains calmly that they will not actually be jumping straight into physical sparring from the very get-go. Ellie asks Lunoa if she has ever held a physical weapon before in her life. Lunoa looks down and softly confirms that she has never held one. She looks directly toward Lunoa and explains that trying to master a brand new physical weapon at this current stage will not yield very many useful results. Ellie decides that they will have her completely focus on learning magic instead. Turning her attention toward her other companion, she asks what Misha's own background is. Misha flinches, stammering softly as she prepares to share her own past experiences. A memory flashes as Misha nervously explains that she previously received formal lessons in magic back when she was still under the care of Master Cedric. She admits that she was unfortunately completely terrible at it. Ellie looks back at Misha and explains that her past struggles are completely normal because most beastkin naturally struggle with traditional magic. However, Ellie points out that this structural limitation absolutely does not mean that Misha is unable to use mana. Hearing this unexpected revelation, Misha looks up with wide, surprised eyes. Our girl crouches down tightly near the dry ground, stating that it will be much easier to simply show them what she means. She reaches down to pick something up, handing it directly over to a visibly puzzled Misha who carefully looks down at her open hands. Misha stares intently down at her open palm, quietly observing a small, ordinary stone resting in her hand. Mirai calls out to her from a short distance away. She answers ready from afar, acknowledging her presence. Mirai commands Misha to throw the stone straight at her. Misha reacts with sudden shock and hesitation, stammering anxiously at the dangerous instruction. Completely unfazed, Mirai repeats her directive, sharply telling her to just do it. Mirai tells her to throw the projectile as hard as she can. With a loud shout, she hurls the small object directly at Mirai, who stands completely still against the wooden fence as the missile flies straight toward her chest. Mirai stands perfectly rigid in profile as the projectile flies past her position. Misha breaks into a sudden sweat alongside a wide-eyed Lunoa and a watching Ellie. She watches the impact with wide eyes of pure disbelief. Lunoa softly voices her confusion, wondering if the stone somehow flew straight through her body. A voice introduces the impressive display, calmly explaining to the group that this unique technique is a skill called Mirage Step. Mirai continues her explanation, stating that the technique allows her to bend light and create a false image of herself. As she speaks, her solid form stands in the foreground while her faded, shimmering afterimage begins to dissolve near the wooden fence behind her. Lunoa looks onward in surprise, curiously questioning what a skill is and wondering how exactly it differs from regular magic. Our girl raises her index finger to break down the technical differences, explaining that magic is a highly structured process that calls for strict formulas. She adds that because casting spells requires a somewhat innate understanding, not everyone is capable of doing it. Mirai lectures the group, stating that skills, on the other hand, rely heavily on individual sensations and draw upon one's mana directly. She notes that this intuitive trait is exactly why beastkin are often very proficient at using them. Hearing this, an excited Misha peers from the side, wondering if that means she could learn to use the mirage step as well. Ellie answers that it ultimately depends on her specific elemental attribute. She details that mirage step requires light attribute mana, holding up a small, pointed crystal token to declare that they shall find out what Misha's attribute is right now. She directly instructs Misha to try pouring some of her own mana straight into the testing token. Misha nods ready and complies with the order, causing the pointed crystal to instantly release a sudden flash of light. Observing the bright reaction from the side, Lonoa gasps in surprise, noting that the color of the crystal changed completely. Ellie holds the crystal token high up against the light to inspect the results closely. Looking at the transformation, she announces that the crystal has turned brown, revealing to Misha that her elemental attribute is earth. Realizing that she lacks the light attribute needed for the specific technique, a completely defeated Misha slumps her shoulders in deep disappointment, sadly bidding goodbye to her dreams of learning Mirage Step. Mireille gently reaches out to Russell and pat Misha on the head, softly advising her companion not to be so down about the result. She reassures her that there are many incredibly powerful Earth attribute skills available as well, adding that there are also plenty of useful non-attribute skills that absolutely anyone can learn. Curious about the new terminology, Lonoa looks up thoughtfully, questioning what non-attribute skills are. Ellie smoothly transitions into the explanation, noting that most of them have to do with reinforcement, before preparing to present a clear example to the girls. She lists several core examples of non-attribute reinforcement skills, detailing power slash to enhance attack strength, and instant step to hasten general gait. She adds that one can also learn suppression to heavily intensify their outward bloodlust, demonstrating a small mental image of herself easily terrifying a sweating target. Our girl smiles confidently, noting that suppression is absolutely perfect for the sake of future interrogation and strongly recommends that they master it. Lonoa chuckles nervously, admitting that she honestly thinks such an intense skill may be a bit early for them to practice. Misha enthusiastically declares that she is incredibly excited to learn the rest of the skills, prompting Lonoa to cheerily agree with her. Both girls dance around with pure excitement in the background, while a pleased Ellie smiles softly and tells them she is glad to hear it before officially ordering them to get started. Ellie strictly announces that before they ever practice any actual skills, the two girls must first run exactly 20 laps around the area and successfully complete 100 weapon practice swings. Misha and Lonoa shout out in absolute disbelief at the sudden physical demands. Our girl simply closes her eyes and crosses her arms firmly, calmly explaining to her subordinates that pure physical stamina is the absolute foundation for everything they do. Ellie continues her firm lecture, pointing out that they absolutely need to build core strength if they ever want to successfully control their mana. Lonoa is suddenly filled with intense motivation and aggressively grabs Misha by the hand to pull her along. She loudly shouts for Misha to come on and declares that it is time for them to get moving, leaving a startled Misha completely caught off guard by the sudden display of energy. Ellie stands calmly with a gentle smile, quietly observing her subordinate's sudden wave of inspiration. Sometime later, the heavy toll of the physical training becomes completely apparent on the cracked earth. Both Misha and Lonoa collapse flat on their backs, panting heavily. Ellie calmly asks if they are still able to move at all, prompting a worn-out plea for just a single minute of rest. The scene then transitions back toward the grand pillars of the commercial guild. 2 weeks pass by in a flash as the rigorous training continues out on the dry field. Our girl asks Lonoa if she has finally started feeling the true physical effects of their intense training regimen. Standing in the office doorway with a stack of papers in her arms, a surprised Lonoa processes the question. Lonoa confidently confirms the inquiry, happily announcing that she has indeed felt the effects and has gotten completely used to the tough physical regimen as well. Sitting at the desk, Ellie notes with satisfaction that her progress is very good, while Mireille stands watch attentively from the corner. She continues talking to her assistant, pointing out that Lonoa could barely even manage to stand upright at the end of their first day of practice. She adds that this current endurance clearly proves that Lonoa has made massive personal progress. Hearing the high praise, Lonoa pauses slightly and calls out to Miss Ellie. Lonoa explains that she sincerely meant it when she previously vowed to support the company. She firmly adds that she also strongly dreams of one day becoming a truly great merchant herself, just like her own father used to be. Ellie pauses her pen to listen. Lunoa notes that while Ellie's specific teaching methods can certainly be rather harsh at times, she can distinctly tell that she is becoming significantly stronger day by day. She stammers slightly as she tries to clarify her true feelings. She smiles brightly and enthusiastically declares that she truly looks forward to learning much more from her mistress. Ellie softly clacks her pen down onto the clean desk, preparing to address Lunoa. Our girl notes that while she honestly did hire her at first solely because of her father's merchant connections, she has always been deeply impressed by her incredible learning speed and the proactive way she seeks to surmount all of her personal shortcomings. Ellie confidently tells her that she firmly believes Lunoa has exactly what it takes to become a truly great merchant. Mireille leans forward, announcing to Ellie that the time is finally ripe. Ellie nods firmly in agreement, looking toward Lunoa to explain that she must immediately proceed to the next strategic step, leaving a puzzled Lunoa to quietly repeat the phrase in sudden confusion. Ellie delivers her calculated instruction, calmly informing Lunoa that she will be accompanying her directly to her next major meeting with Count Hammett. Hearing the high-stakes directive, a completely shocked Lunoa breaks into a nervous sweat. Our girl explains that she won't just be tagging along to the high-stakes meeting. Ellie details that she explicitly wants Lunoa to prepare a suitable gift for the Count entirely by herself, directly asking her subordinate if she is truly up to the difficult task. Lunoa gasps softly, a nervous sweat forming on her face as she absorbs the sudden challenge. Lunoa eagerly confirms the order with pure determination, loudly vowing to leave the entire preparation to her. The scene shifts smoothly to the grand interior of Count Hammett's official residence, showing a beautifully detailed ceiling and elegant wooden window dressings. A resident maid stands at the door with her eyes closed in a polite bow to offer her deepest regrets. She explains to the guests that an unexpected emergency has unfortunately delayed her master, and cordially requests if they would be so kind as to wait in the room until the Count finally arrives. Maintaining her elegant posture, Ellie smiles warmly and calmly answers that it is absolutely no problem at all. Lunoa sits quietly right beside her mistress as the maid politely requests that they please enjoy the humble assortment of sandwiches, cakes, and tea spread across the table while they wait. The heavy wooden door shuts with a sharp clack as the maid leaves the two visitors alone in the room. As soon as they are by themselves, Ellie turns her head, quietly calling out Lunoa's name to address her in the sudden silence. Sitting stiffly on the couch, Lunoa attempts a very awkward, strained smile as sweat forms on her face. Ellie observes her companion's nervousness, noting calmly that Lunoa is far too tense for the situation. Our girl clarifies that she is not asking Lunoa to lead the upcoming conversation. Shaking with visible anxiety, a sweating Lunoa stammers out that she knows this, but she is deeply overwhelmed by the fact that she will be meeting an actual nobleman. Ellie states calmly that she fully understands Lunoa's current worries, but firmly adds that she must still partake of the served food. To ensure she complies, Ellie reaches over to the refreshment tray, takes a piece of food, and smoothly stuffs it straight into a startled Lunoa's mouth. She looks aside, explaining that this sudden delay is simply how the prominent nobles of the empire consistently operate. Chewing on her refreshment, a confused Lunoa touches her lips and asks her mistress what she means by that statement. Our girl elaborates further on the behavior of high society, explaining that these aristocrats deliberately make merchants wait before their absolute first meeting. Lunoa points out that the maid explicitly claimed there was an emergency delaying her master. Ellie calmly counters that the explanation is actually a complete lie. She explains that the nobleman is intentionally making them wait simply to subtly display his superiority. She adds that to show they understand this dynamic, they must willingly partake of the food he has offered them. Holding up a sweet pastry, Ellie notes that they must demonstrate they do not doubt his goodwill. As both of them begin eating the served refreshments, Lunoa reflects that it is certainly an interesting social tradition. The quiet conversation is suddenly interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. Ellie listens as a voice politely thanks them for their patience and requests that the two guests follow along. Welcoming them into the room with a bright, pleasant smile is a man who introduces himself directly as Arceus Hammett, the head of House Hammett. Reaching his hand out cordially, he offers his sincere apologies for making them wait so long. Ellie introduces herself directly to their host, declaring that she is Ellie Lays, the chair of the trader commercial firm. Standing right behind her mistress, a sweating Lunoa introduces herself as well, stammering out that she is Lunoa Carlton, her dedicated assistant. Welcoming them into the sitting area, Arceus gestures toward the furniture and politely states that he is completely delighted to make their acquaintances. Ellie responds with perfect etiquette, answering that the pleasure is entirely hers and offering her formal thanks for the invitation before the group positions themselves to speak. Arceus smiles broadly, directly asking if they shall officially move on to the core of their business discussion. He explains with clear satisfaction that he called them here today because he wishes for Trader to open up a brand new branch within his personal territory. Ellie answers smoothly, stating that his request honors her greatly. She gestures politely while sitting alongside her quiet assistant, openly admitting that to be completely honest, she too was already actively considering opening up a business branch within his region in the near future. She elaborates on her perspective, explaining that expanding into a specific territory possessing a port as truly remarkable as his would no doubt bring immense benefits to Trader. Hearing this strategic analysis, a pleased Arceus smiles warmly and notes that he sees his port has successfully caught her eye. Ellie notes that it would be a considerable asset for her firm to be able to send their products abroad, prompting a thoughtful reaction from Arceus. He points out that since her commercial business is already stable and highly profitable, he wonders what urgent need she has to expand out into foreign markets. She acknowledges that his description is a very fair assessment of Trader's current situation. Our girl explains her own core business philosophy. She details that stability can very easily turn into corporate stagnation, warning that if they do not continue to actively grow, they will simply fail to survive within the competitive industry. He quietly acknowledges her line of reasoning. Arceus explains his true motives for initiating the partnership. He details that he originally made this expansion offer because he believed it would greatly benefit his personal territory, and because his wife and daughter are both quite fond of Trader's cosmetic products. He adds that speaking directly with Ellie today has finally convinced him that he made the right choice. Ellie answers that she is most grateful for his lord's favor, while her assistant Lunoa watches the interaction intently. Prompted by the perfect opening, a nervous Lunoa begins to speak up to offer something if he would like it. Lunoa eagerly leans forward, holding out a beautifully wrapped gift box decorated with an elegant floral crest. She cordially requests that Arceus accept this carefully prepared assortment of Trader's absolute best products for his beloved wife and daughter. He accepts the present, warmly thanking Lunoa, confidently stating that he is absolutely certain both his wife and daughter will love the contents of the box. Arceus proposes that they meet again directly in his personal territory to officially sign the final contract once they have finished working out the remaining structural details. Ellie smiles broadly, answering that his proposed arrangement sounds absolutely perfect to her. Our girl expresses her sincere happiness that their discussion turned out to be so highly productive, warmly stating that she looks forward to working closely with him in the future. The scene transitions with a sharp rattling sound as the wheels of their carriage begin to roll along the stone path outside the residence. Once they are safely inside the carriage, Lunoa lets out an exhausted cry, openly admitting that she was incredibly stressed out during the entire meeting, while a pleased Ellie smiles warmly at her and praises her for a job well done. Inside the carriage, Ellie directly praises her assistant, telling her that her choice of gift was absolutely perfect. Lunoa smiles up in relief, offering a bright thank you to her mistress. She reveals her line of reasoning, explaining that she had previously heard that the Count loves his wife and daughter deeply. Because of this, she assumed that the two women must have a keen interest in Trader's cosmetic line as well, reflecting with immense satisfaction that she is glad she got it right. Our girl mentions that since they will be signing the final contract in his county, she imagines they will have a grand chance to meet his family then. Realizing the scale of the upcoming meeting, Lunoa reflects that she must immediately start thinking of an appropriate gift for the occasion. She warmly praises her idea. She advises Lunoa that they will also need to start preparing extensively for the long trip ahead, prompting a quick, compliant confirmation from her assistant. Lunoa touches her lips, noting that Hammett County borders the open sea and adding that this journey will actually mark her absolute first time seeing it. Hearing this, a surprised Ellie looks back intently, questioning if that is truly the case. She touches her chin, declaring that in that case, she will make sure to keep their corporate schedule light so that they can do some sightseeing together. Lunoa proclaimed that she would absolutely love that. Outside the carriage, Misha handles the horse's reins as she guides the vehicle smoothly down the paved street. Our girl continues talking about their destination, explaining that since they will be staying in a harbor city, they will be able to fully enjoy the blessings of the sea. Lunoa curiously ponders what exactly constitutes the blessings of the sea. A series of mental images flashes by as Ellie details delicious dishes like shellfish and shrimp boiled with aromatic herbs, along with whole fish grilled to perfection on skewers. She notes that while eating straight-off skewers is technically not proper etiquette, the fresh seafood there is absolutely nothing like what you can find in the capital. Hearing the mouth-watering choices, Lunoa starts drooling heavily as she spaces out with absolute longing. Lunoa declares with absolute excitement that she can hardly wait for the journey to begin. An extra comic jumps back a few years earlier to the grand royal capital of Haldoria. Standing before a backdrop of blooming flowers, a younger Ellie smiles warmly as a voice offers its deep gratitude, thanking her so much for supporting their orphanage and addressing her directly as Lady Elizabeth. Maintaining her gentle demeanor, Ellie tells them not to mention it, adding confidently that doing so is simply her absolute duty as a noble lady. A gentleman bids a polite farewell as he walks away, calling out that he will see them next time. A ragged figure huddled on the ground nearby catches her attention. Ellie notices the scene and blinks in mild surprise as she observes her. Our girl looks closely at the girl huddled beneath a tattered blanket on the street. She notes to herself that the stranger is wearing fine, elegant clothes under that worn cloak, making her wonder how such a thing could be. Moving closer, Ellie calls out to the downcast girl, addressing her directly. Reflecting on the past, Ellie remembers that this interaction was exactly how she and Mireille first met. At the time, Ellie extended her hand and warmly offered to take her in if she had nowhere else to go. Mireille's once noble family had completely fallen from grace, and despite being highly learned, she started out as a rather clumsy girl who struggled with basic household tasks. A memory surfaces of a younger Mireille looking incredibly nervous and breaking into a sweat while serving her new mistress. Ellie takes a slow sip from her cup, reflecting that it originally took Mireille a very long time to finally learn how to brew a decent cup of tea. She lets out a quiet sigh and notes that she supposed the drink will finally do. Mireille nervously questions her about the reason behind the sudden rescue. She anxiously asks why she was taken in. She stands holding an empty serving tray, noting with a downcast look that she is sure countless other girls would make for far better waiting maids. A close-up view focuses on Ellie's sharp gaze as she responds bluntly, explaining that it was merely a whim. Ellie looks away and takes another slow sip of her tea, indifferently telling Mireille that she simply picked her up like a stray kitten, and that is all there was to it. She smiles subtly, explaining to a listening Mireille that regardless of her reasons, it is ultimately up to Mireille herself to make the absolute most of this newfound life opportunity. Ellie delivers her final piece of praise. She reveals to a startled and sweating Mireille that despite her clumsy start, she has officially taken a genuine liking to her relentless work ethic. Our girl declares with absolute confidence that she does not regret making her a waiting maid, affirming that Mireille Katerina is fully worthy of Elizabeth Leyston. Her steady gaze sharpens as she commands Mireille to convince both her and the entire world. Listening closely, a young Mireille looks on with wide, startled eyes. Blushing deeply with determination, a young Mireille firmly stares forward and loudly vows that she absolutely will. The flashback fades out as the view returns back to the present day inside the study room. Mireille stands gracefully in her maid uniform, holding a fresh teapot and a serving cup. She breaks the quiet workspace by calmly announcing that the tea is officially ready for Miss Ellie. Ellie takes a quiet, slow sip. She smiles warmly and praises the drink, declaring that the tea is absolutely splendid. She notes with immense satisfaction that the brew is completely flawless as ever. Mireille smiles broadly. She offers her deep gratitude, warmly thanking her mistress. Out on the busy paved street, Misha carries a heavy travel trunk as she prepares for the upcoming journey. She calls out directly to Miss Ellie, asking her where exactly she should place the luggage variant. Standing alongside the wooden transport carriage, Ellie points toward the back of the wagon bed and instructs her helper to pack the luggage right next to the existing storage crate. Misha cheerfully confirms the strategic directive, quickly moving to load the travel items into the vehicle. Misha peeks over the edge of the transport area and reacts with sudden surprise as she observes the interior space. She questions why they are bringing so little luggage along for the long trip. The quiet, mostly vacant space stands out visible through the front opening of the vehicle. Our girl breaks down the logistical strategy for the trip, explaining that they absolutely need to leave plenty of open space to pack a large merchandise order she is picking up at the port. Misha turns her head back to listen as she packs, while Ellie continues her line of thought by suddenly wondering about the current whereabouts of Mireille and Lunoa. Misha updates Ellie on their companion status, noting that Mireille is currently busy discussing business matters with Arnaud. She adds that Lunoa briefly stepped away to use the restroom, explaining why they are not at the carriage yet. Lunoa comes running down the street in a frantic hurry, her face flushed as she gasps out an apology for making everyone wait. Ellie looks out across the cobblestone street and asks the assembled group if everyone is officially ready to depart. The team members gathered near the vehicle promptly call out their confirmation. Turning directly to her manager, Ellie smiles warmly and announces that she is officially leaving the trader commercial firm in Arnaud's capable care until their return. Arnaud smiles back. Arnaud respectfully accepts the directive, wishing the group a safe trip and advising them to be deeply careful on the road. A few days pass by in a flash as the journey officially begins under a wide sky filled with soaring birds. The journey brings the group to the coastal expanse of Hammett County. A beautiful port town emerges along the hillside, where numerous tightly packed buildings look out over the ocean as large sailing ships glide gracefully across the water. Looking out from an elevated viewpoint, Lunoa marvels at the vast, shimmering sea. She beams with excitement, happily exclaiming that the ocean scenery is beautiful. As Ellie stands closely behind her with a warm look, Count Hammett greets them by the carriage, noting that the current season is exceptionally great for sea bathing. Our girl cordially responds that it has indeed been a while since their last meeting. Hammett extends his arms and welcomes Miss Ellie and Miss Carlton to his county. As the group walks together near the official estate buildings, Lunoa turns her head toward Hammett in curious surprise. She softly questions the concept of sea bathing that he just mentioned. Hammett proudly highlights the unique features of his territory, detailing that the region is highly renowned for its exceptionally beautiful coast. He expands on his administrative initiatives, explaining that he has specifically designated several distinct areas for sea bathing in a direct effort to attract more tourists to the port city. Inside the estate's workspace, Hammett steps forward with Lunoa by his side to present the official paperwork, announcing that the contract is completely ready for review. He courteously requests that Ellie confirm there are no remaining errors before signing the document, prompting an immediate agreement from Ellie. Ellie looks over the legal details with a subtle smile, confidently reflecting to herself that everything looks good. She takes up a quill pen and signs her name across the bottom parchment. With the formal paperwork completed, Hammett smiles broadly and shakes Ellie's hand, joyfully declaring that their contract is now officially in effect. He adds that he sincerely hopes they will enjoy a long, highly fruitful business partnership together, prompting a bright smile from Ellie as she matches his sentiment while Lunoa watches happily from the side. The pleasant celebratory moment in the office is suddenly interrupted by a knocking sound at the door. Inside the study room, Hammett mentions that his family would absolutely love to meet Miss Ellie. He asks if they may join the meeting, to which Ellie replies that they absolutely can. The heavy wooden door then opens with a creaking sound to let the guests inside. Two elegantly dressed noblewomen step into the room through the doorway. Hammett introduces the newcomers, proudly announcing that these individuals are his wife Corella and his daughter Manila. Corella politely states that it is a true honor to make Miss Ellie's acquaintance, prompting an immediate and polite response from Ellie. Ellie mentions that she has been told that the two noblewomen warmly recommended her firm. Corella enthusiastically confirms the statement, while Manila beams happily and adds that they are both huge fans of Trader. Our girl smiles warmly as she responds that she is truly happy to hear that. Ellie looks across the workspace with a sudden realization, noting that the interaction has just reminded her of something important. Standing close by her side, Lunoa nods attentively. Lunoa looks directly toward the noblewomen to present a special offering from her firm. She explains that she has brought this particular item specifically as a token of friendship to celebrate their new business partnership. She proudly presents a beautifully wrapped gift box containing an elegant, decorative glass bottle. She explains that the item is Trader's upcoming perfume called Illumia, which is scheduled to officially launch in 2 months, before inviting the guests to feel completely free to try it out. Corella looks onward with sudden surprise, excitedly wondering if they are truly allowed to sample the new cosmetic line in advance. Ellie warmly encourages the noblewomen to try the fragrance, adding that she would absolutely love to hear their personal thoughts and reviews on it. Corella and Manila react with pure joy, eagerly promising that they will completely handle the testing duties for the new product variant. She smiles brightly and requests that if the noblewomen enjoy the perfume, they please spread the word about it. Manila enthusiastically agrees, declaring that they will tell absolutely everyone they know. Watching the interaction from the background with a slight bead of sweat, Hammett silently reflects to himself that Ellie truly never misses a single chance to advertise her commercial business. Later on, Mireille steps forward to thank the group for their hard work before announcing that they should proceed to the next item on their business agenda. However, her technical transition is suddenly interrupted by a growling sound from Lunoa. Lunoa offers a deeply embarrassed apology to the group, explaining that she became so relaxed after that highly stressful business meeting that her stomach simply reacted on its own. Lunoa continues her explanation, noting that the savory aroma from the nearby market street simply got the best of her senses. Nearby, a cheerful vendor stands behind his hot grill, roasting delicious skewers of fresh seafood over a crackling flame for the passing townspeople. Ellie smiles warmly at her assistant's honest reaction, understandingly noting that absolutely no one could possibly resist such a delightful smell. She looks out over the festive market flags and decides that since they are already right there in the port town, they might as well go ahead and have a bite to eat. Misha takes a bite of the fresh seafood and smiles, happily noting how incredibly yummy it is. Nearby, the rest of the team gathers around a rustic wooden barrel table to happily enjoy the local street food together. She eagerly tastes the local cuisine, noting that it is her first time eating prawns. Ellie pauses with the fish skewer at her mouth and notices Lunoa's thoughtful expression, asking if something is wrong. Lunoa looks back, starting to explain her sudden curiosity while holding her own half-eaten skewer. She holds up her seafood skewer and points out that merchants sell fish back in the capital, but they do not seem to offer items like prawns or shellfish. She ponders silently to herself why that would be the case since the food is so incredibly tasty. Ellie calmly takes a bite of her grilled fish, as she clarifies the market situation. She explains that one could actually buy prawns and shellfish in the capital if they truly wanted to, prompting a surprised response from her assistant. She expands on the economic reality, detailing that such items are sold for a very hefty sum, with a single prawn costing around 5 silver coins in the capital. Hearing this shocking price point, both Lunoa and Misha gasp in disbelief. Lunoa reacts with shock, pointing out that their entire skewer in this port town was only a single copper coin and frantically asking why it is so costly elsewhere. Ellie cuts into the conversation to explain the logistical reality, noting that transporting the delicate seafood variants over long distances is actually quite expensive. She breaks down the preservation methods, detailing that prawns and other crustaceans go bad exceptionally easily. She explains that because of this structural limitation, merchants are forced to hire skilled ice mages to keep the products completely frozen during the entirety of their transit across the kingdom. She continues her breakdown, explaining that hiring magic users means you can only transport so much seafood at once. She notes that as a direct result, only fancy restaurants in the capital ever serve shellfish, causing a downcast Lunoa to softly deduce that commoners can only dream of eating them. Mireille stands nearby holding an empty fish skeleton, noting that the logistical conversation has just reminded her of something important. She points out to her mistress that the specific goods Ellie ordered ended up being tremendously expensive precisely due to these transportation costs, prompting a calm nod of agreement from Ellie. Lunoa curiously asks if she ordered prawns for their firm. Ellie smoothly corrects her assistant, explaining that she did not, but firmly emphasizes that freshness matters just as much for the business inventory they are picking up. Ellie continues explaining that the items were imported from another continent, taking a long time to arrive and requiring a magical seal that added to the overall cost. Lunoa turns her head to ask Miss Ellie what in the world she ordered that required such complex transit. Our girl pauses for a moment, starting to reveal what she bought. Mireille leans in close to whisper a private message directly into Ellie's ear. Ellie listens intently to the confidential update, closing her eyes and softly confirming that she has understood the situation. Turning back toward the group, she addresses her companions and promises to tell them more about the strategy later on, asking if that arrangement is alright with them. She voice notes that for now, duty calls them back to their business affairs. The scene shifts away from the bright market street, showing a quiet harbor alleyway lined with wooden storage crates and heavy cargo barrels. Ellie leads her companions into a dimly lit alleyway lined with old brick buildings. A group of suspicious local men blocks their path forward in the corridor. One of the thugs smirks and addresses the visitors, warning them that this place is very dangerous for young ladies like them before insincerely offering to guide them to safety. The man mockingly clarifies that their guidance comes for a fee, crudely suggesting that the women can pay with their bodies if they want. Ellie looks down, softly calling out Misha's name while remarking on what a kind offer they have received. Misha steps forward with sudden determination. One of the thugs scoffs as he notices her approach, loudly complaining that he is only interested in human women and has no use for a beastkin. Our girl delivers a command to Misha, strictly telling her to leave only one of the men standing. The lead thug blinks in complete confusion, letting out a startled sound as he tries to process the sudden order. Before he can even react, Misha strikes with blinding speed, delivering a powerful blow. The dynamic impact sends the man crashing heavily onto the cobblestone path with a loud slam. Observing the sudden takedown of his companion, the bald thug angrily lunges forward, loudly calling Misha a damn brat as she looks back calmly. Misha instantly targets the core strength of her lower body, resolving to heavily reinforce her legs as she initiates her combat training methods. She uses instant step to dodge a wide punch from the bald thug, swiftly positioning herself to unleash a heavy counterattack that connects with his face with a sharp sound, sending him thudding onto the ground while the final remaining man shouts out in absolute terror. The last standing thug trembles in pure panic. Ellie casually steps forward, calmly announcing that it is now time for them to move on to the next phase of the interaction. Our girl stands confidently, as she asks if they shall officially take him up on his previous offer. She commands the completely terrified man to kindly guide them straight to his boss. The last standing man stammers out a frantic apology, claiming his previous remarks were merely a figure of speech. Ellie ignores his pleas and calmly extends her hand forward. She unleashes the non-attribute reinforcement skill called suppression, instantly casting a terrifying wave of pressure over her target. The man breaks into a sudden sweat and grips his chest in total panic, terrified that his body has completely locked up and won't move. Ellie reaches forward and firmly grips the trembling man with a tight squeeze of her hand. She coldly advises the helpless thug that she would highly appreciate it if he would finally stop wasting her valuable time. Our tightly squeezes his chin and commands him to go on and immediately lead the way to his destination. A wooden door opens as the terrified guide announces to his companions inside that this is the place. In the background, a man with animal ears sits at a small table, exhaling a puff of smoke from his pipe while calling out a casual greeting to the newcomers. Surprised by the unexpected arrival of a noblewoman, one of the men looks back toward the entrance, demanding to know who the hell she is. Standing before the group, she announces that she has direct business with their boss and demands that they tell him Ellie Lays has arrived. They note that she has certainly made quite a rude entrance. A guy steps forward casually as he asks the young lady if she has any idea where she is right now. The man leans in closer to Ellie, commenting that she is a real looker. He suggests that he might actually be willing to hear her out if she lets him have her for just a single night, completely unaware of the dangerous power she possesses. Without hesitation, a sudden strike lands heavily on the boss, hitting him right in the face. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards until he crashes into the wall behind him. Looking down with a cold stare, Ellie calmly states that perhaps the man simply did not hear her the first time. Ellie firmly repeats her original directive, stating that she already said she wanted to see their boss. Hearing the commotion, an unseen figure from within the room speaks up to offer an apology for the clear impertinence of the subordinates. An elegant elf steps forward to greet the visitors, introducing herself as Million and announcing that she is the one in charge of the area. Million openly questions what brings them to her establishment, prompting the noblewoman to introduce herself directly as Ellie Lays of Trader. Our girl delivers her true motives, calmly explaining that she came here to introduce herself. She lifts a finger and smoothly details her strategic business goal, adding that she wishes to secure the organization's protection for her commercial firm. Million looks at the merchant and points out that trader is already under the direct patronage of their dear lord, questioning why she would ever need their underground services. Ellie closes her eyes and calmly answers that while the Count is responsible for keeping the peace on the surface, the dark underbelly requires a different strategy. She states that she is well aware of the reality. She explains that in the underworld, the mafia is the absolute law. Ellie gestures politely as she points out that Million's organization possesses strong connections with the local citizenry, adding that they are not there to stir up any trouble. Standing across from her, Million smiles subtly and directly asks what would happen if she simply refuses the offer. She notes with complete indifference that a refusal would ultimately require significantly more personal effort on her part. Ellie coldly explains that she would have no choice but to completely get rid of Million and replace her with one of her own loyal people. Our girl smoothly shifts her tone, reassuring Million to fear not because she will not resort to such extreme measures as long as the organization willingly offers trader their full protection. Hearing the bold terms, a thoughtful Million acknowledges the statement by softly noting that she sees. Million explains that she now understands exactly how much the merchant values her business in this city, but adds that there is still a catch. Million notes that trader has grown at a tremendous speed, adding that Ellie even obtained a special license due to her notable achievements during the Sarjan conflict. Million points out that with such immense might, Ellie should be plenty capable of dealing with small disputes entirely on her own. Our girl closes her eyes and cordially agrees, answering that she could certainly handle them herself if she truly put her mind to it. However, she pauses mid-thought as Million's expression shifts in response. Ellie clarifies her true perspective, explaining that she would have to walk on eggshells every single time something happened. She warns that this cautious approach is strictly necessary lest she accidentally anger a man named Mr. Hawkins, who serves as their prominent backer. She looks directly toward the underground leader, calmly explaining the true power structure of the city. She points out that while it may look like Million stands at the absolute top of this autonomous underground organization, they both know that she ultimately answers straight to the chief, Dark Hawkins, who is one of the members of the Empire's Merchants Guild Council. Ellie continues her strategic breakdown, explaining that even if her firm has absolutely no intention of antagonizing their group, the risk of a messy confrontation still remains. She notes that this dangerous liability will persist unless she formally forge a mutual alliance with them right now. Our clarifies that she would sincerely like to avoid making a permanent enemy of the powerful man who controls most of the mafias in the entire empire. Ellie adds that this calculated risk is exactly why she took the considerable trouble to visit them personally today and negotiate a strategic deal. Million breaks into a cold sweat and decides to accept the terms, softly noting that it is fine. She explains to the merchant that she would also highly like to avoid making an enemy out of a person as dangerous as Ellie. Hearing the compliance, Ellie stands calmly, declaring that it is a very wise decision indeed while Lunoa watches the intense negotiation unfold. Our girl steps forward to officially finalize the business transaction, presenting this month's payment and noting that she took the liberty of adding a bit of extra money to properly compensate for the sudden trouble. Standing beside her mistress, a worried Lunoa carefully places a heavy coin pouch down onto the wooden barrel table, prompting a pleased Million to look on from across the workspace and announce that the amount will certainly do. As they prepare to leave the establishment, Million delivers her final reassuring promise, stating that if Trader's local branch ever gets mixed up in any kind of trouble, she guarantees her organization will do exactly what they can to fully resolve the issue. Once they are safely outside, a heavily sweating Lunoa completely breaks down from the lingering tension, while admitting that she honestly thought the extreme stress was going to kill her. Ellie calmly advises her subordinate that she seriously needs to learn to have steadier nerves, prompting a weak, trembling response from Lunoa as she promises she will try. Lunoa looks up, curiously questioning why Miss Ellie decided to conduct the negotiation so forcefully today. She points out that the underground group likely would have agreed to protect Trader even if she had just asked them normally. Ellie raises her finger to break down her strategy, calmly explaining that she is still a relative newcomer to the competitive business world. She details that she absolutely had to show them her capabilities from the very start so they wouldn't look down on her. Lunoa repeats the idea that showing proper strength ensures the dangerous group wouldn't look down on her mistress. She points out that the underworld is completely ruthless and will eagerly exploit even the smallest personal opening, but notes that the mafia can be a highly valuable tool if you learn to use them well. Our girl explains that Lunoa will inevitably have to negotiate with such dangerous people herself someday. She advises the girl to remember exactly what she has learned today when that time finally comes, prompting a compliant, nervous response from Lunoa as Ellie cheerily claps her hands together to transition the conversation. She confidently announces that they are completely done for the day. She proposes that they head out to a nice restaurant tonight to enjoy a good meal and properly motivate themselves for tomorrow's upcoming work, prompting an excited cheer from Misha in the background. Meanwhile, back within the grand capital city of the Kingdom of Haldoria, Sylvia happily examines an assortment of jewelry presented in a display box. Holding up a beautifully crafted ring to inspect it closely, she lets out a soft sigh of delight and notes how exquisite the piece is. She leans toward the prince and sweetly asks if she may have the ring. The prince smiles broadly, grandly answering that she does not need to stop at just one, because anything she wants is entirely hers. Nearby, a merchant named Chris sits in an armchair, watching the affluent exchange unfold. Sylvia beams with absolute delight, thanking her prince with pure excitement. Suddenly, the prince enthusiastically glomps straight onto her, affectionately calling her his darling Sylvie while she lets out a startled gasp. The prince buries his head against Sylvia's shoulder, dramatically groaning that he swears there are absolutely no decent women in the palace except for her. He complains that he is especially tired of that blonde shrew, adding that only Sylvie can soothe his tired heart. Looking down with a gentle, patient expression, Sylvia softly pats his head and comforts her poor prince. Watching the display from across the room, Chris offers a polite, slightly awkward smile. She speaks up to cordially thank the royal client for his extensive purchase. Chris decides not to bother the affectionate couple any further and smoothly announces that she shall excuse herself for today. Sylvia waves cheerily as she invites the merchant to come visit them again, prompting Chris to politely exit the chamber and pull a dark traveling hood over her head as she walks down the palace corridor. Chris continues down the palace corridor. The scene transitions to the rustic exterior of a city tavern, where the heavy wooden door rattles and swings open as the hooded traveler calmly steps inside the establishment. Chris walks through the dimly lit tavern toward the counter, where another hooded figure stands waiting. Looking up from beneath her dark hood, Chris coldly remarks that she is genuinely surprised he would dare show his face around her. The hooded man sitting at the counter reveals to be Colonel Graham. He offers a subtle smile and firmly advises Chris not to be so incredibly harsh with her words. Chris points a finger down, fiercely questioning why she shouldn't be angry with him. She reminds Graham that she successfully got that idiotic crown prince to start a war, yet he completely wasted the perfect corporate opportunity. Graham declares that it is all that merchant's fault. She reflects on the statement, thoughtfully questioning if he is referring to that specific merchant. Graham recalls the intense battle, noting that the woman got directly in their way and completely messed up their plans. Chris questions who she is. Graham takes a calm sip, admitting that he has absolutely no clue regarding the woman's true identity. He looks down, adding that if they had kept fighting back then, she would have certainly killed him. Chris reacts with shock, questioning if the woman is truly that strong. Graham confirms her combat prowess and reveals that the young master has officially taken a deep personal interest in her. Graham smoothly slides a piece of paper across the wooden counter, presenting Chris with her official orders. Chris catches the message and rustles the paper open, listening closely as he instructs her to thoroughly investigate her and see what she is truly made of. She continues drinking as he delivers his final, strict directive, commanding her to use any means necessary to achieve the goal. He adds that she must even deploy that specific test subject if she must, prompting a startled reaction from Chris. Chris turns to Graham in pure shock, questioning if the young master truly thinks that highly of the targets. Graham confirms that he does. He tells her that the target is clearly no regular merchant. After a brief silence, she narrows her eyes with determination and notes that she understands. Chris explains that she will report back through the usual channels. However, she is suddenly interrupted as Graham vanishes from his seat in a quick flash. She looks at the empty stool in total disbelief, noting with mild annoyance that Graham has already left. She leans over, wondering if he could have at least listened to her until the end. Chris reaches down to pick up a few items left on the counter, staring at them with a puzzled look. She holds up one of the pieces, questioning what exactly he expects her to do with these imperial coins. Looking ahead, she notes that it is finally time for them to go to the Empire. Ellie sits cheerily at a table with Misha and Lunoa, raising their glasses together to toast their upcoming trip. An extra part features Grant sitting at his workspace, expressing his sincere gratitude to Lord Lucas for his continued support. Lucas responds kindly, telling him not to mention it since his territory also makes good money thanks to Trader. Lucas rests comfortably, mentioning that he actually spent the past month staying in the capital. Grant sits across from him, noting that he heard the news and asks if Lucas was recently promoted to Count. Lucas firmly confirms the promotion, adding that speaking of his recent time spent in the capital, he actually happened to see Grant's daughter there. Grant turns his head in sudden surprise, eagerly asking if that is really true. Grant smiles warmly, explaining that while they do actively exchange letters quite often, she never really tells him too many specific details. He happily asks how she was doing, leaving a sweating, awkward Lucas completely stammering as he tries to formulate an appropriate answer. A wooden practice weapon swings through the air, landing a sharp blow straight onto Lunoa's head with a sudden bonk. Ellie stands firmly before her, strictly lecturing her subordinate that if she ever loses her weapon, she must always be prepared to dodge, use her skills effectively, and actively look for a solid chance to retaliate. Lunoa rubs her sore head, weakly nodding her agreement. She leans down toward the dirt ground to gather a stone, smoothly demonstrating a new tactical concept to the girls. She notes that on top of utilizing standard skills, one can also wrap a simple stone securely inside fabric to fashion a makeshift weapon. Ellie forcefully swings the wrapped fabric through the air, explaining that it can be highly effective when used as an emergency weapon. Our girl confidently adds that with a bit of steady practice, one can easily use this simple technique to crack open a target's skull, prompting an understanding realization from Lunoa. Returning to the study, Lucas touches his chin, as he processes the story and mutters that it apparently went down just like that. Grant panics in absolute horror, calling for a brief timeout as he questions what in the world his beloved daughter is actually learning out there. Lucas adds that it was all intended as self-defense, or at least so Ellie claimed. Lucas mentions that he even heard she sent Lunoa out to directly fight goblins a few weeks ago. Grant collapses into a heap of sweat, questioning if she is genuinely training to be a merchant or an elite adventurer, while adding that learning basic martial arts is fine, but this curriculum is simply too much. Lucas shrugs his shoulders, casually noting that this intense approach is simply the exact way Miss Ellie operates, emphasizing that she fights directly on the front line of war and kills vicious brigands with her own two hands without showing a single shred of hesitation. Grant grumbles in mild agreement, conceding that his point is entirely true. Lucas points out that at the very least, she is undeniably a first-rate merchant. Grant mutters that Lucas is certainly not wrong, but he still can't help his deep concern. Sometime later, Lunoa reads through a newly arrived letter from home, mentioning with a puzzled look that her father keeps asking if she has gotten hurt recently. Standing nearby, Ellie sighs in slight exasperation and remarks that Grant's is truly such an absolute worrywart. Ellie holds up a large paper shopping bag. She instructs the others to get changed into the items inside. Holding their bags, Misha looks over in mild surprise while a sweating Lunoa reacts with complete shock. Ellie explains that these items are actually gifts from Lady Corella. Lunoa stammers out, questioning why exactly they are doing this. Standing proudly on the sunny shore under a wide sky, a swimsuit-clad Ellie cheerfully clarifies that they are here for work, obviously. Nearby, Misha holds a beach ball while Mireille stands calmly behind them. Misha beams with complete joy, happily exclaiming that the beach is beautiful. Turning toward them with a warm smile, Manila happily answers that she is glad they like it. Misha recognizes Lady Manila. Manila explains that this is her family's private beach, reassuring the guests that it is only them here so they do not need to worry about being seen as they have fun. She waves her hands, joyfully calling out for everyone to come on and dive into the water. In response, a thrilled Misha raises her beach ball high, while Lunoa stammers out in panic. Lunoa turns to Mireille, frantically begging her to tell the truth because it looks like they are all just playing around instead of doing actual work. Mireille gently places a reassuring hand, calmly calling out Lunoa's name to steady her anxious thoughts. She quietly instructs Lunoa to look over there. Our girl exhales a quiet, refreshed sigh while taking a sip from her drink. Sitting comfortably on a lounge chair, Ellie smiles gently while holding a tropical cocktail. She notes that it is her very first time lounging on the beach, finding the experience quite pleasant, and predicts that this area will soon become a highly popular summer retreat for nobles. Corella lounges nearby under an umbrella, explaining that she also spends a lot of time on the beach when it is warm. She mentions that she often invites her friends to join, but points out that while their children have fun, the noblewomen are so terribly afraid of getting sunburned or tanned that they barely ever swim. Hearing this common concern, Ellie smiles knowingly as she rustles through her belongings, stating that in that case, she might have just the perfect thing for her. She reaches into her bag to pull out a beautifully crafted, round cosmetic jar decorated with a small crest. Corella looks over at the item, asking if the new offering is a skin cream. Ellie confirms her observation, explaining that it is actually one of Trader's upcoming products. She offers a confident wink as she removes the lid from the cosmetic jar. She highlights its benefits, explaining that the product can effectively protect skin from the sun. Corella reacts with complete astonishment, eagerly questioning if that is really true. Ellie answers, adding that it also emits faint yet long-lasting healing properties. She elaborates on the texture, noting that a little product goes a long way and the cream is so very light that one will barely even feel it. She mentions that they have also incorporated Illumia into the recipe to give it a lovely fragrance, prompting a pleased Corella to sample the scent and agree that it smells nice. Our girl notes that the only issue is that the product is quite expensive to produce. Corella points out that Ellie is targeting a noble clientele anyway, confidently stating that she doubts the high price point will prove to be any kind of issue. Corella holds the cosmetic jar closely. Addressing her host directly, she asks if Ellie would consider giving their county first pick of the brand new product stock once it officially launches. She explains that at the moment, her husband is doing everything he can to popularize sea bathing. She adds that if he succeeds at enticing the nobles, the demand for this cream will surely explode. Corella looks directly at Ellie, reassuring her that she is naturally not asking her to do this favor for free. Leaning in close, she notes that Ellie is considering exporting Trader's products abroad. She promises that in return, they would be happy to support this endeavor in any way they can, such as establishing trade routes and foreign contacts. A pleased Ellie listens intently, prompting a soft, delighted response. Ellie enthusiastically declares it a deal, stating that it would be her absolute pleasure and calling it a wonderful idea. The two women firmly shake hands to cement their partnership. Our girl beams with a bright smile as she presents a whole row of small cosmetic jars. She explains that she has brought an array of samples with her, warmly adding that she would love to hear Corella's opinion on each of them if that is not a bother. Corella happily reassures Ellie that testing the samples is anything but a bother. Watching the exchange from afar, Mireille points out the interaction to Lunoa, asking if she understands it now and noting that their mistress is truly a force to be reckoned with. Mireille encourages her companion, explaining that at her age, having fun is also a part of her job, and tells Lunoa to go ahead and play with them. Out on the water, Misha splashes in the waves and waves cheerily. Lunoa confirms her companion's instruction. The scene transitions to the next day at the bustling docks, where a large wooden ship is moored. Ellie leads Lunoa and Misha along the wooden pier past stacked barrels and cargo. Noticing a nearby dockworker, Ellie speaks up to excuse herself and asks if she may ask him something, prompting an immediate acknowledgement from the worker. She introduces herself as being from the Trader commercial firm and questions if their captain is available. The worker responds, noting that it is good timing because the captain had already mentioned them. The worker calls out loudly announcing to his captain that the client has officially arrived. Standing on the deck with his arms crossed, a sharp-eyed man with a patterned bandana listens to the announcement. Ellie politely steps forward to introduce herself as Ellie Lays from Trader, warmly stating that it is a true pleasure to meet him. However, the captain firmly holds up his hand, directly telling her to stop right there. The captain introduces himself directly as Nguyen, the captain of the ship. He explains that he is not one for empty formalities, suggesting they get straight down to business, to which a focused Ellie smoothly agrees, stating that she is simply here to retrieve her order. Nguyen turns to his crew on the wooden pier, loudly commanding a nearby worker to bring over the designated crates. The worker quickly confirms the order, and a large wooden crate is placed down on the deck before Ellie and her companions. Nguyen points toward the cargo on the wooden floorboards, formally presenting the shipment as her completed order. He gestures toward the cargo, casually telling Ellie that she can check it if she wants. Stepping closer to the container, Ellie confirms that she will do just that. She carefully peers inside the open container. She gives a small, knowing smile while inspecting the contents. Our girl looks back at the captain with satisfaction, noting that the seals and the contents all seem to be in perfect order. Hearing this confirmation, Nguyen responds that it is great and asks if she will be taking them with her immediately. Ellie firmly confirms that she will, explaining that her wagon is waiting right over there and asking if she could trouble them to carry the crates over. Nguyen readily agrees to the request, calling it a sure thing while the transport vehicle stands waiting in front of the brick buildings. Nguyen calls out loudly to his crew to bring these items straight to her wagon. The gathered dockworkers immediately shout out their confirmation to the captain as they prepare to handle the heavy shipment. As the crew members heave and carry the heavy cargo, Ellie and Lunoa watch their movements from a short distance away. Standing next to Nguyen, Ellie notes that she is honestly quite surprised by how incredibly energetic all of his sailors seem to be. Nguyen grins, proudly boasting that they are true men of the sea and are nothing like those scrawny landlubbers. Ellie looks back and calmly states that his interpretation is not exactly what she meant by her observation. A strategic map outlines the long naval route, showing a path that starts from the southern continent, passes right by the western continent, and heads straight toward the harbor town on the central continent. Ellie traces the journey out loud, confirming that they departed from the southern continent, stopped briefly by the western continent, and then came straight to this port without docking anywhere else. Ellie elaborates on her perspective, pointing out that during such a remarkably long sea journey, anyone would normally expect at least a few men to fall victim to sailor's disease. Hearing the unfamiliar term, a puzzled Lunoa curiously repeats the phrase. Nguyen calmly breaks down the term by explaining that it is simply an illness people get during long sea voyages. He gestures toward his mouth, explaining the gruesome details of the illness. He notes that it makes gums bleed, teeth fall out, and completely stops wounds from healing, calling it a pretty scary disease for those who spend their lives at sea, though he marks that it at least used to be. Our girl curiously questions what exactly he means by that statement. In response, Nguyen proudly holds up a tightly sealed glass jar packed with preserved food, confidently declaring that thanks to this, the dreaded illness is simply not an issue anymore. Nguyen presents the glass jar to his guests, identifying the food inside directly as sauerkraut. He states that you just have to eat it often and you won't get the disease, prompting a startled reaction from Ellie. Nguyen touches his chin, recalling that there is a very smart lady in his home country whom he often consults about various matters. He details that he originally asked her about the illness thinking absolutely nothing would come of it, but she firmly instructed him to keep eating sauerkraut even while on land. Ellie marvels that it is a truly incredible discovery since people used to firmly believe there would never be a cure. Nguyen adds that he has already told the Maritime Transport Guild about it, so he guesses the news will spread across the industry pretty fast. Nguyen continues his explanation, detailing that the smart young lady he mentioned previously looked into the disease simply because she was deeply curious, adding that it is truly an amazing feat. Ellie listens in silence while touching her chin as the crew members walk past with the heavy cargo. Misha steps up beside her mistress, announcing that they are officially done loading all the crates into the vehicle. Ellie turns back to match her update, calmly closing out the transaction by addressing the ship captain. Ellie steps forward to hand over a small coin pouch, cordially stating that here is his final payment for the shipment. She then gestures back toward her companions as Lunoa opens up a separate decorative box filled with additional items. Misha presents the newly opened container to the captain. Ellie explains that here are the specific books he had previously requested from them. Ellie details the contents of the shipment, explaining that she made sure to include various research papers and technical books, as well as the current best-selling novels and plays in the capital just as he requested. Nguyen accepts the offering with genuine gratitude. Our girl looks on, asking if that very smart lady could have been the one to request those specific items. Nguyen laughs in response, confirming that she guessed it and jokingly admitting that he is no reader himself, so all he ever uses books for is a makeshift pillow. Ellie waves politely as she bids farewell to Nguyen, thanking the captain and adding that she will reach out if she ever needs his shipping services again. Nguyen warmly calls out for her to take care as they conclude their business. Turning back toward the group by the harbor brick structures, Ellie coordinates their next strategic steps. She explains that as planned, Mirai and Lunoa will head straight back to the capital while Misha and Ellie look on. Ellie notes that Misha and she will deliver the new cargo directly to their production base, prompting a respectful confirmation from Mirai. Lunoa looks back toward her mistress, softly calling out her name. Lunoa requests to know exactly what is packed inside these mysterious, talisman-sealed crates. Every single container is heavily sealed across the top and sides with mysterious paper talismans, prompting Ellie to confidently describe the contents as her secret weapon. A horse-drawn transport carriage rattles steadily through a deep canyon path known as Brochin Valley. As the team travels along the dirt path beneath the open sky, Ellie comments on what pleasant weather they are currently having. She looks over toward the cargo and points out that they cannot travel very fast due to all the extra weight from the load. However, she notes that it still looks like they will successfully reach Brochin Fortress perfectly on schedule. Hearing the logistical update, Ellie turns her head slightly as Misha addresses her by name. Misha asks if it would not be much easier to transport the heavy cargo containers safely inside her divine artifact instead. Ellie clarifies that she cannot do that because her grimoire of Mammon is fundamentally incapable of storing living beings. Hearing this unexpected limitation, a completely shocked Misha breaks into a sweat, frantically realizing that there are actual living things packed inside those cargo boxes. Ellie breaks down the nature of her inventory, calmly revealing to her companion that the cargo consists entirely of aqua crawler eggs, prompting a puzzled echo from Misha as she processes the unfamiliar name. Our girl clarifies that aqua crawlers are aquatic, caterpillar-like monsters native to the western continent, where people treat them as pests because they feed on medicinal herbs. Misha questions why her mistress would ever buy monster eggs in the first place. Ellie explains that under the exact right circumstances, aqua crawlers produce fine threads that can be used to weave a material known as aqua silk. Hearing the name, a deeply startled Misha recognizes the legendary commodity. Misha questions if she is referring to that legendary fabric that can only be found inside dangerous dungeons. Ellie firmly confirms that it is indeed that exact fabric. Ellie notes that what gave birth to the legend is the fact that absolutely no one knows how to get aqua crawlers to produce the special thread anymore, but reveals that she has successfully decoded ancient documents detailing the exact method. She smiles confidently as she explains that she was not in a legal position to purchase monster eggs in the past, but now that she possesses a special license, she is entirely free to do so. Hearing this, Misha starts to deduce the grander implications of the strategy. Misha beams with sudden realization, happily deducing that Trader's next product will officially be aqua silk. She enthusiastically notes that since everyone has heard the legend, the item is guaranteed to fetch a crazy price. Ellie calmly closes her eyes and agrees that it certainly should. Our girl quietly reflects to herself that beyond the mere commercial profits, this endeavor happens to be a deeply necessary step toward her ultimate objective, which is absolute revenge. Misha turns to her mistress, asking how exactly aqua silk will help her achieve that goal. Ellie responds, asking Misha how one can estimate the true strength of a country, prompting a confused and startled reaction from her assistant. Misha touches her chin thoughtfully as she considers, guessing that the strength of a nation depends primarily on their military power and overall national budget. Our girl asks what specific factors those figures actually depend on. Misha ponders the question further, guessing that it must be troop numbers and overall tax revenues. Ellie confirms that her companion's guess is exactly correct. Ellie goes on to detail, explaining that armies and national budgets ultimately only exist because of the citizens. She smiles warmly as she adds that a nation's true strength is defined by its people. Hearing this, a sweating Misha starts to follow the line of thought, deducing that in other words, there must be a specific geographic conclusion. An illustrated map displays a large landmass divided into two distinct territories marked as the Empire and the Kingdom. Misha reasons out loud that the Kingdom and the Empire are inherently strong because they are massive countries with huge populations. Ellie looks forward, clarifying that this situation is not just about raw numbers. She expands on the economic reality, stressing that the overall quality of those human resources is what truly matters. Sitting on the front bench as they navigate the vehicle along the canyon path, Misha softly repeats the concept of quality in mild confusion. Ellie responds that they shall examine a clear example to fully understand the point. An illustration depicts various exceptional figures, showing a visionary artisan executing a groundbreaking technique, a rich merchant carrying a pouch who contributes a massive amount of tax revenue, and a mighty knight holding a sharp sword. Ellie instructs her helper to imagine a single warrior capable of defeating 1,000 men alone, stressing that any ruler would naturally want such high-quality assets inside their country. A series of small diagrams highlights Ellie's diverse skills, labeling her as someone who is super strong in combat, an exceptionally great merchant, and highly capable of conducting advanced research. Ellie explains that exceptionally talented people can thrive wherever they choose to go, which makes retaining them one of the absolute biggest structural challenges a nation ever faces. Misha looks downward in deep thought, admitting that discussing this reality makes her wonder about the true state of the kingdom. She notes that the terrible way they previously treated her mistress makes even less sense now. Ellie says that casting her aside simply to protect the crown prince's public reputation was incredibly foolish. Our girl looks forward, pointing out that Haldoria is a massive country and there are certainly other individuals available to take over the operational tasks she used to handle. However, she prompts her helper to think about exactly how many ordinary people they actually needed to hire just to pick up her former workload, adding that once a person calculates the structural reality, they begin to truly understand the grander consequences. Ellie's explanation concludes by noting that the more talented an individual is, the larger the economic and strategic hole they inevitably leave behind when they depart, and the more difficult it becomes for a nation to ever fill it. Misha processes the profound logic, softly realizing the dynamic. Misha asks how a nation manages to keep such talented individuals from leaving. Ellie replies that a ruler simply has to give those people exactly what they want. Ellie details specific motivations. She breaks down the human elements, noting that soldiers desire glory, while merchants demand preferential treatment for their commercial businesses, before beginning to mention the true desires of skilled artisans. Our girl asks if Misha does not think that those same artisans might deeply love legendary fabrics. Misha gasps out in absolute shock as the sudden realization hits her, frantically stating that there is no way this could be the master plan. Ellie calmly observes that she has successfully connected all the dots. An illustration shows a roll of fabric alongside a magical cloak, a sword, and a potion bottle. Ellie clarifies that aqua silk is not merely a high-quality fabric, but is also a crucial, fundamental component required to manufacture many high-grade magic items. Ellie strategically details the enticing offer she plans to present to potential recruits, stating that if they relocate to the specific place she chooses, they will gain complete access to incredibly cheap aqua silk. She notes that plenty of merchants and artisans will happily accept those terms without a single doubt. Ellie reasons out if she successfully poaches enough high-quality talent, the kingdom of Haldoria will eventually grow much weaker over time. Misha contemplates the geopolitical strategy. Misha pauses, questioning if relocating to a completely different territory is truly that easy to pull off. Ellie agrees that it is indeed quite complex. She points out that while most ordinary citizens would not necessarily need to flee the nation in absolute desperation like she did, those individuals still have an enormous amount of personal and professional factors to carefully consider before moving. An illustration depicts an angry noblewoman, Rosalia, crossing her arms furiously against a dark backdrop while demanding to know how they can possibly repay them this way after the kingdom has done so much for them. Ellie elaborates on the social consequences, explaining that while moving abroad is technically no legal crime, the individuals who choose to do so will inevitably inflict severe, permanent damage on their long-standing relationship with the Haldorian government. Ellie begins to reveal that thankfully, a specific condition works heavily in their favor. Our girl continues detailing her strategic plot. She mentions that she happens to know a highly foolish, arrogant man who absolutely loves to flaunt his elevated social status despite his complete ignorance, adding that this individual will unknowingly help her give target people the exact push they need to relocate. Misha listens with a slightly nervous expression. Suddenly, Ellie looks straight ahead, calling out for her companion to look. Driving the transport carriage out from the narrow rocky pass, Ellie observes that they have finally reached Brachin Fortress. Armed guards standing at the fortification gates immediately bar their path with crossed spears, loudly demanding the wagon to halt. One of the sentries questions if they are merely peddlers, while an armored guard lets out a heavy breath and firmly informs the travelers that they strictly require formal permission to get through this area. Ellie answers, calmly stating that they are merchants and confirming that she does indeed possess the necessary transit permit. She presents the legal document from her seat on the carriage bench, introducing herself directly to the border forces as Ellie Lays from the trader commercial firm. The armored guard looks over the paperwork and admits that everything looks completely legitimate. He then asks what exactly they are transporting today. Ellie answers, explaining that their inventory consists of aqua crawler eggs, explicitly adding that they are a specific type of monster. The guard processes the statement, muttering the phrase monster eggs. Ellie immediately pulls out another formal document, clarifying that this specific paper is her official possession permit and legal authorization to bring the creatures directly into the Sarjas region. Ellie gestures toward the carriage cargo and invites the border guards to feel entirely free to inspect the crates if they would like to do so. After evaluating the shipment, the guard steps back and confirms that the magical seals look up to code, officially announcing that the group may pass. Ellie offers her sincere thanks, while Misha looks onward with a pleasant expression as the carriage begins to move forward. With formal clearance successfully granted, the heavy iron gate rattles loudly as it lifts to clear the path ahead. Misha remarks that their security is exceptionally tight. Ellie points out that this specific region was actively at war not too long ago. Meanwhile, the fortress gate drops shut behind them as the border sentries watch the carriage leave, softly hoping that the travelers manage to stay safe out on the road. One of the guards expresses a brief worry about a pretty young lady traveling all alone with a kid on the road. A fellow sentry quickly cuts into the conversation, firmly reassuring his companion that the woman will absolutely be fine. The guard crosses his arms, flatly identifying that traveler as the Silver Witch. The other sentries react with total terror, frantically questioning if she is truly the infamous individual who went on a massive rampage during the previous border conflict. The first guard confirms that it is indeed her. The guard nervously repeats her name as Ellie Lays, the Silver Witch, revealing to his peers that he actually saw her terrifying combat prowess in person during the war. Another soldier asks if the woman is truly as amazing as the rumors claim. The guard reacts with sudden panic, loudly declaring that calling her amazing is an understatement, because she is a complete monster. He trembles in a cold sweat as intense memories of the past consume his thoughts. Flashback visions depict Ellie raising a sharp blade as she cuts through people like they have no bones, unleashing her terrifying ice magic to rain silver death down upon the enemy lines. The guard shivers as he recalls that when they finally took back the fortress, he saw the broken bodies left behind, all frozen completely into solid ice, explaining that this gruesome display is exactly why she is called the Silver Witch. He issues a strict warning to his companion, commanding him to never under any circumstances anger her, because doing so means instant death. The younger soldier agrees that he understands the gravity of the situation. A few days pass by in a flash as the journey continues past the fortress structures into a dense, forested area. Ellie softly notes that they will be out of the forest very soon. Hearing the news, Misha lets out a cheerful gasp. Taking in the beautiful coastal scenery, Misha happily exclaims that the lake is pretty. As the carriage continues past the water, Ellie explains that this location happens to be very similar to the aqua crawler's natural environment. She notes that she plans to leave the direct care of the monsters to the local villagers of the place they are heading toward. Shadows of local people suddenly emerge from the thick brush, silently watching the vehicle arrive. A group of aggressive villagers suddenly swarms the vehicle, aggressively brandishing pitchforks and long wooden farming tools to block the path forward. Misha watches the sudden ambush and calls out to her mistress by name. Ellie leans forward tightly, demanding to know what the aggressive crowd thinks they are doing. Our girl strictly addresses the ambushers, announcing that they are merchants visiting from the trader commercial firm. Hearing the name, the lead villager breaks into a sweat, questioning if they are truly from trader. The lead villager turns back to the aggressive crowd and frantically tells them to lower their weapons immediately. He explains that these visitors are the very guests the mayor previously told them about, causing Ellie and Misha to watch him quietly from their carriage seats. The man breaks into a sweat while apologizing for the sudden hostility. Ellie responds calmly that it is all right, but firmly requests that he explain exactly what is going on to cause such panic. The man offers to guide the group directly to the mayor so they can discuss the situation at his house, instructing the carriage to follow closely behind him. The journey moves deep into a settlement known as Melista Village, where the local mayor meets them outside his home and openly thanks Ellie for making the long trip. The mayor states that he is deeply glad to see no harm befell the visitors on their way into the territory. Standing before the elderly leader alongside Misha, Ellie politely apologizes for being so blunt but immediately asks what exactly has happened to the village. The mayor breaks down the tragedy, explaining that bandits attacked the village completely out of the blue just yesterday. He notes that the raiders killed the local gatekeeper and ruthlessly stole all the alcohol and food they could find. The mayor continues explaining that before the attackers finally left, they explicitly threatened to return to capture all the young women in the village. He points out that the raiders possessed high-quality armor and weapons, leaving the defenseless townspeople with absolutely nothing they could do to resist the assault. Fearing the imminent return of the attackers, the mayor notes that he is certain they will be back soon. He gestures toward the nearby trees and points out a poultry pen at the very edge of the village, frantically advising the visiting young women that they might be able to successfully flee if they hide there until the raiders leave. However, our girl firmly interrupts to declare that such a precaution will not be necessary. The mayor lets out a startled exclamation of confusion. Ellie announces that bandits do not scare her at all. She boldly promises the villagers that she shall completely get rid of the raiders for them. The old village mayor looks in confusion, repeating Ellie's suggestion to get rid of the bandits. Ellie maintains a confident, knowing smile as she lifts her hand. A massive shard of jagged ice suddenly bursts forward out of thin air with a loud crack. Ellie gestures calmly, noting to the villagers that they can clearly see the evidence of her capabilities. Our girl beams with a gentle smile, as she confidently states that she is far stronger than the average person. She asks the leaders if they can trust her to protect them, leaving the younger villager nervously calling out to the sweating, deep-in-thought mayor as they take in the incredible strategic proposition. The mayor decides to put their complete faith in Ellie. He asks her to please save their village. Misha stands silently before the dense forest, her expression troubled. A nearby hand gently pats her shoulder, calmly instructing her to pull herself together. Misha looks up with a worried face and softly calls out to Miss Ellie. Ellie looks back, firmly advising her young helper that she must keep a cool head. She turns away, stating that they have to make absolutely sure not a single bandit escapes no matter what. Misha looks onward, questioning why that is necessary. Ellie clarifies that the threat is much greater because the raiders are actually deserters from the Sarjan army. Misha gasps in complete shock at the sudden political revelation. Standing alongside her, Ellie calmly adds that it is very likely true when they consider the exact timing and location of the raids. Our girl looks down, detailing how the conflict officially ended after the Sarjan king committed suicide and sovereignty was transferred to the empire. She notes that the empire even agreed not to hold the remaining soldiers responsible for the war. Ellie explains that this agreement does not absolve the regular crimes committed by individuals, as soldiers who plundered villages or assaulted civilians are actively being put on trial and punished. Processing the strategic logic, Misha deduces that these specific deserters. Ellie says these are people who fully know they cannot get away with their past war crimes. She folds her arms, warning that if the local villagers discover their attackers are former soldiers, their overall image of the empire might worsen considerably. She points out that such a negative shift could very well damage traders' business relationship with the village. She declares that they cannot let that happen. Misha boldly states that she understands the high stakes of their upcoming mission completely. Suddenly, a loud rustle echoes out from the thick foliage of the nearby forest. Both Ellie and Misha immediately react with sudden alertness. A hooded figure slowly steps out from behind the brush. Ellie observes the approaching figure and quietly notes that it appears their guests have finally arrived. A group of 3 hooded men emerges fully into the clearing. The lead raider lets out a greeting, calling out to the girls and openly stating that he hopes they have successfully brought their designated prize today, while his companion reacts with clear awe. The lead bandit continues stepping closer, crudely addressing Ellie as a pretty girl and mockingly questioning what exactly a beauty like her is doing out in the countryside. Before the intruder can even finish his sentence, a sudden, sharp slice cuts cleanly through the air. Ellie catches him completely off guard. The remaining bandits react in furious outrage, shouting profanities at Ellie as they draw their weapons. 2 of the hooded men lunges forward aggressively with raised swords. Ellie executes a blindingly fast counterattack. Blood spurts into the air with a heavy thud as the defeated man collapses onto the ground. The adjacent hooded bandit lets out a startled gasp of confusion as his companion falls. The wounded bandit lets out a weak groan as Misha ruthlessly grips him. Watching the execution from a distance, the last remaining raider panics and screams at his ally to run away immediately. Ellie looks ahead, stating that she does not think they will be allowed to escape. She extends her hand forward as a glowing magical circle manifests. Multiple jagged pillars of ice erupt violently from the ground, completely surrounding the fleeing bandits. Ellie demands that they stay right where they are until they reveal everything about their comrades and their hiding spot. The lead remaining bandit reacts with stubborn outrage, aggressively shouting back that there is no way they will ever talk, just as a hand reaches aggressively forward in the foreground. Ellie suddenly lunges, slamming the defiant raider directly into the dirt ground. Our girl looks down, calmly stating that it is fine if he does not want to talk. She leans in closer, indicating that she will simply change her approach since he refuses to cooperate. Our girl draws a sharp dagger and flatly details her gruesome torture plan, stating that she will gouge his eyes out, cut off his ears, peel off his skin, and sever a few fingers. The terrified bandit breaks into a cold sweat and desperately begs her to wait, while Ellie remains completely unfazed, telling him not to worry. Ellie raises her sharp dagger, coldly explaining that she will make sure he keeps his tongue so that if he changes his mind, he can still speak even on the brink of death while a painful scream echoes through the dark backdrop. The scene transitions smoothly to a quiet view of the dense forest landscape at night. They walk calmly through the woods. Misha calculates that there should be 17 more of them and their hideout should be somewhere close around here. 2 enemy guards sit casually around a burning campfire near the entrance of a large stone cave. Standing in the nearby bushes, Ellie peers out through the foliage, noting that this is the place. Our girl turns back, strictly commanding Misha to hang back and capture or kill anyone who attempts to come out. Misha firmly acknowledges the plan as Ellie points her finger forward to initiate the final raid. Our girl unleashes an ice arrow spell, firing her magical projectile directly toward the unsuspecting guards by the fire. The lethal energy strikes the armored sentry from behind before he can react. The remaining guard lets out a startled grunt of confusion as a sudden, clean slash rings through the air. Ellie notes to herself that she has officially taken down 2 targets. Holding her long blade firmly, she proceeds past 2 large wooden crates to infiltrate deeper into the dark cavern. As Ellie steps quietly past the stone structures, crude voices echo out from further inside the cave. One bandit complains about the timing of his watch duty right when the captured girls are about to arrive, while his companion dismisses the quality of the targets by noting they are merely village girls. The crude raider makes highly bad comments about his lack of pickiness regarding women. The hooded bandit tells his companion not to ignore him. The vulgar speaker suddenly pauses, muttering in confusion as he realizes his partner has gone completely quiet. The talking raider gasps in shock as he discovers his ally has been silently eliminated. Before the remaining guard can make a sound, Ellie swiftly closes his mouth from behind. Our girl silently counts her casualties, noting that she has now taken down 4 targets as the second guard falls lifelessly by the crates. Our girl looks into the darkness, concluding that the rest of the group must be located deeper inside the cavern. Ellie pauses behind a rock formation, tracking the movements of a larger group of 5 hooded raiders gathered in a stone chamber. One of the hooded bandits throws his cards down on the wooden barrel, loudly groaning that he has lost the game once again. The winner lets out a boisterous laugh while apologizing insincerely, but their celebration is suddenly cut short as another companion turns his head in mild confusion. A sudden shiver runs through the room, prompting a bandit to nervously question if it has suddenly gotten colder inside the cave. Another raider agrees with the observation and decides to step away to investigate the area. The investigating bandit gasps in utter disbelief as he looks down at his own hands. Intense frost expands aggressively over his skin, instantly freezing his limbs. The frozen raider screams in absolute agony, frantically wailing about the horrific loss of his arms. Before the bandits can even attempt to flee, a devastating blast of ice magic shatters violently through the chamber. The bandits panic in absolute horror as the freezing magic spreads across the room. One raider screams out in pain as the frost takes his legs, while another tries to process the chaotic scene in terror as the ice crackles loudly over their bodies. A heavy burst of frost sweeps through the room. The bandits cry out in agony as the terrifying ice spell completely locks them in place, freezing their bodies solid. Ellie counts the casualties, noting that she has officially reached a count of 5. Walking through the chamber filled with frozen bodies, Ellie continues her steady count. She tracks her progress out loud, moving past the targets as the tally quickly climbs to 9, 11, and finally 15. She reflects on the total number of enemies she calculated earlier. She notes to herself that she is still missing 2 people. An angry shout echoes from outside the cave entrance as a final hostile call addresses Ellie as a damn brat. Ellie reacts with sudden alertness, immediately recognizing the danger and calling out Misha's name in concern. Stepping completely out of the cavern, Ellie discovers Misha standing proudly over the remaining 2 guards. Misha cheerily welcomes her mistress back, having successfully subdued both men. Our girl lets out a soft sigh of relief, calmly observing that it officially looks like they have eliminated all of the targets. She transitions the conversation smoothly, preparing to finalize the mission. Ellie turns back, coldly stating that all that is left for them to do now is completely bury the place. Ellie firmly commands her helper to step back a bit, which Misha nervously agrees to do. Ellie holds an ornate book forward with total focus, calling upon her secondary divine artifact, the Grimoire of Beelzebub, to officially bring down the cavern structure. She raises her hand, calling out her earth-eating spell. A sudden, deep rumble shakes the terrain, prompting a startled Misha to gasp in utter shock. A massive, jagged stone mole rises violently from the earth. The giant stone structure shuts tightly, completely sealing the hideout before collapsing into a flat mound. Her spell successfully completed, Ellie lowers her hand, calmly noting that neither criminals nor monsters can hide there anymore while Misha watches in stunned silence. Ellie quietly proposes that they head back. Approaching through the trees under the dim moonlight, the elderly mayor and his 2 village guards call out in relief. Ellie offers a cheerful smile as she reassures the elderly leader that he can rest easy because the bandits are gone for good, leaving the gathering crowd of villagers anxiously wondering how they can ever repay them. Our girl smiles warmly, letting the villagers know there is absolutely no need to worry about repayment. She softly states that she only did what anyone else would have done, reminding them that they are going to be business partners now. Ellie starts to suggest they discuss the details of their business agreement without further delay. However, an unexpected interruption from the crowd cuts her off, leaving both her and Misha looking back in surprise. The mayor smiles, firmly insisting that Ellie and Misha allow them to throw a proper celebration tonight. He happily adds that while the village may not have much left, they can at least hold a grand feast in their honor. Hearing the warm invitation, Ellie smiles softly back toward her helper and calmly reconsiders, deciding that it is perfectly fine to pause their work for the night. She turns back, announcing that they shall gladly accept the invitation. The village guards immediately raise their hands and cheer out to the rest of the settlement, declaring that their saviors are officially back and commanding everyone to bring out all the remaining food and drinks. The scene transitions to the grand, detailed architecture of the imperial capital under a dark night sky. Sitting alone at a desk in front of large bookshelves, Lunoa stops writing with her feather quill and looks up with a nervous expression as someone calls out her name. Arnaud stands near the doorway, pointing out to the young girl that she looks pale. He kindly suggests that she take the rest of the day off to rest. Lunoa weakly mutters her compliance as she tries to stand up from her workspace, but she suddenly collapses heavily back into her chair. Watching her fall, a highly startled Arnaud calls out her name in sudden panic. She slumps heavily over the documents on the desk. Looking over in total shock, Arnaud panics as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Arnaud looks across the office toward Mireille and urgently shouts that Lunoa's temperature is too high. He frantically begs Mireille to call a doctor right away. Mireille steps forward to help, but she suddenly breaks into a cold sweat and begins to wobble unsteadily. Mireille collapses heavily onto the wooden floorboards. Watching her drop completely unconscious, a shocked Arnaud gasps out her name in pure panic. Ellie stands out in the open, extending a welcoming hand while looking back at the village leaders. She explains that over the past few months, she has fully taught them everything there is to know about aqua crawlers. She confidently notes that she trusts they can manage perfectly fine without her now, politely requesting that they take excellent care of the aqua crawlers and the ongoing aqua silk production. She promises to send armed guards to protect the village as soon as she possibly can, noting that there is no telling when more dangerous bandits might appear. The village leader responds with deep gratitude, stating that she has already done so much for them, which prompts Ellie to smile warmly and kindly tell them not to worry about it at all. Ellie says that she simply did what was absolutely best for the ultimate success of her commercial company. A few days pass by in a flash as the journey officially gets underway. The team observes that they are traveling remarkably fast this time because they are riding with a completely empty wagon. Misha beams with a wide smile, cheerfully noting that they will successfully get back to the capital in no time at all. Ellie looks ahead, marveling that she can hardly believe it has already been 4 whole months since their initial arrival. Ellie details her upcoming schedule. She breaks down the logistical reality, explaining that as soon as she finishes catching up on all her urgent paperwork, she will unfortunately have to leave the capital again to travel straight to Lebrick County. Misha watches her, letting out a soft awe. Misha looks over at her, commenting that her mistress is just so busy. Ellie quietly reflects that while being busy is a good thing, the workload is becoming immense. She tracks the strategic business reality, foreseeing that Trader will keep growing and that sooner or later, she will find herself unable to keep up alone. Ellie suggests that it may officially be time to hire more people. Misha catches her mistress's attention by speaking up to ask Miss Ellie if something feels off to her. Ellie looks to the side, repeating the word in mild surprise. Misha continues her observation, explaining that this road is usually packed with adventurers and merchants coming and going, yet they have not run into a single carriage all day today. Ellie firmly agrees with Misha that the complete lack of traffic is indeed very strange. Ellie looks out, growing certain that something must have happened. She quickly commands Misha to hurry the horses along, prompting an immediate and respectful confirmation from her young helper. As the wagon approaches the stone entrance, a guard suddenly commands them to halt. The border forces explicitly announce that access to the capital is heavily restricted at this time, prompting the sentry to firmly question if the travelers actually live there. Ellie answers, confirming that they are indeed merchants based in the capital who are currently returning from a long business trip. Looking over, the armored guard begins to explain the situation at the moment. They listen in complete disbelief as the sentry reveals that a dangerous disease of entirely unknown origin is actively spreading throughout the capital. The guard details the terrifying nature of the illness, explaining that it starts with a very high fever, causes the infected to completely lose consciousness, and eventually leads to death. Looking toward the travelers, he adds that while they are allowed to come in as local residents, they will be completely unable to leave the area until further notice if they choose to enter. The guard turns his attention, asking the travelers if they still want to enter despite the quarantine. Ellie responds with absolute certainty that they do. She then turns toward her companion to give strategic instructions, commanding Misha to head straight to Lebrick County instead, which prompts a startled exclamation from the helper. Misha loudly declares that she is coming with her mistress no matter what. Ellie calmly closes her eyes and accepts her helper's dedication, firmly announcing that they shall go together. With their clearance officially granted, the massive iron gate lifts into the air to clear the path forward. Misha looks around, softly pointing out that it is so quiet it almost does not feel like they are in the capital at all. Ellie notes that they must hurry directly to the firm. Stepping inside Trader's building, she stands near the entrance corridor and calmly announces their return to the staff, while Arnaud stands further inside the office workspace reviewing open documents alongside a female assistant. Arnaud steps forward, warmly announcing that he is deeply glad to see Miss Ellie well. Ellie walks toward him through the office floorboards, calmly matching his sentiment. Ellie immediately looks around the room and asks about Mireille's current location. Arnaud breaks into a cold sweat, hesitating out loud as he prepares to break the grim news. Our girl bursts through the door, loudly crying out Mireille's name in total panic. Nearby, a severely ill Mireille lies completely motionless under the blankets, her face heavily flushed and sweating from a high fever. Ellie rushes directly to the bedside, frantically grabbing the covers while desperately pleading for Mireille to open her eyes. Misha steps up beside, warning Miss Ellie that she cannot force her awake in this condition. She frantically recalls that the border guard explicitly stated those who fall unconscious from the disease eventually die. Her internal thoughts spiral out of control as she faces the grim reality that if Mireille does not wake up soon, she will certainly lose her life. Misha firmly instructs Ellie to get a solid hold of herself right now, warning that losing control will only make the situation much worse. Ellie repeats Misha's name in surprise. Misha stands firmly, continuing to reason with her that raising her voice will only prevent the feverish Mirai from getting the vital rest she needs. She firmly points out that instead of succumbing to useless panic, Ellie needs to actively focus all of her energy on researching a way to cure the illness. Ellie softly concedes that her young helper is entirely correct about what needs to be done next. She reaches out gently to pat Misha on the head, offering her warm gratitude for the much-needed reminder to stay calm. Arno breaks the news that Mirai is unfortunately not the only one who has been stricken by the sudden outbreak. A severely feverish Lunoa lies completely motionless in bed with a damp cloth resting on her forehead. Arno details that many people, including Lunoa, several other employees, and various members of their families, have all fallen terribly ill. Ellie firmly asks Arno how exactly the government has responded to this rapidly expanding health crisis. An overhead view showcases the completely empty, quiet cobblestone streets stretching out between the tall city buildings. Arno explains the grander tactical reality, detailing that the government has officially put the entire city on lockdown. He notes that this commercial area in particular is under strict quarantine because of the exceptionally high number of sick people concentrated there. He continues, noting that the local residents have also been strictly ordered not to consume anything other than the exact rations the authorities provide. Processing the strict limitation, Ellie catches the keyword and repeats the word rations. Arno notes that the authorities have been actively distributing food and water, which has done a lot to successfully slow the overall rate of infection. Ellie considers the medical possibilities, reflecting to herself that some illnesses are known to spread directly through contaminated food and water and wondering if that could be the exact case here. A sudden, sharp knocking sound abruptly echoes out from the doorway, instantly cutting through the conversation. The female assistant opens the office door to deliver a quick logistical update, announcing to Miss Ellie that a formal messenger from the Merchants Guild has just arrived at the building specifically for her. Ellie lifts a hand in mild surprise. She quietly questions, wondering why a messenger would appear right now of all times, before calmly directing the staff to show the visitor inside. A messenger with distinct pointed ears and a neat suit enters the room, politely asking for a brief moment of their time. The visitor holds out a sealed document bearing a formal emblem, calmly explaining that they have brought a direct letter for Ellie from the guild's Grand Master. Ellie states that she shall read the contents at once, carefully opening the envelope. Looking down at the written document, she somberly identifies the letter directly as an official emergency summons from the guild executives. Misha stands with a worried face, repeating the word summons in pure confusion. Arno details how the Merchants Guild almost never unilaterally summons its individual members. He points out that this hands-off approach exists primarily because the regular members and the leading executives are inherently designed to work together as equal business partners. Ellie notes that there are strict exceptions to their mutual arrangement, explaining that major crises actively threatening the entire empire officially give the guild leadership the absolute right to command them. She calmly addresses the winged messenger, stating that she imagines the crisis mentioned in the letter is the ongoing epidemic. She holds out her hands and adds that if there is anything she can possibly do, she is more than happy to help. The guild's messenger offers their sincere thanks to Miss Lays. The guild messenger points out that they already have a transport carriage fully prepared outside, politely requesting that the merchant follow them immediately. Ellie complies without hesitation, turning to command Misha that they must leave right away, which prompts a confirmation from her young helper. Ellie casts a deeply worried glance backward before exiting the room. Our girl addresses the assistant commanding Arno to take care of everyone while she is away at the guild. The transport carriage speeds away down the stone streets. Sitting inside the vehicle, a deeply puzzled Misha looks over, admitting that she cannot help but wonder what exactly the guild could possibly need her mistress for right now. Ellie touches her chin, calmly reasoning that she assumes it must have everything to do with her personal magic. Ellie mentally analyzes the properties of water created by magic, confirming to herself that it is completely safe to drink. Misha processes the information. Suddenly, Misha glances out the carriage window with a startled expression. Looking past the carriage window, Misha notes in surprise that they appear to have just passed the guild building. Ellie turns her head, confirming that they sure did. Watching the path forward, a puzzled Misha questions where exactly they are going if they are bypassing the guild entirely. The vehicle officially halts outside a separate building. The guide opens the carriage door to announce that they have finally arrived. Stepping out onto the street, a completely startled Ellie looks around at the unexpected surroundings, muttering to herself that this place is unfamiliar. She stands before the stone arches and iron fences of the large estate, recognizing the facility as the commoners' assembly. Misha stands closely by her mistress's side, nervously stammering out the name of the destination. Misha desperately tries to recall her training, breaking into a sweat as she defines the assembly as a place made up entirely of commoners who discuss policies and submit appeals to the government. A background memory shows a strict Mire holding an open book, reminding the helper that she must know the absolute basics to work for Miss Ellie, a lesson that Mire successfully drilled into her. Ellie firmly confirms that Misha got the description exactly right. Misha celebrates her small victory, but her face quickly drops back into a sweating expression as she ponders the grander connection to the national government. Misha asks why the guild representatives would ever bring them to this location in the first place. Ellie leads the way toward the main entrance, telling her helper that they should simply go inside. She notes that all she can say for now is that this situation is definitely not about making water. The winged messenger leads the two companions down the empty hallway. Arriving outside a set of interior doors, the guild guide turns back to the visitors. The messenger formally requests that the young lady enter the chamber. Ellie steps inside with a startled and sweating expression as a voice addresses her directly. The speaker calls out to confirm if she is indeed Ellie Lays, the head of the trader commercial firm. From across the large, intricately decorated chamber, a close-up focuses on a person wearing an ornate, sparkling jewel brooch at their neck. The individual welcomes the visitors, warmly thanking Ellie and Misha for coming all this way. Sitting comfortably at a desk with his hands interlocked, Okist introduces himself to the newcomers. He formally announces his name as Okist Udir, declaring that he is the crown prince of the empire, while Albert stands firmly right beside his chair. Okist Udir formally introduces himself as the crown prince of the empire. Standing beside him, Albert keeps a serious watch. Ellie maintains her composure while Misha looks onward with a visibly shocked expression. Our girl breaks into a light sweat as she hears his name. Ellie remembers a past gathering where they met a few times back when she still lived in the kingdom. She realizes that he must have recognized her despite the current circumstances. She politely responds to the prince, stating that it is a true honor to meet His Highness. Ellie introduces herself as Ellie Lays, the chair of the trader commercial firm. She decides that if the prince is actively pretending they have never met before, she should simply follow his lead and act the same way. Okist explains that he summoned Ellie here today because he has a specific request. Ellie repeats his mention of a request. Okist leans forward, stating that he wants Ellie to enter a dungeon. Ellie looks at him, immediately asking why His Highness would want her to do such a thing. Okist looks ahead, pointing out that Ellie must already be aware of the grave crisis threatening the capital. She notes that a dangerous epidemic is actively spreading through the population as they speak, but he slowly closes his eyes and adds that this is not even the whole story. He reveals that the true source of the sickness is a king poison slime lurking directly in the city waterworks. Ellie gasps out in pure shock, frantically repeating the word slime. Okist explains that what everyone originally thought was a highly contagious disease is actually the physical result of poison from the slime-contaminated water. Our girl asks if there is an antidote available for standard slime poison. Okist explains that this king poison slime appears to be a mutant, which sadly means the usual antidote has shown no effect. He notes that they strictly need a Maya or to neutralize these specific toxins, but because this material does not see much use, the government has already completely exhausted what little stock was left in the capital. Ellie listens intently as Okist continues his explanation, stating that this critical shortage is exactly when he caught wind of her. He acknowledges that Ellie is powerful enough to take on a dungeon, adding that her ability to transport a considerable amount of ore at once is most valuable as well. Listening to his reasoning, Ellie looks off, realizing that the prince somehow already knows about her grimoire of mammon. Okist recognizes that entering any dungeon carries a great risk where she would be actively risking her life. From across the long table, the prince hereby swears that no punishment shall befall her if she chooses to refuse the request, though a close-up shows a dark grin spreading across his face as he adds a sudden warning. He grimly notes that no amaya or means no antidote. He adds that he is afraid they will soon have even more deaths to mourn. Ellie reacts with sharp focus, stating that if she is to accept the mission. Standing right behind her, Misha looks on with an alert expression. Our girl sets the terms, explaining that she has 2 conditions for His Highness. Okist smiles and asks what they are. Ellie states her first condition, demanding that her employees be given priority for doses of the antidote. She states her second condition, requesting they draft a formal contract stipulating that she will have full ownership over any amaya or they manage to find. Albert reacts in surprise and loudly calls out to Miss Lays. However, Okist waves a hand to calm his subordinate, telling Ellie to consider the first condition completely done, before adding that he would now like to hear her exact reasoning for the second request. Ellie gestures outward, clarifying that there are inherent limitations to her divine artifact. She explains that while she can indeed store vast quantities of items inside her grimoire, the magic only functions properly if those items legally belong to her. She promises that she will naturally turn the acquired materials over to the authorities for free upon his return. Suddenly, he calls out to Albert. Obeying the command, Albert uses his magic to manifest a formal document onto the desk. He slides the finalized document across the desk toward his guest, addressing her as Miss Lays. He clarifies that this document is a magic contract of the finest grade designed to grant her full ownership of the ore, politely asking if that terms will suffice. Ellie holds the document and confirms that the matter is officially settled. Okist agrees that the deal is made. He apologizes for rushing her but requests that she head directly to the eastern gate as soon as she is ready. Okist explains that an escort of adventurers awaits her at the gate. He notes that it is a small force because most adventurers are currently hunting down the king poison slime, but he explicitly chose the cream of the crop. Hearing this, Ellie touches her face in deep thought. Ellie asks if she may query something. Okist welcomes her question. Our girl details the biological traits of monsters, explaining that slimes naturally adapt to their environments by evolving better suited characteristics. An illustration shows normal, fire, poison, and ice slimes as she explains that they turn into fire slimes in hot places and poison slimes in toxic environments. Ellie points out the logical flaw in the situation, stating that a mutant poison slime should never have spontaneously appeared in the clean, monitored waterworks of the capital. Okist pauses thoughtfully, calmly adding that according to the investigators, the situation is much deeper than it appears. He explains that while a slime naturally turning poisonous is technically possible, someone still would have had to intentionally sneak one into the facility. Processing the hidden meaning, she starts to realize the true nature of the plot. He says that it is highly likely this situation was a deliberate, targeted attack on the capital city. Okist shrugs his shoulders, calmly stating that they do not know anything for certain yet. He strictly commands Ellie to keep this confidential information entirely between themselves. The scene then transitions smoothly away from the grand chamber as Ellie thoughtfully reflects on the mention of a dungeon. Back in a quiet room, a downcast Misha packs away clothes into a bag. She softly notes that she does not know much about dungeons, but she can easily assume this upcoming mission will be incredibly dangerous. Ellie calmly hangs a shirt up, quietly agreeing with her helper's evaluation by stating that she is sure Misha is right. Ellie buttoned up her white collar shirt while acknowledging the grim reality that Mireille's and the others' lives are actively at stake, leaving her with absolutely no choice but to undertake the mission. Misha prepares to ask if she can go with her too. Our girl commands Misha to stay behind, flatly stating that dungeons are full of perils. She strictly points out that having to watch over her young helper would only make things much more difficult for her during the raid, earnestly requesting that Misha try to understand her position. Misha looks away, stating that she simply cannot accept this decision. Ellie watches her, gently calling out Misha's name in concern. She turns back with a sweating expression, pointing out that while the prince explicitly said they were free to refuse the request, the reality is entirely different. She reasons that the prince fully knows Ellie cannot walk away with Mireille's and Lunoa's lives at stake, meaning he is intentionally forcing her hand despite the immense danger and making it practically an official order. Ellie looks ahead, calmly validating her assistant's analysis by acknowledging that Misha is completely correct. Ellie knows that it is indeed a formal order, and it is one that she simply cannot refuse. Ellie shifts the dynamic by noting that if she had said no, the prince would have undoubtedly found another way to compel her. Misha struggles to understand how this could happen. Our girl confidently notes that this situation is also an opportunity. Ellie smiles knowingly, explaining that if she successfully helps the empire in its critical time of need, the imperial family will directly owe her a massive debt. She reasons that having such a powerful debt will heavily help her further her personal agenda in the future. Misha stands, softly calling out her mistress's name. Ellie states that at any rate, she must successfully procure this antidote to save the group. Our girl reaches out gently to pat her assistant on the head. She tells the helper that she leaves Mireille and the others entirely in Misha's care while she is away. Misha softly bids her mistress goodbye, pleading for Ellie to be careful. The scene transitions to the grand stone structures of the city's eastern gate beneath an open sky. Stepping through the gate, Elsa raises a gloved hand to wave, calling out to Ellie and directing her to come this way. Ellie politely greets Elsa, recognizing her as one of the elite adventurers Okist previously mentioned. Elsa begins to open up about the truth behind her presence. She explains that some members of her own party have fallen sick from the poison too. Elsa admits that she had no idea how to help them until His Highness personally reached out with this mission. Ellie listens, sharing that she is in the exact same situation because Mireille and a few others are completely bedridden back at the firm. Processing the shared crisis, Elsa glances back and notes that Ellie must be deeply worried about them. Elsa promises to do her absolute best to protect Ellie so they can successfully save everyone. Ellie beams with a bright smile and responds that the reassurance is heartening, though she suddenly glances off to the side in confusion. Our girl looks around the empty path and reasons out loud that Elsa cannot possibly be the only adventurer assigned to this party. Elsa admits that she does not know the full arrangement, explaining that she was simply instructed to wait here at the location. A sudden, loud greeting calls down to them from above. From a high overhead point, a massive pair of feathered wings casts a large shadow over the path where the two women stand. A giant, eagle-like monster swoops down aggressively through the air. The sudden, sweeping descent reveals the arriving beast to be a terrifying thunderbird. A voice calls out an apology for the wait. Ellie and Elsa look up in surprise as a figure lands onto the path, confidently noting that it looks like the entire team is finally gathered together. A young woman adjusts her goggles and cheerily introduces herself as Yuka Kusunoki, warmly telling the group to feel entirely free to call her Yu. She stands confidently with a large axe resting over her shoulder while Ellie and Elsa watch her with a highly puzzled expression. Elsa looks up at the massive bird and asks if the thunderbird happens to be her familiar. Yu confirms that it is, proudly announcing that his name is Orion and explaining that she has raised him ever since he was just an egg. Yu happily asks if Orion isn't completely adorable, prompting a sweating Elsa to hesitantly agree that he is. Ellie addresses the newcomer by her nickname, asking if she is originally from the Eastern Archipelago as a map profile illustrates the region. Yu reacts with a bright smile, praising Ellie for being so well informed. Ellie explains that as a merchant, it is only natural for her to know about the members of the council that stands above them. Elsa adds that Yu is also a rank A adventurer who has successfully earned a nickname, meaning that not knowing her true identity would actually be much weirder. Yu mentions to Ellie that she was told she is the one in charge of the supplies and asks if they are all set. Ellie answers that if she means food and water, she is currently carrying enough for all of them. Yu smiles next to Orion and suggests that they head to the city closest to the dungeon today so that they can start their exploration at dawn tomorrow. She confidently adds that if they leave now, Orion can fly them there before the sun sets. Elsa reacts in pure shock at the mention of flying, while Yu cheerily tells them to hop on because there is no time to waste. A sweating Ellie looks over at Elsa in mild confusion, questioning if they are truly meant to travel on the bird's back. Taking their places on the large creature, Elsa politely offers a brief excuse as they mount the familiar. Looking down at the rapidly receding landscape, a sweating Elsa softly marvels at how incredibly high up they are already. Ellie looks down at the feathers, pleasantly surprised to find that the creature is much softer than she thought. Adjusting her goggles, Yu loudly announces their departure as they officially set off on their flight. The massive thunderbird spreads its expansive wings, leaping forward into the open sky. Elsa gazes out at the vast horizon in awe, softly marveling at the breathtaking view. The team glides smoothly high above a wide landscape of winding rivers, dense forests, and rolling hills beneath a bright sun. Flying steadily through the clear sky on the back of such a mighty bird brings a profound realization, making one feel as though the legendary fairy tales and epic poems of old might actually be completely real after all. Yu calls out to her passengers, announcing that they are officially getting close to the destination city and that she will begin their downward descent over the dense forest canopy. Hearing the news, Ellie looks forward in mild surprise. Looking down from above, Ellie watches in surprise as two armored guards on the ground panic in absolute terror. The sentries nervously brandish their spears, crying out that a real thunderbird is approaching them. Yu shrugs off the commotion, explaining that everyone always reacts that way at first. Ellie asks if this sort of intense reaction happens to her often. Yu admits that it is actually already the fourth time today that they have caused a panic. Orion descends lower over the trees as terrified shouts echo from the town below, warning that they are going to die. Sensing the massive disturbance their arrival is causing, Elsa promises that she will personally talk to the local forces to clear things up as soon as they finally touch down. The journey successfully reaches its destination at the city of Dold, where the team stands on a paved stone walkway. Yu scratches her cheek, admitting that they sure caused a massive ruckus today, which prompts Elsa to wonder out loud how Yu usually manages to handle public situations back in the capital. Yu explains that she has a special contract with a stable in the capital, but traveling out on the road makes things a little more complicated. Elsa notes that having a familiar that big must be quite challenging. Ellie touches her chin, asking the group what they should actively do now. Yu points out that before they can begin exploring a dungeon, they must first swing by the local adventurers guild. Our girl listens and softly repeats the instruction back to her companions. Elsa turns to inquire how much Ellie actually knows about adventurers. Ellie shrugs her shoulders and responds that she has not really interacted with them other than to hire their services, so she would say not much, though she admits she has read novels about them. Hearing the unexpected source of information, a thoroughly puzzled Yu repeats the word novels in surprise. Ellie explains her literary expectations, reasoning that whenever you enter the guild, a drunk adventurer is supposed to pick a fight with you. She confidently adds that you then have to beat them up as a sort of greeting, questioning if that is a standard staple of the experience. Yu laughs off Ellie's expectations, questioning where she got such an idea from and firmly stating that adventurers certainly are not that ill-mannered. Pointing toward a door at the end of the walkway, Yu happily notes that they have already reached the guild building, remarking that it was a very quick walk. Pushing the entrance door open, a cheerful Yu begins to loudly offer a polite evening greeting to the room. However, she is immediately cut off by a gruff voice from the side, mockingly asking if the girls have somehow gotten completely lost. A slightly flushed adventurer grins crudely from his seat, flatly pointing out that this facility is strictly the Adventurers Guild, rather than some casual hangout spot meant for young ladies. Behind him, a massive beastman adventurer listens silently. The man chuckles, crudely suggesting that now that the group has already arrived, they might as well sit down to have a drink with them so they can show the girls a truly good time. Ellie is completely amazed that the textbook scenario from the stories she read actually managed to happen in real life. Ellie turns her head slightly toward Elsa, curious to know how adventurers typically deal with men like the rude group nearby. Elsa states that violence is the ultimate answer because people will inevitably look down on someone who behaves too nicely. Hearing this approach, Ellie realizes with wide eyes that the harsh reality matches the fictional scenarios exactly like the stories in her novels. Stepping forward to cut the conversation, Yu tells the men that they are currently too busy and completely uninterested in their offer. The mocking adventurer barks back that absolutely no one was talking to a pipsqueak like her. She trembles in silent rage, clenching her gloved hand. The guy tells them to come back in 10 years when they are fully grown. The massive beastman adventurer joins, claiming that they will gladly handle any commissions the girls might have. Ellie smiles, telling the group not to make her laugh because they are clearly too weak to take on any real work. She tells the massive beastman that he should come back after training some more. The sudden retort causes the giant adventurer to flush red with embarrassment. The bear leaps forward with a roar, hurling a vulgar insult directly at Ellie. From across the room, another adventurer frantically calls out for him to stop. Ellie strikes first, delivering a powerful physical strike that catches the giant adventurer completely off guard. The overwhelming force sends the massive beastman flying backward through the air. The defeated beastman lies motionless on the floorboards. Ellie calmly notes that she understands the situation now. Our girl raises her gloved hand, softly noting to herself that the stories in her books were completely right and that dealing with the situation using direct force feels truly great. Watching his companion get thrown across the room, the second rude adventurer prepares to strike back, cursing at Ellie while rushing forward. He lets out a sudden grunt as he tries to yank it away, only to freeze in confusion as the weapon remains completely pinned in place. Gripping the wooden shaft tightly with her gloved hands, she happily mentions that back in her homeland, the people have a specific way of handling situations. With a sudden, powerful motion, Yu twists the weapon and completely snaps the heavy wooden shaft in half. Yu slams him directly into the ground. She loudly proclaims that her own height is perfectly average. A guild worker steps forward from the back of the counter. She addresses them directly. The horned guild worker formally welcomes the group to the local adventurers guild. Still visibly startled by the recent violence, she politely asks how exactly she may help them today. Elsa explains that they plan to enter the dungeon to fulfill a request, adding that they would like to obtain a map of the area if possible. The guild employee acknowledges the plan but nervously requests that they please show her their identification cards first. Ellie admits that she does not possess an adventurer card, questioning if that is acceptable. Elsa turns her head in absolute shock at the revelation, while the guild worker gasps out in pure disbelief as Ellie flatly clarifies that she is actually a merchant. She looks on with a sweating expression, internally marveling in shock that someone so powerful could possibly be a merchant. She decides to adjust the plan, stating that in that case, she will simply check the cards of the team members who actually possess them. Yu smiles broadly and cheerily complies, pulling out her card to present it without any hesitation. The guild receptionist breaks into a heavy sweat, as she processes that both companions are officially rank A adventurers. Yu reaches inside her heavy traveling cloak, announcing that they also brought along a formal letter from their primary client. The guild employee watches, repeating the word letter. She whispers that the formal message is directly from His Majesty Prince Okist. The sudden revelation completely hits a nerve, causing the guild receptionist to panic. The sweating receptionist admits that she is not qualified to assist them on her own. She politely requests that the high-ranking party follow her to the reception room so she can immediately call her superior to handle the matter. The surrounding tavern patrons murmur loudly in shock as they try to process that the group consists of rank A adventurers. A few hot-headed fighters wonder out loud if they should test their own strength against the newcomers, but a nearby comrade points toward the shattered tables and warns that the girls will send them flying in no time. Hearing the rising commotion, the guild worker shouts sharply to command everyone's immediate attention. She loudly declares to the tavern crowd that these ladies are present on highly important business. Her face contorted in anger, she strictly warns the patrons that if anyone attempts to obstruct their work, she will have them permanently banned from the guild, advising them to listen if they know what is good for them. An absolute hush falls over the stunned patrons as they watch the group in complete silence. Turning back toward her guests, the guild worker politely offers an apology for the disturbance and requests them to follow her directly to the reception room. Elsa questions if threatening the patrons so harshly was truly the right move. She points out that the local adventurers all seem incredibly hot-headed, worriedly asking if they will cause severe trouble for the worker later on. The guild receptionist calmly reassures the party that they should not worry about her at all. She holds up the sealed message, noting that the visitors are already causing major trouble for her with this letter. She breaks into a light sweat, frankly explaining that if anything unfortunate happens to them during their stay, she highly doubts she will be able to keep her job, which makes the situation much more annoying from her perspective. Moving deeper inside the building, an interior shot showcases a massive wooden chandelier hanging. The official guide notes out loud that since their mission seems deeply important, the guild will do whatever they can to fully support the party. The team gathers together in a quiet room to review the primary logistical materials. Elsa opens a large sheet of paper, explaining that they have successfully obtained the absolute latest intel on the dungeon layout alongside the complete area map. Yu notes that the recent sudden increase in undead monsters concerns her a little bit. Elsa points out that light attribute magic is known to be quite effective against the undead, though a looming complication remains. Standing firmly alongside her companions, Ellie reassures the team that by utilizing her divine artifact, she can successfully use some light attribute magic if the situation calls for it. Elsa points out that it would be best if Ellie can actively save her mana for transporting the heavy ores later on, though she worries they might have no choice but to fight. Ellie looks closely at Elsa, asking if they should head straight to the dungeon now. Elsa looks down at the map, explaining that the Amaya or veins are located far back on the 16th floor. She notes that even if they take the shortest possible route, reaching it will take several days, so they should take on this challenge in peak condition. Yu smiles and raises her arm, suggesting that in that case, they should have a hearty dinner tonight. The group stands together on the cobblestone walkway right outside a building with a large sign featuring a beer mug. A loud commotion and boisterous laughter rattle through the tavern structure, catching Ellie's attention as she turns her head in surprise. Elsa and Ellie note that a crazy drinking contest is happening inside, and it is already the fourth opponent. Ellie breaks into a slight sweat, instantly recognizing the familiar voice echoing from the room. Tita laughs loudly with deeply flushed cheeks, tossing a coin into the air while mocking her opponents for being so incredibly weak. Behind her, a defeated adventurer slumps over the table, muttering that he is completely out, while Tita cheerily declares that she is just getting started. She suddenly pauses her mid-celebration, letting out a surprised exclamation as she catches sight of the newly arrived group. Tita beams with joy, loudly greeting Miss Ellie as she realizes exactly who just walked through the door. Elsa turns her head, inquiring if Ellie already knows the nun, prompting a sweating Ellie to hesitantly admit that she sort of does. Tita quickly clings to Ellie, explaining to the others that Ellie rescued her off the side of the road when she was stuck in a very tough spot. She then cheerily asks what brings them so deep into the countryside, while a sweating Ellie breaks into a cold sweat and internally notes that her companion's breath reeks intensely of alcohol. She explains that their current situation is a very long story. Hearing the initial story off-screen, a completely shocked Tita lets out a loud shout of pure disbelief. Her cheerful mood instantly vanishes. Tita breaks into a sweat as she absorbs the gravity of the crisis. The group sits around a large wooden table while Ellie confirms their immediate timeline, noting that they are officially heading to the dungeon first thing tomorrow morning. Tita absorbs the news. She closes her eyes and presses her hands together to pray, humbly stating that while she does not think a frail servant of God like herself can do anything to physically help, she will earnestly pray for their success and safety. Hearing the statement, Yu looks over in surprise, silently questioning the mention of a servant of God. Yu questions Tita, asking if she is a walking nun. Tita looks back and confirms that she is, explaining that she travels from village to listen to the people's troubles and heal those who are in deep need. Yu inquires if Tita happens to heal others using light attribute magic. Tita beams proudly, declaring that she is a devout servant of God who heavily excels at light attribute spells, healing, and exorcism. She emphasizes her skills by firmly clasping her hands together as she outlines her magical abilities. Yu turns toward the nun, asking if Miss Tita would agree to accompany their party to the dungeon. Tita blinks in mild confusion. The unexpected proposal completely catches her off guard. Tita stands up from the table in absolute shock, shouting in disbelief at the mention of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Elsa remains perfectly composed, explaining that word has it there are more undead monsters than ever before inside the dungeon structure. Elsa reasons that if Tita excels at exorcism magic, she would naturally be a great asset to the team. Tita waves her hands frantically in refusal, nervously stammering that there is no way she could enter a dungeon because she is merely a frail sister who would only hold them back. Ellie points out the obvious contradiction, noting it is funny for Tita to say that because she clearly remembers the nun violently cracking open brigands' skulls in the past. Tita groans in deep distress. Our girl slides a shimmering stack of currency across the wooden table, calmly adding that if Tita chooses to accept the mission, she shall be compensated appropriately. Seeing the glittering pile, Tita's eyes light up with greed. Tita screams out in sheer panic, desperately trying to force her own right hand to stop grabbing for the money. She reasons with herself that gold coins are only worth anything if a person is actually alive, leading Ellie to look on while quietly noting that her companion is just so incredibly stubborn. She points out that they are talking about taking on a dangerous dungeon, firmly confirming that she is out. Yu declares that she just remembered something important. Yu reaches inside her small pouch, proudly revealing a large glass container. Elsa touches her chin, recognizing the unique item and noting that the container is officially a magic bag. Yu smiles broadly while holding the bottle, explaining that she originally found it inside some ancient ruins and that its massive storage capacity makes it incredibly handy to keep around. Yu shifts the focus away from her storage item, telling the group to completely forget about the bag for a moment. She politely invites her companions to please have a taste of what is inside. Ellie takes a slow sip from her cup, noting that it smells exactly like medicine rather than alcohol. Yu urges the team to give the drink a try. A profound sense of wonder washes over Ellie as she evaluates the intricate flavors. Placing a hand near her face, she notes that the bitterness and the richness of the flavors intertwine in a highly complex way, yet the liquid goes down surprisingly easily. Elsa calmly takes a drink and notes that it is delicious. Tita immediately reacts, declaring that the peculiar smell brings everything together perfectly and that she could easily drink this brew forever. Yu smiles warmly as she sets the container down, explaining that the liquid is one of her personal creations known as a medicinal brew. She proudly asks if it tastes good, before turning her full attention back to Tita as she prepares to strike a bargain. She gestures toward the multiple bottles on the wooden table, offering to give these drinks to the nun if she agrees to help them on their mission. A strategic visualization reveals Tita's internal conflict rattling like a scale as she lets out an anxious grunt, completely tempted by the reward. Yu adds more bottles to the table, raising the stakes to win over the hesitant nun. Ellie looks on with a completely flat expression as the negotiation hits a critical point. Her resistance completely broken by the massive offer, Tita slams her hand onto the table over the coins. She proclaims that she cannot possibly abandon the poor souls suffering from the illness they described, happily declaring that she will officially come with them. Tita cheerily reflects on how glad she is to have run into them, firmly believing that God guided her directly to their group. Ellie watches her new companion's behavior, declaring that this side of the nun is incredibly fun to watch. The next day arrives in a flash as the journey officially gets underway. Ellie asks Tita if she is sure that she will be fine exploring the dangerous dungeon while wearing her regular nun's habit. Our girl offers to lend her some leather armor if she would prefer to have proper protection for the upcoming raid. Tita waves off the suggestion, firmly declining the offer. She smiles, proudly explaining that her garment isn't just any old robe. She points out that the fabric has been enchanted to withstand a massive list of threats, including cold, heat, poison, and sharp blades, making it significantly better than most standard sets of armor. Small flashback visions reveal the sketchy origin of the outfit, where Tita cheerfully thanks a weeping man after winning a card game against him. Ellie questions the extreme number of enhancements, prompting a sweating Tita to quickly change her story by claiming the craftsman was simply very pious and moved by her intense faith. Arriving at their destination, the team stands before a pair of colossal, intricately decorated stone doors that tower high into the sky. Yu points ahead and loudly directs the party forward as they approach the massive entrance. Tita marvels at how incredibly heavy the gate looks. Ellie explains that the massive structure is explicitly designed to keep the monsters locked inside, adding that dangerous stamps do unfortunately happen from time to time. Gathered directly before the towering entrance, Elsa addresses the group to announce that it is officially time for one last strategic briefing. She lays out the mission guidelines, stating that their ultimate goal is to reach the Amaya or deposit located at the southernmost part of the 16th floor. She gestures forward with her hand, adding that they must ignore the monsters they cross paths with as much as possible so they can successfully return with enough or to cure the infected citizens of the capital. Elsa announces that for today's journey, the team will aim to reach the 7th floor. Hearing the clear timeline, Tita and the rest of the companions enthusiastically acknowledge the directive. As the towering stone structures slowly part to reveal the path forward, she calmly commands the group to enter. Stepping past the threshold, the team transitions into a narrow, dark rocky cavern stretching out before them. Elsa quietly leads the way while noting that the dungeon officially awaits them. Tita suddenly pauses, frantically realizing that this party consists entirely of heavy damage dealers. Ellie addresses the panicked nun, assuring her that the group is fully counting on her to handle the rest of their supporting needs.